This course is going to be different, not like the usual Flutter course you have seen before. Most Flutter courses teach you how to build UI, some teach you how to connect a Firebase, but very few show you how to build something truly modern. Because today the world is changing and everything is moving towards AI. And as a developer, it's not enough to just build apps, we need to build smart apps. Hi, I am Shivam, and in this course, we are not just going to learn Flutter, but we are going to build an AI powered application from the scratch. An app where the user can enter ingredients and AI will generate complete recipe instantly. You will learn how to design a beautiful UI, work with Firebase, and most importantly, integrate AI into your apps. This course is designed in a way that even if you are beginner, you can follow along and step by step without feeling overwhelmed. And by the end of this course, you won't just have an app, you will have the confidence to build your own AI powered applications. So before we move forward, if you have an amazing app idea but you don't have a time or skills to develop an app, don't worry, my team will develop the app for you. So you can search for my startup name, which is an app crafting. At app crafting, we transform ideas into powerful, beautiful mobile experience. Whether you are a startup or a business ready to scale, we design, build and launch your app fast, professional and ready for the world. You can just fill out the contact form and get a quote. Just fill out your name, your last name and your email and your requirements as well. And after submitting this form, my team will reach you out to develop your app for both Play Store and App Store. Now you might be thinking that why we should learn Flutter. As Flutter developers are high in demand, with Flutter, you write one code and build apps for Android and iOS. Flutter allows you to create a beautiful and a smooth UI with features like hot reload. Development becomes super fast. Also, Flutter is backed by Google, and when you combine Flutter with AI, you can build powerful modern apps. So if you want to build a real apps, Flutter is a great place to start. Before we go deeper into the Flutter, there is one important thing we need to understand, that is a Dart. Now the Dart is a programming language that is used to build a Flutter app. Just like Java is used for Android apps and Swift is used for an iOS apps, Flutter uses Dart. Now here comes a question in your mind, that why Dart? Flutter uses the Dart because it is simple and designed for building a beautiful user interfaces. Now here on the screen I've shown you the simple code like void main print hello world. So this is a simple Dart program. It prints a hello world on the screen. So if you want to build a Flutter apps, learning Dart is very essential. Don't worry, you don't need to master the Dart right now. You will learn it step by step as we build the app. Now that you understand what Dart is, let's move forward and start building the real apps. So just need to open this official website by Flutter. You can just search flutter.dev over here and you will just land to this official website by Flutter. Once you land to this page, you can just click to this get started button, and here you can see that it simply shows a different platform for which you want to download a Flutter SDK. I want to download it for the Windows, so I'm going to select Windows. So basically there are the two processes you can see. For the smoothest Flutter setup, you can simply install some of the tools to just install a Flutter, or you can install a Flutter manually by maintaining the SDK of an Flutter. So I'm going to use the easiest process for you. So I'm going to install a Flutter SDK directly, right? So I'm going to click to this install Flutter manually. We are going to just scroll down and you are going to see that this is the SDK that we need to download for the Flutter. So just click to this and you can see that download has been simply being started. Okay, so I've already downloaded this before. So I'm going to directly open this file, and now what I have done is that I simply pasted that zip file over here and extracted the file in the desktop, right? So here you can see that I've simply created a folder Flutter once I extract this zip file. Okay, so once you have this Flutter folder, now simply don't leave this in the desktop. You just need to paste this in the local disk C folder. Okay, so just open the local disk C and just paste this Flutter over here. Okay, so once you paste this, it's going to take some time to paste this, and once you paste this folder, then we need to just adjust the path. Okay, so make sure that what all points I'm telling you simply do as it is, right? So once you paste a folder in the local disk C folder, then we need to pass a path. So to just pass a path, we are going to search environment variables over here. So I will move to the settings, and in the settings I'm going to just search like environment variables. It simply shows that edit the system environment variables, and I'm going to just open this, and here I'm going to move to the environment variables, and in the path I'm going to edit that. Okay, so you can just move to the edit, you can just select the path and move to the edit, and you are going to you just need to add this over here. So we have added this to the C Flutter bin, so I'm going to edit this as well, that I've already written. So I'm going to just write C Flutter bin, okay, something like this, right? So we have just pasted our Flutter folder in our local disk C folder, and we just need to call a bin. I think so it's clear, right? Now once you do this, now save this, now click on OK, and then OK as well. Okay, so in the environment variables, now you will see that this section has been simply been saved, and we can just read a Flutter that we need. Okay, I think so it's clear, right? Now let's close this as well. Now what I need to do is that here I need to just check that if the Flutter has been installed in our system or not. So for that I'm going to just run like window plus R, and it's going to simply open this run, and here I'm going to just write cmd, so it will just open my command prompt just to check that if the Flutter has been installed in our system or not. Okay, so I'm going to just search like Flutter doctor. So basically I'm calling a doctor just to check that if the Flutter has been installed or not. So this doctor will help us to check that, right? Now you can see that it will just tell that building the Flutter tools, running pub upgrade, resolving dependencies, downloading packages. So give some time to just install a Flutter completely, because that doctor is helping us to maintain the Flutter in our device. So we are going to just give some time, and it's going to give me the version that we are using, right? Now you can see that Flutter doctor checked our system, like what all things we have regarding a Flutter, and you can see that it simply pass a doctor summary that the Flutter channel that we are using is stable, that is totally good, and we are using a 3.4.17 version, and it is running on the Windows version. I'm using a 10 Pro 64-bit. You can see that. Now here you can see that it simply shows an exclamation mark in Android toolchain, and it simply says that Flutter requires an Android SDK of 36, and we need to update the Android SDK. Okay, this is the first thing. Now here it simply says that the Chrome is already there, and we need a Visual Studio Code. Now if you don't know about a Visual Studio Code, I'm going to tell you that how you can install a Visual Studio Code and how you can just run your first app. But before that, it simply says that we need to download an Android SDK package. Okay, so to download an SDK package and the emulator in your system, we are going to just need an Android Studio. Okay, so basically an Android Studio will help us to download a specific SDK version. So we are going to just move back to the Chrome, and we are going to search over here, will be like a developer Android Studio, or you can directly write Android Studio as well. Okay, you can just search Android Studio, and this is the first thing you will get once you search Android Studio. Now we'll click to this link, and here we land to this official website by an Android Studio, and we need to download this Android Studio Panda 3 version. Okay, now here we just need to checkbox this. I have read and agree with the above terms and condition, and we just need to download this. Okay, so it's going to take some time for you to download this Android Studio, so we are going to just wait for this, right? So once you simply download this Android Studio, now just open this folder, and again let's close this first, and we are going to close this as well. Now we just need to paste this in the desktop, and once you paste that in the desktop, you just need to extract this over here, or you just need to install this over here. Okay, so now double press to this, and you can see that it simply show this like please wait while setup is loading, verifying installer, and it's going to take some time, so you need to keep some patience because the lots of thing happening on the background, right? Now click on next, and this will remove all the pro under and cannot be underdone. Yes. Okay, so I already have an old version, so if you don't have an old version, it not going to show you that window. So I already have the old version, so I'm going to just install this version right now. So I'll click to this next, next, and next, and we are going to click to the install. Okay, so it's going to take some time to install this Android Studio in your setup. And here you can see that Android Studio has been launched, and this is how it looks like, a Panda 3 version. So they have just added some Panda image, you can see over here. Okay, so it's going to take some time to launch the Android Studio. Okay, now click on don't send. Now here it is, you can see that Android Studio has been started. Now we'll click to this next. We are going to select this standard method. Now we'll click on next, and there are some things that it's going to simply install in your system. You can see that it simply asks that we need to install an Android stimulator, which is around 399 MB, Android SDK. These are some important SDK that we need to install in our system just to handle all the things regarding an Android device, right? So we need this all the platform tools. So I click to this next again, and it's going to start this, and we are going to download all the zip file one by one. You don't need to do anything, you just need to allow to install all the important SDKs that we need, right? So you can see that all the things has been installed successfully, and we have got the XDK version that we need. Now we click to this finish, and it simply says that welcome to an Android Studio. Now we click to this new project. Let's click to this next, and I'm going to just click on finish. So it's generating some resources over here and loading indexes and all. Okay, so once we have installed the Android Studio, now let's check that what we get in our Flutter Doctor, right? So we'll just move back to our command prompt. So I'm going to just pass window plus R. We are going to write command prompt, and we are going to call the Flutter Doctor again just to check that if the SDK that we need is installed successfully or not. So you can see that once I just run a Flutter Doctor, it simply shows me that the Flutter requires an Android SDK 36. So I need to install a specific Android SDK version. So I need to move to the back to the Android Studio, and once you move to the Android Studio, you are going to just click to this, open just a file, and inside the file move to the settings, and in the settings move to the language and framework, and inside Android SDK you are going to see the things like SDK platform, SDK tools, and SDK updated sites. Okay, so in the SDK platform I need a 36 version. So I'm going to do one thing. Basically I'm going to install this specific version like 36. I need this 36, so I'm going to click to this, and we are going to just click on OK. Okay, so it's going to take some times, like up to 112 MB to install this. So I'm going to install this version basically you can see that it install Android SDK platform 36 and Android 36 that has been asked by a Flutter doctor, right? Now the SDK has been installed, so let's check that back again. So I'm going to just write Flutter doctor again. Yeah, so now you can see that it simply says that develop the Android SDK version 36.00 has been installed successfully, right? So all the things has been done, not all the things, the last thing has been left, which is like in Visual Studio. So we need to install a Visual Studio as well. So I'm going to minimize this as well, and let's search the last thing that we need for the setup, which is like in Visual Studio. Okay, so Visual Studio Code, and let's download this Visual Studio Code for the Windows setup, right? Now download for Windows. Okay, so download has been started and it's like around 150 MB. So we just need to wait again to download this VS Studio Code, right? So once the VS Code has been installed, again we need to paste that in a desktop, and let's extract this. So we'll double press to this again, and we just need to wait. So I accept that agreement, click on next, install. Okay, so preparing to install, setup is preparing to install a Visual Studio Code on a computer. So again we just need to wait, right? So we have done the final thing of downloading the Visual Studio Code, and I think so you got to know that how you can do a complete setup of an Flutter in your Windows operating system. Right now in our coming chapters I'm going to show you that how you can just run your first app in your Visual Studio Code. So in this video we will install Flutter on Mac OS step by step, so do not need to worry if you are a beginner, you just need to follow along. Now here first we need to just land to the official website by Flutter. You just need to search flutter.dev over here. Now once you land to this page, this is an official website by Flutter. Now you need to click to this get started button and just scroll down. As you can see that there are the different platforms that you can choose according to your need, right? So I need to select a Mac OS because I need to download the Flutter in the Mac OS, right? Now once you click to this, now here it is simply show you the process or the step to install a Flutter, and we need to download it manually. So we are going to click to this and we need to download this respective zip file. If you are using the Apple Silicon, then you need to use this. If you are using an Apple Intel, then you can use this, right? So these are the two things. Now I'm using a Silicon because I'm using MacBook Air M5, so I'm going to just use Apple Silicon, right? So I just need to download this respective zip file. So once you simply download the file, you just need to open this respective window in your Mac by using a command like Shift Command plus H. Okay, so once you land to this window, you just need to move to the, so you just need to right click over here. You need to create one folder inside this, and you can just name this as an development, right? So I already have an folder development, you can see over here. So it has been written that it has already been named. Now you need to extract that file in the development folder, something like this I have done over here, right? You need to extract. I have already done this before, so I'm showing you that what all process that you need to follow. Now as I've told you that use a Shift Command plus H, it will open this window, create a development folder, and then you need to extract that file, and this is how the folder will be simply been created over here. Okay, I think so it's much clear. Now here, once you do this, now we need to maintain or pass the path, because we need to pass the Flutter path as well to our terminal. Okay, so use command plus space bar to search the terminal. I'm going to just open the terminal, something like this. So this is how the terminal will be shown. Now once we land to this terminal, I'm going to write open, and here I'm going to write -e, and we are going to pass this command, and we need to just open our ZSHRC file, okay, to maintain the path. Okay, so I'm going to just pass like this. Now once you write this and once you press enter, these are all the paths that you are going to see. Okay, so here you can see that you need to write one path over here like export path home development flutter bin, and this is the path that you need to just enter in this terminal. Okay, so now once you do this, now you need to just close this complete terminal from here and restart the terminal. Okay, I think so it's clear. Now please maintain this path over here, and once you do this, now you just need to close the terminal, and once you open the terminal back again, you need to just call a Flutter doctor. Now this doctor will just check whether the Flutter has been successfully installed in your device or not. Okay, so I'm going to just call the doctor. So I'm going to call the doctor something like this, and it's going to give you the complete doctor summary. You can see that it has been written like Flutter channel stable 3.32.8 Android toolchain, and there is an Xcode, Chrome, Android Studio, VS Code, connected device, network issue. Now there would be a chance that you might see a lots of error over here. Maybe it shows that Android toolchain hasn't been installed successfully, the Xcode is not prepared, and VS Code is not done. So there are the things that we need to do is that first I need to install a Xcode. Now what is an Xcode? Now let me give you an idea of an Xcode. Now to build an iOS apps, we need an Xcode. Okay, so we need to, like, if we need to build an Android apps, we need an Android Studio. So there is the same thing that to build an iOS apps, we need an Xcode. Now from where you will get an Xcode? You just need to open the App Store from here, and once you open the App Store, you can just search for an Xcode. Okay, now this file is really big. It's going to take some time to install. I have already installed the Xcode, so you just need to install the Xcode first. Okay, so once you install the Xcode, the error that the Flutter doctor might give you in the Xcode will be solved successfully. Right now, once you install the Xcode, now let's open the terminal back again, and we just need to write terminal, and in the terminal I need to accept some of the license that I need. Okay, so here are the some license that we need, which is like sudo. I need to write sudo, and then we need to write Xcode build. This process will be done once you install the Xcode successfully in your device. Right now we just need to pass build, and we need some license to successfully run the Xcode in our device. Right, so I just need to write license something like this. Just press enter the password if you have in your device, and press enter back again, and we just need to, by tapping agree, you are agreeing to the all the terms and condition. Okay, so we just need to write agree over here, press to this back again, and you can review your license Xcode about Windows, and you have just accept all the things that you need to run a Xcode successfully in your device. I think so it's very easy to just download and install a Flutter in your Mac OS. Right now here, this is the thing that we have done, and we have successfully added the thing. Now here we just need to do the next thing is downloading the VS Code. Now we need to write a Dart code in our, or we need to just run our first app. So to run our first app, we need to write a code. Now VS Code is the place where you can just write all the necessary codes for the Flutter. Right, so let's install the VS Code. Now here you just need to search VS Code, and here we need to click to this, and we need to simply click to this download button, and we need this for the Mac. I'm going to click to for the Mac, and you can see that it's the download has simply been started. You need to simply download this respective VS Code file, and you need to just install in your Mac. Now you are ready to just manage all the things that you need for the VS Code. I think so it's much clear. Now once you run a Flutter doctor back again, you might see one error that Android Studio hasn't been installed. Now Android Studio is needed, like once you need to run an Android app, right? So if you want to run both Android app and as well as a iOS app in a Mac OS, you need to install a Android Studio. Now installing an Android Studio and the complete process of handling all the SDK, I've already shown you in the last chapter where I've taught how to install the Android Studio in the Windows. The same process is there for the Mac. So, okay, so you can just download the Android Studio from there itself also. Now let's move to the next chapter where I'm going to teach you how you can run your first Flutter app in your both Mac OS and as well as in the Windows, right? So now let's move to the VS Code. So once we have done a complete setup, now let's create our first Flutter app, right? Now to create our first Flutter app, we just need to open the VS Code, and here you can see that this is the VS Code. Now before running our first project, I will just recommend you that move to the desktop, and in the desktop you need to create a new folder. Okay, so you just need to move to the new, and in the new I need to create a new folder. Right now I just need to press this folder and I'm going to create a new folder over here, and you need to pass a folder name. You can pass any name, but I'm going to create a folder name which is like in projects, where I'm going to save all the Flutter related projects over here. So this is the folder that you can see. Okay, so this is the folder that you can see. Right now once we create a projects folder, now the same process we need to do for the Mac as well. In the desktop or in the home page, you can just create a project folder. Okay, now once you create a folder, now here I need to create all the Flutter projects. Right now let's move back to the VS Code. Now to open that project folder, I need to click to this file. We need to move to the open folder, and inside the open folder I'm going to select a project folder. Right, so here I just need to move to the desktop. In the desktop, let's select a project folder. We just need to select the folder, and once we land to this page, now here you can see that there is a terminal. Now once you click to this, here you can see that this is the terminal. Now in the terminal you can run all the commands that you need for your Flutter app. Right now here in our coming chapters I'm going to teach you like what all commands you can run in your terminal. Right now first I'm going to give you the command to create your first Flutter project. Right, so to create your first Flutter project, I need to just write Flutter, and we need to tell a Flutter to create our first project. So I'm going to just pass a project name also, which is like in first project. Right now we need to hit a enter button, and once you hit a enter button, the Flutter will start creating your first project. Where? In the projects folder. Right, so here you can see that the VS Code has started creating our first project. So we just need to wait for a few seconds until it is done. Right, so once you create a Flutter project over here, you need to open the respective Flutter project. You can see that this is how the first project look alike. So let's open this. We are again going to move to the open folder. Now you can see that in the projects folder you will get one folder like first project, which is our first project that we have created. Now we'll select the folder, and this project will directly be open in our Xcode. Now you can see that how successfully we can just create a project and can directly open the project over here. Now here what I need to do is that we need to install some extensions so that we can just write our first code. Okay, so here we just need to move to the marketplace, and in this extension section we need to install some of the extensions. I've already installed some of the extensions. I'm going to show you that what all extension that you need to add. So first extension is like Dart. So this extension is very important. You need to directly click on install and install this respective Dart extension to handle all the Dart code in the Flutter. Right, now this was the first one. Now the second is that Flutter. Now this extension will help us to support the debug, or if we face any error or debugging, we need to show that in our terminal so that we can just handle all the debugging process. You can see that it has written the introduction, but you don't need to read all these things. Just simply install this. Now here, once we do these two things, now here comes a third thing, which is an awesome Flutter snippets. Now just install this awesome Flutter snippets over here. Now this awesome Flutter snippets is a collection of snippets and the shortcuts for commonly used Flutter functions and classes. So when we use function and classes, we are going to just use a Flutter snippets which will help us to give some shortcuts, and we can just write the class and all the things in a much easier way. It has a widget like a stream builder, single child scroll view, and lot many things. So do not need to worry about all the things I'm telling right now. We are going to cover that in our coming chapters, right? Now we'll just move to the Flutter color. Now in the Flutter color, what we need to do is that there are lot many things we need to write in the code. Now if all the things will be distinguished with a different color, it is very easy for us to just know that which one is a function, which is a widget, which is a class, and which are all the styling and all we have passed. So Flutter color is also important extension, right? Now here this is the Flutter widget snippets. You can also download this as well. Okay, now don't download these things, it's not needed, right? So now these are the 5 things that we need to start coding in Flutter. So once you do this, now here I will move to the leaf folder, and in the leaf folder I am going to move to the main.dart. Now in this main.dart, this is the main file that has been automatically been created by a Flutter, right? Now .dart is an extension just to know that we are using a Dart code on this page, right? Now if you write .dart is an extension, okay? So don't think that why we have wrote .dart over here. Now in the leaf we are going to write all the code that we need to create the apps, okay? Now just think that in this leaf folder we are going to write all the code to create our app, right? Now we need to use .dart extension just to write a Dart code. I think so it's much clear, right? Now there are lot many files. You can see the Android, iOS. Now all the things I'm going to teach you in the coming chapters, though you already I think so have an idea if you know little things about Flutter. If not, don't need to worry, I'm going to teach you about each and everything, right? Now here comes the thing is that to run our first app, right? Now we need to run our first app in the emulator. Now what is an emulator? So emulator is a virtual mobile device that runs on your computer. So for example, if you want to have a mobile inside your computer, you can just use an emulator. Now the very good usage of an emulator is that once you just want to test the app, you don't need to run directly in your real device. The emulator will be the best thing that you can see in your single screen, so that you can just write a code and can see the update, right? So emulator is the best thing to just code to create your app. Now you might be thinking that from where I'm going to get the emulator, right? So for first I'm going to teach you like how to get an Android emulator if you are running the app in the Windows, and then the second thing I'm going to teach you how to create a iPhone emulator if you want to run the app in a Mac OS. So first, to create a emulator, you just need to open your Android Studio. So you need to just open your Android Studio. Now once you open the Android Studio, now in the top you can see that it shows like Nexus 6 API 28. So this is the device that has been already been installed in the Android Studio. You might have some another name, and you can see that it simply shows a run mode to run the app on this device, right? Now I want that to create some other device, you need to move to the tools, and in the tools just select a device manager, and it will just open this box. You can see now just click to this add button, create virtual device, and it's going to show you all the virtual device that you have. Now you need to install that. So for example, if I want like 36 version, I like Pixel 10, I'm going to select this Pixel 10, now click on next, and it's going to show this, and it shows that how much like 1080 pixel, and it's like 24 pixel, it's like 6.3 inch. Okay, so this is what that you can see, 2.2 GB system image will be downloaded. Okay, so this is the spacing that it's going to take to run the emulator. Okay, now click on finish and it will just download this emulator in your device. So once you launch an emulator from there, once you move to the VS Code, then you can see that this is how it's going to show you that 4 device has been connected once the device has been successfully been launched. Right now you can see that 4 device has been connected, and you can see that Nexus 6 API 28 emulator has been your current device that has been selected. Right now this is how you can just launch the emulator from possible way that you want. You can create your Android emulator as well, but creating an Android emulator will not be fixed over here. You need to just create directly from an Android studio. Right now this is the thing that I've told you. Now let's move, and I'm going to tell you that now how to create a iPhone device or iPhone emulator in the Mac OS. The simulator, and to run the app in your Mac OS or in iPhone simulator, I just need to do one thing. Let's open a terminal from here, and in the terminal I'm going to just paste this command like open -a simulator. Let's run this, and now this is how the simulator will be launched. Now if you are running this command for the first time, then it may take some time to launch the simulator, and once it has been launched, this is how the simulator will be seen in your operating system. And you can notice that this is an virtual phone device. It looks like a real device, but it is a virtual device. It is completely inside your computer, and this will help us to test the app and can create the awesome apps. Right now, to run your first app here in the terminal, you just need to write a command like flutter run. Okay, now once you pass this command, it will just run your first app in this emulator. Right, you can see that it has been written like launching main.dat file on iPhone 16 Plus. So congratulations, you have just run your first app. You can see that this is the counter app. Now I click to this plus button, and it's going to simply increase the count. You can see that you have pushed the button this many times. So this is just a default app that has been created by Flutter. Now if I press to this plus button, the count will be simply been increased. Right, so this is how you can just run your first app in both Windows or if you have an Mac OS. Now this was the thing. Now here I want to tell you one more thing. Like for example, if you want to run this app in a debug mode, you just need to move run. In the run, you just need to click to this run without debugging. You just need to select first VS Code, then move to the run and just press to this run without debugging. You can see this command in the Windows as well. Okay, so you just need to press to this run without debugging, and it's going to just launch your Flutter project. Now there is a big difference in why I'm telling to run this app in a debug mode, because once you write a code over here and you want to simply like see the update here, then you just need to save that page. Okay, here comes a two thing which is like in hot reload and hot restart. So I'm going to tell you that what really the hot reload is and hot restart is. So for example, if I'll just pass command plus s over here, and you can notice that it simply says that hot reloading. Let me do that again. Command plus s. You can use control plus s in Windows. So I'm just pressing command plus s and shows that hot reloading. So it's going to just hot reload your command or the code for once just to show the update here. Okay, now this was the thing. Now if you want to do the hot restart, now hot reload will just reload your page for once. Now hot restart will just restart your app for once. So to just hot restart, you can see that this is the sign to hot restart. You just need to press to this and it's simply been written like hot restarting. So it restarted our application in just milliseconds. So these are the two things, like a hot reload and a hot restart. Now if you want to run the app in the Flutter run method and you want to just hot reload or hot restart over here, use a small r to hot reload and capital R to hot restart. I think so it's much clear, right? Now these are the two things that are very important. I'm telling you this because we are going to use a hot reload and hot restart in our coming chapters. So don't need to worry like from where I'm teaching this hot reload or hot restart, right? So you can see that the app has been launched successfully. And for example, if I'll just press a small R over here, you can see that it just execute a hot reload. Now if I'll just press my caps lock on and then I just press a capital R, it will just do an hot restart. Hot reload will just reload your page for once, and hot restart will just restart your app for the once, right? Now these are the two things that you need to know. Now you have run your first app and congratulations for that. Now in our coming chapters, we are going to create a real apps in our VS Code. So that will be a really interesting chapters that we are going to cover. Now let's understand the most important concept in Flutter, widgets. In Flutter, everything you see on the screen is a widget. Text is a widget, buttons are widgets, even the entire screen is a widget. We combine multiple widgets together to build our UI. So just remember, everything in Flutter is a widget. So now let's move, and you can just create an app folder, and once you open that app folder in the VS Code, so here how it is going to look, okay? And I am going to teach you that how we can use a simple Flutter widgets to create an awesome apps, right? So here this is the screenshot of the screen that I've shown you about a profile page. Now here you can see that we have just created this screen by using a simple Flutter widget, as I've told you, right? So I'm going to explain you about each and every widgets that we are going to use, and I'm going to code here as well so that you can code along with me and can learn more about the widgets, right? So here we'll move to the leaf folder, and in the leaf folder I'm going to create a new file. Now here I need to just pass a file name where I need to code. So here you can just write any file name, it's up to your choice. So I'm going to just write profile.dart. Now I explained you that when you are writing the file name, please make sure that you pass an extension which is like .dart, okay? So that it can know that this is a Dart file, and you are going to just write a Dart programming on this respective file. I hope it's very clear, right? Now we are going to just save this, and this is like profile.dart, and first I'm going to import the package which is like material.dart. Now you will see that Shivam, why we have used this like for Flutter material.dart over here. Now this is the package which is one of the most interesting package, and you need to use this package again and again when you need to code, because this package has some inbuilt widgets that we need to use in our code, right? Now to use the inbuilt widgets, we need to use this package, right? Without this package you can't use an inbuilt widgets. I hope it's very clear. Now let's move, and here comes a two thing which is like a stateful widget and a stateless widget. Now these are the two things. So let me explain you about each thing again and again. So what is a stateful widget? Now please make sure that this thing is really important for you to understand, because in our coming chapters we are going to use a lot about a stateful widget and a stateless widget, right? So I wrote a stateful widget over here, right? Now in this stateful widget you can pass any function in a stateful widget. I hope it's clear. If not, let me show you. So for example, let me first pass a page name. So as you need to write a stateful widget, you can just use like stf, and it's going to show you that what widget you need to use. So it has been simply shown that can we use this stateful widget. So we're going to use this stateful widget, and you don't need to write a code completely for a stateful widget. It's going to create this. You need to just pass a page name to this stateful widget. I hope it's clear, right? So I'm going to just pass a profile. So this is just my page name or a screen name, you can say that, right? So we are going to just pass a page name to this stateful widget. Now in this stateful widget, for example, if I need to use a respective function, now for like I need to call something from an API, I need to call something from a backend or a server, I need to use a stateful widget. There are the two things which is like a set state and an init state. So if you want to use a set state, I'm going to explain you about these things really better in the coming chapters, but I'm giving you a basic idea like what really stateful widget is. So if you want to use a set state, you can use the set state only in a stateful widget, right? As I've told you that in the stateful widget you can use a function if you want to call an API, if you want to call a data or anything from a server you are using, like if you are using a Firebase, if you want to get all the data from a Firebase, you need to use a stateful widget. If you want to just refresh this page by using a set state or anything, basically in a stateful widget, you can just do all the backend thing of your screen. And if you don't have any backend process in your screen, you can use a stateless widget, right? So there is a big difference between a stateful widget and a stateless widget. I hope it's clear, right? Now in the stateless widget, like to just write a stateless widget, you can just write STLES and it's going to show you that this is the stateless widget, and it's going to ask you the page name again. I'm going to just pass profile. So in short, I can say that if you want to change something in your UI, you can use a stateful widget, and if you are thinking that I don't need any change on this UI, you can use a stateless widget. Think that a stateless widget is an photo where you can't see anything rather than a photo. Think like a stateful widget is an video where you can see a number of photos and all, or the graphics image in a single video, right? So in stateless widget, you can't change the UI, it is totally fixed. In a stateful widget, you can change the UI according to your needs. So that's a big difference between a stateless widget and a stateful widget, right? Now you will see that Shivam, we are going to create this screen, but on this screen we are not going to like change anything on this UI, because I'm not going to call anything from a server to show all this data, right? Now these things are totally fixed. I hope you're getting what I'm trying to explain. So these things are totally fixed. We don't need to do anything changes on this UI. So I'm going to use a stateless widget rather than a stateful widget. I hope it's clear, right? Now let's move. So here, once we have wrote a stateless widget and we have just passed a page name, which is like a profile. Now here it shows that what widget that I need to return. So I'm going to use first a scaffold widget, right? So now once we move to the scaffold widget, now let me explain you that what really the scaffold widget is. So a scaffold widget is a main house basic structure of your app that you are going to develop, right? So in a scaffold widget, there are many things that you can use, like an app bar, a bottom navigation bar, a floating action button. I'm going to explain about these things later. So inside the scaffold widget, you can use a different widgets by using a body, right? So once you pass a basic house structure, which is a scaffold widget, now in this house structure, you can just pass a different widgets that you need on this screen, right? So here I need to first write a body, and inside this body, now I'm going to write all the widgets that I totally need on this screen, right? So this is basically a scaffold widget that you can see over here. This is a basic structure of this screen, and inside this body I'm going to pass a different widgets and all. I hope it's very clear, right? Now let's move with our first widget, which is a container. Okay, now container is one of the main widgets. So once we move to this screen, you can see that we have just used first a simple widget, which is a container. So this is complete container, you can see, and inside this container we have stored all the different things like an user image, his name, his username and all, right? So first what I'm going to do is that first I can see that here this is a container, and first I need to write a container. Okay, so first I need to just write a container over here. We have just wrote a container. Now once we write this container widget, now here I need to do one thing. Basically first I need to pass a color to this container. You can see that we have used a color white to this container. So you can see that this is the color white that we have used to this container. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to first write a decoration, right? I need to decorate this container. So I need to write a decoration, and in this decoration I need to pass a box decoration. Now in the box decoration, now for example what I usually do is that, for example, if you are not able to think that what really, like what all things this widget has, you just need to hover this cursor to this respective widget, and it's going to show that what all things this widget has. You can see that it has a color, a decoration, a width and a height, margin. So these are all the things you can just pass to this respective container. Now for example, if you want to check that what really this box decoration has, you just need to hover this to a box decoration. You can see that it has a color, image, border, border radius, box shadow and all, right? So I need to pass a color to this respective container. So I just need to write a color, and we just need to write color, which will be like colors dot white. Okay, so I'm going to just write colors dot, and once we pass dot, it's going to show me that all the colors that I need to use, right? So it has a lot many colors. You can also pass a custom color code. I'm going to show you that how you can use a custom color code, but right now I'm going to just use a white color. Okay, so this is how you can just pass a color to this container, right? I hope you got to know about this thing. Now let's move, and here I'm going to show you that what all things I'm writing over here. So for that, I'm going to just move to the main.dart file, and here I need to just first save the file first and just call a respective screen name, which is like a profile, right, where we are writing all the code. So here you can see that this, so basically now you can't see a container because we haven't passed anything on the container. Once we pass any widgets inside this container, then you can see the container over here. I hope you are getting what I'm trying to explain. Okay, now let's move, and what I need to do next is that you can see that this is the container, and inside this container there are the different widgets, right? Now what I'm going to do is that you can see that this is another container, okay, and here are the some widgets, and that has been stored totally in a vertical direction, right? Now one thing I want to tell you that when you want to store all the widgets vertical direction, you can just use a column widget, and if you want to store all the widgets horizontal position, you can use a row widget, right? So these are the two more widgets, which is like a column widget and a row widget, right? So I'm going to just write like a container, and in the container I just need to first pass a child. Okay, now what this is a child? Now you say that Shivam, why I'm writing a child over here? So let me explain to you that why I've wrote a child over here. Basically, if there is a one kid, then we are going to call as a child, and if there will be a multiple kid, then we are going to call them as a children, right? Now the same thing works on the Flutter, right? In the container, we can just pass a single kid. By kid, I mean a widget, right? So in the container, you can just pass a single widget. So that's why we have wrote a child over here. Now, for example, in some cases, like I'm going to show you the widgets that we are going to where we are going to use a multiple kid. So for example, if we are going to pass a multiple kid, then we need to pass a children, because in that widget we can use a multiple widgets. I hope it's clear. In the container we can just pass a single widget, so that's why we have just wrote a child, just like if there is only a one kid, right? So here in this child I'm going to just pass a column, right? Now in this column widget, as I've told you that we can pass a multiple kid, so that's why we can store a multiple widgets. So I'm going to just write a children over here, right? Now in this children, you can see that once we pass this column widget, there is another container that has been displayed over here, right? So first let's create this container. So I'm going to just write a container back again, and here I just need to pass the height to this container. So I'm going to just write the height, which will be like up to 120. I just need a width. Now as I've told you that if you are passing a fixed width to the container, then it won't be a responsive app, because when you are passing a fixed width to the container, and when you are testing the app on the multiple device, the mobile screen size may vary, but the container size will be totally fixed because you have passed a fixed width to this container. So rather than doing this, I'm going to use something which is like a media query. Okay, I'm going to just write media query dot of context dot size dot width. Now you will say that Shivam, why we have wrote this? So once we write a media query dot of context dot size dot width, we are going to calculate the complete width of the screen where this app is running, right? And now according to that width where this app is running, I mean the width of the screen where this app is running, we are going to calculate that, and we are going to pass that width to this container, right? So for example, if the screen size will be really small, then the container will fix the width according to the screen size. For example, if you are running the app on a tablet, and the same app you are running on the iPhone device or an Android device like iPhone 13, 14 or something, and second thing you are running in a iPad, then you will notice that the container size is fixed, then it won't look good in the iPad, right? Because the iPad with this really big, right? So what I need to do is that I need to tell the container to use the width of the container according to the screen size where the app is running, right? So that's why we have just passed a media query. I think so you're getting what I'm trying to explain. Okay, so now let's move. And in the container, what I'm going to do is that we need to pass a decoration, a box decoration. Why? We need to pass the color to this container, right? I hope it's clear. Now we just need to pass a gradient color. Now you will see that Shivam, we have used the color over here. Now to pass in color, why we are using the gradient? Now you can see that there is a mixture of one or more color in the single container. You can see that there is some pink color over here and some orange color over here. Now this is a mixture of one or more color in the single container. Now if you are passing a single color to the container, you can just write colors.white. Now if you want to create a mixture of one or more color in the single container, you just need to pass a gradient, and you need to write a linear gradient, and you need to pass a colors. You can see that here you can see that this is a color where you can pass a single color. Here it shows a colors where you can pass a multiple colors, right? Now here I need to pass in multiple colors, so I need to write colors dot pink Asian. Okay, so here you can see that this is the pink color, and here it's an orange, right? So I need to just write an orange, which is like colors. So I need to write colors dot orange accent. Okay, so this is the thing. Now once you do this, now here you can see that it now going to show you that this is how the container will look, right? Now this container is using the complete width of the screen. Now you will say that Shivam, it is not at the center, we need that at the center. So for that, in the column widget, what I need to do, I need to just write main axis alignment dot center. Okay, so once you write a main axis alignment, it's going to show you that whether you want to push all the widgets that you have at the center, at the end, you want to pass a space between all these things. I mean to say that space between the widgets inside the column widget, or if you want to pass at the start, right? So I need that at the center. So I'm going to just write main axis alignment dot center. Now once we pass this, now we got at the complete center. So now you will see that Shivam, we just need to pass some margin over here. Okay, so yeah, we just need to pass a margin, but I need to tell you that a difference between a margin and a padding, right? Now these are the two things that we can use in a container widget. So once we need to pass a spacing outside a container, you can see that this is the container, and if we want to pass like a spacing outside this container, we can use a margin, and if we want to pass that inside this container, we need to use a padding, right? I'm going to show you the difference between that, how we can use a margin and padding, right? So this is the complete container that we have created. Okay, so this is the complete container. You can see that this is the complete container that we have created. Now I need to do one thing, like inside this container I need to pass a spacing. So I'm going to just write padding edge insert dot all, and we just need to pass up to 10. You can see that how beautifully we got a spacing inside this container. Now let me show you that how it's going to work. So let me change the color first. You can see that this is the complete color of this container, right? Now once we pass a padding, and you will notice that the spacing will going to work inside this container, not outside the container. If you want to pass and padding outside the container, you need to use a margin. Now let me change the color to white, right? So this is the thing, right? Now once we pass this, now you can see that as I've shown you that how we got a padding to this container, but I need that the container to not to use a complete height of the screen. You can see that the container size is only this much. Okay, so you can see that the container size is only this much, right? So what I need to do is that I need to just tell a column widget to use only that much space that we needed. So okay, so here I need to just remove this main axis line dot center, and I need to write main axis size dot min. Okay, so I'm going to just tell that from a main axis, I mean from the vertical position, you just need to use only the minimum space. You don't need to use a maximum space. Okay, so by doing this, you will see that now it's going to be use only that much space that we needed, and this container will move at the top. Now I need that at the center, so I need to just wrap up this container widget with a center widget. Now this will be at the complete center. Now let me show you that. Now when I'll just pass a color red, you can see that it's going to use only a minimum space, and this is how we have just passed the container. Okay, so this is the thing, right? Now once we do this, now here I need to pass a margin because I need to pass the spacing from outer side as well, because we have just passed the spacing right now. Like we have just passed this spacing, but we need to pass this spacing as well. I hope you are getting what I'm trying to explain. Basically, we have just passed this spacing, but we need this spacing as well, right? So what I'm going to do is that here I need to pass a margin edge insert dot all, and we need to pass up to 10. And you can see that how it's going to work, and this is what we have done, right? Now here I am thinking that you can see that in this scaffold widget, like this background color of this screen is like gray, something gray shade. So if you want to pass a color to a background screen, now there is a thing, you can just move to the scaffold widget. As I've told you that a scaffold is an house structure. Now if you want to change the color of a house, you just need to move to the scaffold widget, and you just need to pass a background color. You need to write colors dot, and I need a gray color. And if you want to pass a different shade of a gray color, you can use a box and you can pass a shade. Okay, so this is how you can see that has been shown over here, right? Now once we do this, you can see that we have just created this container, and then we have created this container, something like this, right? So I'm going to just increase the margin, and we are going to just increase the margin to 20, and we just increase the padding to 16. Now we can just see these things clearly, right? Now the next thing is that you will see that Shivam, there is a border radius, or the circular border radius that we have provided to this container. You can do this thing as well. You just need to move to the decoration, because we need to decorate our container. So I need to move to the decoration, and we need to write border radius over here, not over here. Okay, border radius, and we need to write border radius dot circular, and we can just pass the circular radius, which will be like up to 20. So this is how you can do this as well, right? Now this is the first container that we have created, and you got to know that how you can simply decorate your container by passing a color and all. Now I'm going to show you that like how I can just use the image, and how we can just display the image by using the image widget. So now let's move, and as I've told you that we need to display this image, but here you can see that it has been overlapped with the another widget. Now let me first show you that how you can get an image, then I'm going to show you that how you can just overlap with another widget, right? So here what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write our next widget, which is like an image widget. So I'm going to just write image. Now there are the different things you can see, like once you write an image widget, like image.asset. Now what is an asset? So basically once you store any type of videos, images or something in the folder of this code, then you can just use them by using image.asset, right? Now there is image.file. Now once you pick the image from your phone gallery, now to display the image there is image.file, there is image.network. Now you have seen that in some image there is an HTTP link. Now to call that link or to show that image, we need to just use image.network. Don't need to worry, I'm going to tell you about all these things in our coming chapters. So I'm going to simply get the image from our asset folder or any folder you want to keep, right? So here I'm going to just write image.asset. So now you can just create a folder. So to create a folder, so I'm going to just move over here, and I'm going to tap to this, and you can see that I'm going to store the folder at this section. So I'm going to just select this section, and once I select this, now I'm going to create a folder, right? So here it simply says that you can just create a new folder by tapping to this. So I'm going to tap to this, and this is for like if you want to create a new file, you can see that it says that you can create a new file. So once you want to create a new file, we can use this, but once we need to create a new folder, we need to tap to this, right? So in the new folder, I'm going to just write a folder name, which is like an images folder, and inside the images folder I'm going to store all the image name. Now as I have wrote the folder name, which is like an images, it's not necessary that you need to write an exact folder name. You can write any folder name. So now I'm going to just paste a random image in this images folder. Okay, so now you can see that I've just pasted some random image in our images folder. Now this is the image that you can see. Now you can just drag and drop the image directly in this images folder, and it's going to simply save over here, right? Now you are thinking that once we do all these things, now let's do one thing. Let's directly call our images folder name, and we just need to write the file name that we need to call, right? So here in the image.asset, you need to just call our images folder name, and then we need to call our image file name that I need to display over here. So I just need to write boy.jpg, right? Boy.jpg. Now if you are thinking that this is just a process that you need to do to call the image from a respective folder, then you are wrong. But let me show you that what error you will see. So let me run this, and you are going to simply see the error which is like unable to load an asset. It simply says that they can't load an asset that you have stored in the images folder, and the image file name is like boy.jpg. Now in the exception it has been written that asset has not been found, right? So you are seeing that Shivam, the images folder is correct, the image file name is correct, but still we are getting this error. The reason is very clear. Now make sure that when you want to simply call the image from any asset folder, make sure that you move to the perspec.ml file, and in the perspec.ml file you need to call that respective folder. Now where you need to go, you need to move to the assets, because you need to display some assets in the app. So you need to move to the assets, just uncommand this. So you can just uncommand, and once you uncommand this, and you need to just call the respective folder name, right? So I'm going to just remove this file name, and I'm going to just call the folder name where I've stored all the image. So I've stored that in an images folder, so I'm going to just call our images folder. Now it's going to work, and now you will simply see the image. So now I need to just hot restart the app, and you are going to simply see the image. So you can see that now we can just get an image from a respective folder where we have stored them, right? So this is how you can just get an image from a respective folder, and by using a simple widget which is like an image widget, right? The image is already there, but we haven't got the image size till yet, right? Yes, we haven't got the image size till yet. Now to just manage the image height and width, what I'm going to do is that here in the image widget you can just hover this cursor, as I've told you that, just to know that what really the image.asset has, right? So you can see that just to provide the height and width to the image, there are the two things which is like in height and width you can just pass to this image, right? So what we can do, we can just pass the height. Let's pass the height up to 50, and we are going to just pass the width which will be like 50, and we are going to just use fitboxwidth.cover, right? So now you can see that this is how that image has been displayed over here, but it's really too small. So I need to just pass up to 90 and 90, and let's see. Okay, so it's something, it's going to match with this. Okay, now here what I'm going to do is that now you can see that there is a complete circular radius, or the complete circular image has been shown over here, right? Now we need to do this exactly with our image. So what I need to do is that I need to just do one thing. If you are thinking that I'm going to just wrap this with a container, and we can just pass in the decoration, box decoration, a border radius, and it's going to work, then you are totally wrong, because it's not going to work. If you are going to just wrap the image with a container and you try to pass the border radius something like this, then it's not going to work. Okay, there is another widget you need to use if you want to provide the border or circular border radius to the image, right? So you need to just wrap up this image.asset with another widget which will be like an clip react widget, right? Now here you can just pass the border radius which will be like border radius dot circular, and you can just pass up to 60, right? Now you can see that this is how you can just pass a complete circular image. And if you are thinking that the image height is too much, not too much, it's too less, then we can just pass up to 100 and 100, right? So this is what that we can see, right? So now you can see that if you are passing the container, this container and the image in the column widget, it going to doesn't overlap one widget over the another. So I need to display the image something over here as that have been shown over here, right? So what I need to do is that I need to just wrap up this container with a widget, which is a widget like is a stack widget, right? So we need to just stack all the widgets that we want, and we can just pass that in a stack widget. Now in the stack widget, please make sure that you pass a children, because in the stack you can just pass a multiple widget. So that's why we have just passed a children, right? It is not a one kid where we can just pass a multiple kid. I mean by multiple kid I mean the multiple widgets, right? So this is how we can just wrap up this container with a stack widget, and now I can just pass any widget over this container. So here I'm going to just cut this complete image widget, and we are going to just pass this inside a stack widget. Now you can see that just over this container we are going to get this image widget by using a stack widget. Right now what I'm going to do is that I need this something over here, so I'm going to just wrap up this clip react widget with a padding widget. And as I've told you that the padding works something over here like from inside this container, so I'm going to just pass the padding from a top position. So I'm going to just write edge inset dot only. Okay, so you can use only if you want to pass from like top position, from left position, right position, or bottom position, you can use an only, right? So I need to pass the padding from the top position, which will be like up to 90.0, right? So this is what you can see. I think so that's too much, so I'm going to just decrease it down to 70, something like this. Okay, so I need to pass the padding from the left position as well, because you can see that there is also some padding has been provided. So I need to just pass from the left position, which will like 20.0. So now it is at the correct position. You can see that. Yeah, now once we do all these things, now here we need to use a text widget, and in the text widget there is an username, and you can see that we have just passed one button, which is like an follow button, right? Now you can notice that if we are using the column widget, and if we just pass the text widget and all and the same button, then it's going to simply show over here. I think so you're getting what I'm trying to explain. If not, let me show you. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that here I need to just write a text. So when you need to write a text, there is another widget which is like an text widget, right? Now in the text widget I need to pass any text, like you can pass any text in a text widget that you need to simply display over here, right? So I'm going to just write simply my name, which is like Shivam Gupta, right? Now once we write this, you can see something over here, but it doesn't match with a font that we have passed over here, right? So I need to first increase the text size. I need to make it something in a bold form so that it simply look like a user name, okay, that has been wrote over here, right? So what I need to do is that I need to simply pass the styling to this text widget, right? So or the text that we have passed. So I need to just write a style, because I need to pass a style to this text that we have passed, right? Now in the style I need to pass a text style function, right? Now you will say that Shivam, does we need to remember all these things, like first we have passed a style, then what really the function name, does we need to write a text style, or is there is something that we need to remember? Okay, so you can just hover this cursor in this style and it simply says that it has a text style function that you need to use. It is like very easy for you to code, because you don't need to learn all the things. You can just notice that once you simply hover the cursor in any function or any widgets, it's going to simply say that what really that widget and a function has, right? Now once you just hover this cursor in a text style, you will say that it has a color, it has a background color, you can just provide font size, font weight, font style. So there are a lot many things you can simply check, right? So what I need to do is that I need to simply increase the size of this text. So I need to just pass a font size, and we can just pass like 20.0 that you can see over here, right? Now I need to pass like font weight. Basically I need this text in a bold form, so I need to use a font weight, and I just need to pass font weight dot bold. You can see that there are a lot many things like bold, W100, W200. So these are the different styling that you can simply pass to this text widget. I need font weight dot bold, so I'm going to use this, and you can see that now it's simply been shown something like this, and you can simply see over here, right? Now this was the font size and a font weight. There are a lot many things in a text style, so don't need to worry. Once we move to the coming chapters, then I'm going to just tell you about the lot many things that the text widget has, right? So I need to do one thing. You can see that it is at the center. I don't need this at the center. I need this to be aligned to the left position. So what I need to do, you know that in the column main axis works something like this, and cross axis will work. So I need to just write a cross, because I need to move this text to the left side. So I need to just write cross axis alignment dot start, and it will just tell the all the widgets that this column widget has to move to the left side, because we have just passed cross axis alignment dot start. Now you will notice that this has been simply shifted to the left side that we need, right? So this is what the text you can see. Now you can see that there is some spacing between this image widget and the text widget, right? Now when you need to pass any spacing between two widgets, there is the use of another widget which is like in size box, right? Now you can use this size box. Now here we just need to pass the size box, and we can just pass like how much spacing I need to pass. Basically the size box will just create some box over here that can't be seen through your eyes. Of course it can't be seen. It is like a transparent box that has been simply been created over here. So you can just pass the height, and in the height you can just pass up to 30.0. I will just tell that I need a spacing up to 30, something like this. Okay, so this is what you can see. Now we have just passed the text widget and these things. Now we just need to display the username, right? Now the username has the same thing, the another text widget. So I'm going to just write the text widget over here, and I'm going to just pass my username. So that will be like Shivam Gupta. Okay, so this is the username. We can just pass the styling again. We can use a text style. Okay, now here I just need to pass the color, which will be like colors dot black. Now you will see that Shivam, it's not a proper black color, it's like a light shade of a black color. I'm going to show you that how you can use now a custom color in the text widget by using a color palette, right? So here I'm going to just pass the font weight, and we can just use the font weight which will be like W500. Okay, so this is the thing that you can see over here. Now as I've told you that you can just pass a different shade of a black color, you can see that here is some box that has been simply been shown over here just beside the color, right? So I'm going to just click to this, and you can see that it simply display a complete color palette that you can choose. Like you can, like once you select the color from here, like here you can see that this is the circle. You can just move this circle according to the color that you need. I need this for a black color, so I'm going to just move to the black color. And here you can see that this is how you can just pass a shade, right? So once you choose a color, now you can choose a shade that you want, and here you can just move to the different colors that you need. There are lot many colors there. It's up to your choice that what you want to use, right? Now you can see that once I shift to this, here it simply automatically shows the color that we need. So this is an awesome function by a Flutter, from where you can just select a color by simply moving a cursor, right? You don't need to write a custom color code again and again, because that will be a really headache for you. Like to just find a color code again and again and just paste this over here. So this, you can see that this is what that we have done. Okay, so I think so we can just increase this up to this, and if you want to pass the font size, you can do that as well. We can just write font size, and we can just increase this up to 18.0. I think so that is too much. Let's decrease it down to 50, right? So we have just passed the name, the username, and this all the things. Now as I've told you about that, there is a button which is like a follow button, right? Now to create a button, there is another widget which is like an elevated button. Okay, elevated button, right? Now here you can just see that there is an on press method that has been passed to an elevated button. This means that once the user tap to this follow button, we need to execute some of the actions, right? We need to increase his followers. Okay, so this is the thing that we need to do. So here I'm going to just keep it null by this, and here it simply says me that what you want to pass in a child. I need to display the text widget, so I'm going to just write a text widget. In the text widget, I'm going to just pass a button name which is like in follow, right? So I'm going to directly write a follow over here. So you can see that this is how the button has been simply displayed over here. So this is how you can just create an elevated button, but I usually prefer that to make a custom button rather than elevated button, because elevated button has very less functionality. It's up to your choice that if you want to use. So I'm going to create a custom button. So for that I'm going to just write a container, and in the container I'm going to just pass the width. I'll just pass the width up to 200, and we can use a decoration, a box decoration, color, and I want to pass the color to this container, right? So I need to just write colors dot black. Okay, I need to just pass the border radius as well, because you can see that this button has been completely circular, maybe up to 60. So I can just pass the border radius, which will like border radius dot circular, and we can just pass up to 60, right? Now once we do this, I can just pass the height up to 50. Okay, now here I just need to pass the child, and I need to write a text widget, because as you can see that there is a follow text. So I need to just write a follow, and I need to pass on styling a text style color. In the color you can notice that there is a color white, and we can just pass the font size, which will be like 18.0, and we can directly write font weight dot bold. Okay, so this is the thing that you can do. I think so you're getting what I'm trying to explain over here, because if you are thinking that what to write now, because this is a first time that you might be coding, so don't need to worry. As we just move with our coming chapters, then you can get to know that how you can simply speed up your coding process, right? So you can see that this is the button, but I think so width is too much. You can just decrease it down up to 150, and the text has been shown over here. I need this at the center, so you don't need to do anything. You need to wrap up this text widget with a center. So here you can see that this is the button that has been simply displayed over here, right? So this is the thing. Okay, this is the button. Now you can notice that you will see that Shivam, it is at the right side. I don't need something over here. Now that's the thing that I'm trying to explain over here, because we are writing all the widgets in a column widget, and all the things have been simply displayed vertical form. I need this button to be shown something over here. Now here comes the another widget which has a multiple child, and we can just pass a children over here. So here I'm going to just wrap up this text widget with a widget which will be a row widget, just to store all the widgets now in a vertically form. As I've told you that the difference between a column and a row widget, does it make sense? Like it's already make a sense by a column and row. So once we need to store all the widgets in vertical position, use a column widget. Once you need to store all the widgets in horizontal form, use a row widget, right? Now once we do this, now here you can see that I need to just do one thing. I need to cut this container from here. I need this something over here just after this name, so I need to just paste this something over here. Okay, now you can see that it has been simply displayed over here that we need. Okay, now I need this to be displayed over here. So what I'm going to do is that if you are thinking that you can pass a size box, like you can just write a size box, and you can just pass the spacing by using width, not a height, because you need to pass something from a vertical direction, so you need to pass a width. So that will be just not make your app really responsive. So here in the row widget, what I'm going to do is that now I'm going to move to the main axis, because I need the spacing from a main axis. So from the main axis, the row will going to work vice versa that we have just done for the column widget, right? So I'm going to just write main axis alignment dot, and I need to pass a space between. Now this will just help us to provide a maximum space between the widgets, right? So we have just passed a text widget and this button, so it's going to simply pass a maximum space between them. So now we got a simply follow button at the right side that you can see over here, right? So it is working brilliantly, right? Now once we do this, now here we can just write an about section. I'm giving you up to like 2 to 3 minutes to write an about section. You can simply pause this course and you can just write the about section. Now I think so you got to know that how you can just write this about section, and I'll just get back in few seconds. Yeah, okay, I think so you have wrote an about section, right? So there is a simple thing that you need to do, which is like you need to pass a size box, the spacing first, then you need to just write a text widget to just write a headline, and a size box and a text widget right again, right? So I've just wrote this: hello, I'm Shivam, a Flutter developer who loves to develop a different apps, right? So this is the thing. Now here comes a thing which is like this. You can see that all the widget, basically this is then a text widget, this is a text widget, this is a text widget. So we need to use a row widget, right? So here I need to just write a row widget, and in the row widget I'm going to just write a children. Now here I need to just write a text widget. In the text widget I need to just pass first like a number, so I need to write 629. We can just pass a styling, a text style, again text style, color, we can just pass colors dot black, and the font size we are and 18.0 and font weight which will be like font weight dot w500, right? So now here you can see that we have wrote 629 over here, and you can see that once we write a 629 we need to write a post. Now the post is at the bottom of this number, right? So what I'm going to do is that you can notice that this is a row widget, and to if I write a post again in a row widget, it's going to simply show something over here. Okay, you are getting what I'm trying to explain? This is a row widget, you just write a number, and if you write a post again, it's going to simply show the post over here just below this number. So I'm going to just wrap up this text widget with a column widget, and then I need to just copy this text widget from here, and we need to just directly paste this over here, right? And we need to just now write post. Okay, post, something like this, right? Now I need to use a different color. Maybe we can just pass this. Okay, and we can just decrease down the font weight. Let's keep it black, I guess. Let's keep it black, and let's see how it will look, right? So I can just write colors dot black. Okay, and we can just pass it up to 400, right? So this is what you can see, like 629 post has been shown over here. You can just show this in a, as I think so you have shown in a bold form, right? If you haven't, you can just do that in a bold form. Okay, and you can use the size box so that there will be the spacing from the top. So let's copy this, and we can just paste this over here. Okay, so you can get an enough spacing. You can just manage the spacing, right? Now this is the thing, you can see a 629 post. Now you can just write following as well. So why to write again and again? Let's copy this column widget, let's paste this over here. We are going to just change the number to 201, and we are going to just write following. Following. Okay, this is the thing, right? Now I'm going to just copy this again. We are going to paste this over here, and I need to write followers, which is like 124k. I need to write 124k followers. Okay, now you can see that this is how that we have written, but all the things has been stuck right now. We haven't passed anything like a spacing and all. Now here, as I've told you that we need to pass the spacing from a main axis of an row widget. So I need to move over here. I need to write main axis dot space evenly. It's going to provide an even space between all the widgets, right? Something like this. Now it is at the complete center that we needed, right? I can just pass the spacing, which will like 20. Now this is card that we have created by using a simple Flutter widgets, and I think so it's really easy for you to understand all these things, right? Now we can just provide the border radius to this complete container as well, that you can notice over here. So here you can just move, and here you can just pass the border radius. So I need to write border radius, which will like border radius dot circular, and we can directly pass up to 20. Okay, so this is what you can see. Now you can also notice that there is some elevation that has been passed to this container. You can just do one thing, like you can just wrap up this container with a widget, which will like a material widget. Now in the material widget, you can just pass the elevation, which is like 5.0. Now when you are passing the elevation, it's going to look something like this, because we have just passed a padding and a margin inside this container. Okay, so once you pass a material widget, it's going to work outside this container, not inside the container. Okay, so you just need to wrap up this material widget with a container again. So you can see that this is how it has been shown over here. We just need to cut this margin. We need to paste this outside the material widget, something like this. Now you can see that it looks, and now I'm going to copy the border radius, and we need to provide the border radius to the material widget as well. So we are going to just paste this over here. This is how it looks, and you can see that we have just also provide the elevation to this container that has been displayed over here. So this is how we have shown you that how you can use a simple Flutter widgets, and you got to know about a main widgets, like we have covered like about a container widget, column widget, a row widget, and stack widget, and many other widgets, right? So in our coming chapters, we are going to create something really interesting on this course. Also, I'm going to teach you about Dart programming, because Dart programming is also very necessary for you to learn. So we are also going to cover a Dart programming, right? So now we are going to create the headline of our app. Basically, you can see that we have just wrote, this is basically a headline of our app. Basically, you can see that we have just wrote like daily grocery food, and there is a search icon that we need to display. So basically we are going to do something like this in our app as well. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that here I will move to the leaf folder, and in the leaf folder I'm going to create another folder. Now you will say that, Shivam, why I'm creating this folder? So basically when you code, you want everything to be in a structured manner, because if you want to find any respective page, then you can simply navigate to that page easily. Basically this is a simple app, but for example, if you are developing some complex apps, like you are providing a service provider app where there is more than one side, basically a user side and a provider side, so there will be a lot many screens or a code that we need to write. So to move that to a respective screen, we just need to create a folder which will be easy for us to navigate to that respective page. Okay, I think so you are getting why I'm trying to tell you to just create a folder in a structured manner so that you can just navigate to that respective page accordingly, right? So here we'll move to the leaf folder, and in the leaf folder we are going to create a new folder. So we are going to create a new folder which will like a pages folder. I'm going to just keep the folder name pages, and inside this pages folder I'm going to create a new file name. So in our pages folder we are going to just add all the page that we need to simply show in our app, right? So I'm going to just write home dot. Okay, so this is the thing that we need to do. Now again, as I've told you that we need to import the package so that we can use our widgets. Okay, and then I need to pass a stateful widget rather than a stateless widget. So I'm going to just use a stateful widget. Okay, so I'll just keep the page name which will be like an home, right? I think so you're getting what I'm trying to explain over here. Okay, so now once we do all these things, now here as I've told you that we are going to create first headline of our app. Basically in the headline you can see that this is a text that we have shown, which is like a daily grocery food with a icon, with a search icon, right? Now I'm telling you that what widget that we need to use. I'm giving you up to 1 minute or 30 seconds to think that what widgets that we are going to use, right? So I think so you got to know like what widgets we are going to use. If not, I'm going to explain you, right? So as I've told you that when you are adding any widgets to that respective page, please make sure that you need to pass that in a scaffold widget. Okay, as I've told you that this is a main house structure, and inside the house structure we are going to add a different widgets, right? So without the scaffold you can't add a different widget. So I just need to write a scaffold. Now in the scaffold I'm going to create a complete body of our app, right? So I'm going to just write a body, and in the body I'm going to first write a container, right? So I'm going to first write a container that will be display, and then I need to pass a child. As I've told you that the container is a single child, so we are going to just pass a container, then a child. And if you are telling me that we need to use a column widget, then you are totally correct. Then we just need to use a column widget. So I need to just write a column. Okay, so this is the thing that we need to do. So container, and then we need to pass a column. Okay, now for an headline, as you can see that now here this is the text and this is the button, right? So we need to display two widgets. So first one is an text and the second one is a button, right? So we can't pass that directly in a column widget. As I explained you, when you need to simply display the widgets horizontal form, you need to use a row widget, right? So I need to write a row children, then I need to use a text widget, right? So in the text widget I need to just write daily grocery food. Okay, so this is the thing that we need to do, which is like in text we need to pass a text widget, and we just need to write a daily grocery food. Okay, now we need to pass a styling. So as I've told you that to pass a styling you just need to write a style, a text style, color. In the color I need to write colors dot black. We need to pass the font size like 20.0 and we are going to keep it bold. So I'm going to just write font weight dot bold. Okay, something like this. Now let me call the home page so that I can show you basically what all code I'm writing. So I'm going to just call our home page, something like this, right? So this is the home page that you can see. You can see that once we run any app, you will just find this banner, which is like a debug banner. Okay, if you think that I don't need this banner over here, you just need to move to the material app and make sure that you just need to write debug show check mode banner to false, and once you pass this banner will be simply removed from here. Right now you can see this is the text, but I can't see that properly. I need to pass a margin. As I've told you that margin works outside a container, so I need to pass a margin because this is the complete container. Let me show you. Okay, so this is the complete container, colors dot red. So this is the complete container. You can see it is a color, default color that has been set to the container, which is white. So this is the container and I need to pass a margin. So I need to just write a margin here as well, which write dot only. From the top, let's pass like 50.0. So now you can see this is the text, and we can directly pass from left position as well, which will like 20.0, right? So the basic reason why we have passed a container is very clear. Because once we pass a container, then we can just manage the spacing, because you can see that there is some spacing like at this side from the left side. So if you pass a container, then you can pass a spacing directly to all the widgets. You don't need to pass the spacing individually to the each widget, right? So that will save you lots of time, right? Why we have used the container. And you can see that the spacing is also there from the top, so that spacing is also been provided by a container, right? So this is the text. Now you will say that Shivam, it has been written like daily and the text has been written like grocery food. Does we need to write, or does we need to use a to text widget? So no, we don't need to use a to text widget. There is a command which is an /n. Now this is the command that will just tell that to write a daily in a single line, then change the line and write the text that has been there. So it will just change the line and it's going to write daily and a grocery food. So /n will just make the work really easy. You don't need to write the text widget again, right? So I'm going to increase the font size to 24, like daily grocery food, or let's write 28. Okay, I guess 28 is enough, or let's write 26, right? So this is the thing which is where we have just passed a daily grocery food, right? Now let's move, and you can see that if you want to pass a different styling to your text widget, there is a font style, right? You can just pass a font style to your text that you have passed over here, and you can just pass a styling to that respective text widget. So how you can simply get that font, right? So there is a website which is like a Google font. Let me show you. So this is an official website by Google, which is like in fonts.google.com. You can simply search, and it has a lot many varieties of fonts that you can simply download. It is totally free, so you can simply download and use, and you can use that font in your app as well, right? So I'm going to use the font which will like in Poppins. Okay, so this is the font that I'm thinking to use in my app. It's showing on Hindi, so don't need to worry why it's showing on Hindi. So now I'm going to just get a font, and I'm going to download all, and I'm going to click to this, and you can see that this Poppins folder has been simply downloaded over here. So I need to do one thing. I need to first open this respective folder, and then I need to move over here. As I've told you that to save all the image, we have created an images folder in our last chapter, right? Now to save all the fonts, we need to create a fonts folder. So I'm going to just create a new folder which will like in fonts folder, and inside the fonts folder I'm going to paste all the fonts that I need to use in my app, right? So I'm going to use the font which is like in Poppins semi-bold.ttf. So I'm going to paste this directly over here, and we just need to do this much to use this font. If you are thinking this, then you're totally wrong, because the same process that we have done for the image, we need to do for this as well, right? We need to move to the perspec.ml file, and in the perspec.ml file, here you can see that there is a fonts section. Now we just need to uncommand this first, and in the fonts I need to pass an family. Okay, so we can just pass a family name that we are using, which is like an Poppins family. So I'm going to just write Poppins. Okay, now this is the family name that we have passed. Okay, now here it simply says me that where you have spaced that fonts, simply tell me that asset link. Okay, so we have just saved that in a fonts folder. So this is a fonts folder. Now tell me that exact file name. So for the file name, I'm going to just copy this file name. Rather than writing the file name, I'll just suggest you that please copy the file name, because there will be chance that if you pass a small letter or capital letter, then it will simply throw the error, right? So why to do that? I'm going to directly paste this over here, and this is how you can just now use a Poppins font, right? Now let's move to the home.dart back again. Now to use that font, what I need to do is that here I need to write in font family, because we are using a font family. So I'm going to just write a family name which is like in Poppins, right? And now this text look exactly that has been shown over here. So here it has been used a Poppins font, so that Poppins font we have directly used in our app as well, right? Now this is the thing. Now let's move with a button. So for the button I need to write a container, and here you can see that in the button there is a border that has been simply provided to this search icon, right? Now to do that, I'm writing a container, and in the container I just need to write an icon which will be like icons dot search. Okay, so this is the icon that you can see. Now here I need to pass a border. So for the border I need to just write decoration, a box decoration, and if you want to check that if this container going to provide me the border or not, you just need to hover the cursor something over here, and you can see that it simply says that it has a border. So I need to just write border. In the border I need to write border.all. okay, something like this. I need to pass the color which is like colors.gray. okay, so this is the thing. Now you can't see this like very clearly. I think so we can just pass a width up to 2.0. okay, now you can see this, and I need to just do one thing. Basically we can just pass a padding edge insert.all, and we can just pass up to 10. If you are thinking that to pass or to increase the size of this icon, you can just pass up to 30.0. this is what that has been displayed, something like this. okay, or if you want to pass a width or height to the container, you can do that as well. You can just pass a width up to 80, and you can just pass the height up to 100. I think so that's too much, so I need to just decrease it down to 70. Let's remove this padding from here, and let's decrease the to 80, right? So this is the thing. Now we just need to pass the border radius as well, that you can see. So for the border radius I need to just move over here inside the box decoration. I need to write border radius dot circular, and I think so it's 40. okay, right? So it looks something like this, but if you want to pass a different shade of a gray color, you can just manage this as well. okay, and if you are thinking that to provide some more width, you can do that. Let's pass 3. okay, I guess that's okay. Yeah, now it is right. So this is the thing. Now I need to move this to the right side. As I've told you that rather than passing a size box, I'll just use main axis alignment dot space between. okay, now this is the thing, right? Now you can see that it has been stuck to the right side. I need some spacing, so we can just pass from the right position 20.0, right? So this is the header that we have created for our app, where we have just passed a text widget, and this is the icon, right? So now we are going to use the class method. Now this class method will just save our lots of time, because we don't need to pass a styling to the text widget again and again, right? So here we'll move to the leaf folder, and in the leaf folder I'm going to create a new folder name like services, and inside the services folder I'm going to create a new file name which is like an app widget.dart. okay, so here I'm going to create a class name which is like an app widget class, and now here I'm going to use a styling, or we are going to pass a styling, and I'll show you that you can just pass a styling to that respective text widget in just 2 words. Yes, you heard it right. We can just pass a styling to that respective text widget in just 2 words. Let me show you how we are going to do that. So here I'm going to just write static, and in the static I'm going to just pass a text style. okay, we are going to manage the text style, so I'm writing a text style. Now I'm going to write a function name. okay, so you can just write any function name, it's up to your choice. So I'm going to just write bold text style. So when I need to pass a bold text style to any text, I'm going to use this function, right? Now here I pass this. Now I need to just return, and in the return I'm going to return the design. So I'm going to return the design. So I'm going to copy this, or we are going to cut this text style directly from here, and we need to just paste this something over here, right? So this is the thing, and we are going to call a colors. So it's like colors.black, the font size and a font weight and a font family, right? Now you will see that Shivam, there will be a case that we might use a different color, we might use a different font size, because you can notice that here all the font size may vary. Here you can see that the font size is too much, it is too less over here, the color has been changed something over here. So the color and the size may vary. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just pass a color, and in the color I'll write a color, and then I need to pass a double, and we just need to pass a size, right? Now you will say that Shivam, why we have passed a double, a size, and what really the double is. So let me explain you about a double, right? So when you need to pass something, a value in the form of point like 26.0, 22.0 or 10.0, then you need to use a double. You can't use an integer. In the integer you can't pass in a decimal form, you need to directly pass a number, right? So in the double you can just pass like a size, and I'm going to just write a size, okay? And here I'm going to just write a color, okay, something like this. Okay, now I can just manage the color and size as well. Now I'm going to show you that, as I've told you, that we are going to just pass a style into the text widget in just 2 words. So I need to first call our class name, which is an app widget class, and then I need to just write dot, and it's going to show me all the function that the app widget class has. So it has now a single function, it's like in bold text style. So I'm going to directly use that, and it says me that what color you want to pass. I'm going to just tell them that I need that colors to black, and then I need to just pass a size which will like 20.0. Now you can see that by just doing this, I can just pass a styling to this respective text widget. We just need to call a class name, which is the first thing, and a function name. This is the second thing. So by using just 2 things, we can pass a styling to the text widget. We don't need to write a styling again and again. So that's an awesome usage of this class method that will make your work really easy. Now once we cover the headline, now I'm going to just show you that how we are going to show the different categories by using a list. Create a list view, okay? So here you can see that this is the categories that we need to display in our app, which is like a fruit, fast food, vegetables, and some more categories. So now what we are going to do is we are going to just display the categories by using the list view, right? Now you will say that Shivam, like once we select a category, it's going to simply change something like this, so that the user can know that what category that they have selected, right? So now what I'm going to do is that first I'm going to create a 2 containers, and I'll show you that how it's going to look once we have selected a respective category and once it has not been selected, right? So what I'm going to do is that first here outside this row widget and inside the column widget, I'm going to just write a container, right? Now in the container, I need to first pass a decoration. You know that once you need to pass a color to any container or any structure that you want to use, you need to pass a box decoration. And here you can just pass colors dot gray, okay? Now here I need to pass a child. Now you can see that this text that has been shown over here, so we need to just write a text widget. In the text widget, I need to just pass like fast food, okay, something like this. Okay, now here I need to pass in styling an app widget class. As I've told you that you don't need to write a styling again and again. You need to call our app widget class name, and it's going to show all the functions that the app widget class has. I need to write dot, and now it's going to show me all the functions that the app widget class has. So I need to pass bold text style. Let's pass colors dot black, something like this, and we need to pass the size of an text that we need to display. I'll just pass 20.0 that you can see over here. But you can see that the color that has been passed over here is totally light color. So I'm going to just manage the color something like this, as I have explained you before how you will do that, right? Something like this. Now you can see that the text that we have been passed over here and the text that have been passed over here, it's totally different. You can see that it's simply show in a bold form. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create a next function that will help us to pass a text style which will be like a medium bold form. Okay, so I need to pass like static, and here I need to pass a text style. Okay, I need to write a text style, and we just need to write a medium text style. Okay, text style. Okay, now here I just need to pass the color. Okay, let's pass the color. I'll just pass the color first. Okay, now here I just need to pass the double. In the double I'm going to maintain the size, so I need to just write a size, something like this. Now here I need to return. In the return I'm going to just write a text style. Now you will say that Shivam, we already have a font family of Poppins which will help us to give a bold font or bold styling to that respective text widget. We need the font style in a medium form. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to use the another font in our fonts folder so that we can just pass a medium styling to our text widget, right? Because we can't use a Poppins, otherwise it will be again in a bold form, right? So you can just move to the Poppins folder back again, and here I'm going to use the which will be like Poppins medium.ttf, and we are going to paste this over here. Now if you are, as I've told you that if you are using the font, then please copy the respective font name and we just need to pass it over here so that we can use that accordingly, right? Now here I just need to pass a family. In the family I'm going to just write a Poppins, like Poppins medium. Okay, so I need to write Poppins medium. Now we just need to pass a font family name. I'm going to paste this over here. So this is what you can see. Now once we do this, now let's move back to our home page, and in the home page, or let's move to the app widget class, and here I need to first pass a color. In the color I'm going to just maintain the color, something like this. I need to pass the font size. In the font size I'm going to maintain the size by using the size, and then I need to pass a font style. In the font style I'm going to just pass a Poppins, which is medium, right? So I need to write Poppins medium. Okay, sorry, font style and font family, yeah. So font family, we just need to pass a Poppins medium, right? Because it is a family name, not a styling name, right? So here we can just pass a Poppins medium, and as I've told you that make sure that when you're passing the family name, it should be exact that you are passing over here. Otherwise it's going to recognize like what family you have passed, right? So this is the thing. Now what I'm going to do, we'll move back to the home page, and we just need to change the function name from appwidget medium text style, right? So this is, now you can see that now the text has been shown in some lighter form that we needed, and we are going to decrease the font size to 18, right? Now I need to maintain the height. Let's pass up to 40, and we need to pass a width up to 100, and we are going to center this with the help of center widget. I think so we need to increase the width up to 140, something like this, and then I need to pass a border radius. So I need a border radius of circular which will be directly of 60. Okay, something like this. So you can see that we have just passed this, and it look exactly that have been passed over here. So this is how it has been shown once the category is not selected. Now once the category is selected, we are going to display something like this. Now here comes the usage of a list view. Now as I've told you that list view will help us to show all the category either in a horizontal position or in a vertical position. I'm going to create a model. Now what is a model? So here you can see that once we pass a category, we need two things, basically a name and whether this category has been selected or not. So I'm going to create a class category, and we are going to keep the two things, which is a name and a is selected, just to know that whether this category has been selected or not. Okay, so we are going to store that in a model, and in the model I'm going to just create a new file name which will be like in category model. Okay, so I need to write category model dot. Okay, now here I need to first pass a class name, as I've told you, which will be like category model, and we can just keep it category. Okay, and here I need to just pass a final, and in the final I can just pass a string. As I've told you that we need a name of that respective category, and then whether that has been selected or not. So I need a boolean character for that, and we are going to check that, like if it is pressed, then we are going to check the fast food and we are going to make the fast food to true, so we need to pass a boolean character, right? As I've explained about a boolean character, like you can just pass a true or false command in a boolean character, and you can check that whether this thing has been selected, whether it is true or false, and we can execute that, right? So I just need to pass is selected, and we are going to pass something like this. Now here I just need to pass a category. In the category I need to get all these things, so I'm going to pass this dot name, and we need to pass a required function because the name and is selected is necessary for the each category, right? Now once we do this, now here let's move back to the code in our home page, and in the home page I'm going to create a list. Now what is a list? So I will explain you that a list. So here it is a list, I'm writing a list. Now list will simply indicate it as an square bracket, right? Now here I'm going to pass a list, and in the list I'm going to store a multiple category, right? Now I want to tell you one thing, that something that has been simply indicated in a square bracket is known as a list. I'm going to talk about more thing about a map. Like if you are passing something with a curly braces, it's going to act as a map. I'm going to tell you about a map in the coming chapters. So now you need to just know about a list. So something that has been simply indicated in a square bracket is going to act as a list, right? Now in this list I'm going to store a category. So I need to first call a category model that we have created. Now here I need to pass a categories. So I need to write a categories, something like this. Okay, now let's call this first. So I'm going to directly call our category model. You can see that. Now I'm going to store all the categories that I need to display in my app. So I need to first pass a category, and here I just need to pass is selected to true, because once we directly move to this page, the fruit will be simply been selected automatically. So we are going to just pass like is selected for true, and we are going to just pass the name of our first category, which is like in fruits. So I'm going to just write a fruits, something like this. Now I just need to pass the another category, and in the category I'm going to just maintain this. So I need to pass false, and then I need to pass a name which will be like in fast food. I need to pass fast food, okay, and then the false again, and the name of our third category, which is vegetables. I can just write vegetables. Okay, now our fourth categories, I need to write category false, the name of our fourth category, which will be like in drinks. So I need to write drinks, something like this. Okay, so we have just passed our four category. Now we are going to use the list view just to display all the things, right? So here I need to just pass a list view. So I need to just write a list view, something like this. Now this is another widget. So in the list view I'm going to use ListView.builder, and in the ListView.builder there are some things that we need to pass, which is our first argument. It simply says me that pass an item builder. Before passing an item builder, there are some things that I need to pass, which is a scroll direction, which will like axis dot horizontal, right? Because we need to display the list view in our horizontal direction, right? Now here I need to pass an item count. In the item count, basically we need to calculate all the categories that we have in our categories list. Okay, so we need to keep a count like how much category we have passed in our categories list. So I just need to keep the count. So I need to pass an item count, and we just need to pass categories dot length, something like this, right? Now here this is the thing which is like in build context, and we have just passed a context, something like this. Now why we have just passed a context, you will say that. So context is something that will just tell the list view that you need to show the items on the home page. So in the index we are going to just keep the index of each category in our category list. So for example, if index is 0, so I want to tell you one thing, that I am telling the 0 and we are counting the first one is because from in the list it starts from 0. So if you tell that how much items are there in the categories, you will say 1 2 3 4, but list will going to count as 0 1 2 3. So make sure that in the index it starts from 0 in the list. When you are passing the list, it's going to start from 0. So 0 1 2 3. So don't get confused why it's saying 3. it starts from 0, so that's why it's counting 3, but for now there is total 4 items on this categories list, right? So this is the thing. Now here I need to just write a final. In the final I need to pass an category. Okay, not this, let's write category equals to, and we just need to pass an categories index. So I'm going to store that first, the index. Then once we do this, I'm going to return. In the return I'm going to just pass a container. Okay, so the container that we have created, so I'm going to cut this container from here and we need to just paste this over here. Okay, so this is the thing, right? Now you will see some error, so let me show you what error you will see. It's going to simply show this error, which is like a render box and error. So you will face this error. You can see that render box error. So you will face this error if you try to pass a list view something directly in a column widget, also in a row widget. So what we need to do, that this list view is something that we need to tell the list view that how much space he should use. If we don't pass that, then of course we are going to face a problem, right? So just to handle this case, I am going to do one thing. I am going to wrap this list view with a container and I will just tell the list view to use only that much space. So I'm going to tell the height and we pass the height up to 50. Now you will see that once we pass this, now we can see all the items in our list view. Okay, now you will see that Shivam, it simply shows the name fast food because we haven't changed anything in our text widget. So what I'm going to do is that we need to pass a category and we just need to pass dot, and it's going to show me the two things that we have stored in our category model. So it shows me that you want to show name, so yes, I need to show name. So you can see that now it simply shows all the things like fruit, fast food, vegetables and drinks. So let me first pass the size box from the top. I'll just pass up to 20.0, so that will be the spacing, right? Now you can see all the things have been stuck. We need the spacing from the right position. So here I need to do one thing, like I can just pass a margin as insert dot only from the right 20.0. Okay, or we can just pass 20.0. As I've told you that margin works outside the container, so this is how we can just pass a margin. Don't pass padding, otherwise the padding will start going to work inside the container, right? Now this is the thing. Now here we can see all the categories. Now here what I need to do is that once I select any type of respective category, we need to just change the is selected to true, just to indicate that that category we have selected, right? So what I need to do is that here I need to first change the color of this respective container. So you can notice that once we select a respective category, this is how it's going to look. It's going to simply change the color. So what I'm going to do is that we are going to first change the color of this box or a container. So here I need to just remove this and we just need to check that if the category is selected. If is selected is true, I mean that the respective category has been selected, then we need to just change the color of that container to black. Okay, something like this. So here you can see this, and we need to also change the color of an text. So I need to just pass this here as well, and we just need to pass like if the category is selected is true, then I need to just change the color to white. Okay, something like this. So now we can see that this is how we can just indicate that the respective category that we have selected, right? So this is a fruit, fast food, vegetables and drinks, right? Now here what I need to do is that once I press to fast food, I need this to be changed to this, how we have selected this respective category, and we just need to change a fruit to a normal one, right? So what I need to do is that here I need to just wrap this container with a gesture detector. Now here comes another thing, like once we need to pass any execution, like you want to pass any execution, like once user tap to this fast food and you want to put any execution, you need to wrap up with a gesture detector, and there is a function name which is like an on tap. Like once the user tap to this container, we need to pass some execution, right? So you need to pass something like this, and once we do this, now here I need to just pass a set state. Now what is in set state? So set state is something like it will simply refresh the page for once we pass in set state. So for example, if I click to this fast food, I want this fast food categories to be keep in a highlighted form, and I want this page to be get refreshed just to know that the category has been selected by the user, right? So the set state will just refresh the page for once. So keep in your mind, like once you want to refresh the page, use a set state. I think so it's clear. I need to just pass a categories, and in the categories I'm going to just pass a map. So categories dot map. Okay, so in the map what I'm going to do is that here, okay, let's pass this bracket as well. Okay, so in the map I'm going to return, and in the return I'm going to just pass a category, and in the category I need to pass a name which will be like e dot name. Okay, and then I need to pass a selected. So we are going to just keep the e dot name is equals to category dot name. I'm going to explain about all these things. Okay, and we just need to pass like dot to list. Okay, so this is the thing that we have done. I think so you're getting confused. Let me explain you. So here you can see that we have just created a categories list. Okay, so you can see that this is a categories list, right? Now what we have done is the simple thing. So we have just passed a categories, we have called a map, and in the map we have passed, like as I've told you, the map is simply indicated with an curly braces, right? And here we can just pass a return, and in the return I have just passed a category, and in is selected we have just check that e dot name is equals to category name. So what I need to do is that, so here in the is selected we have just passed like e dot name. It means that e dot name, here we are getting the name of, like for example if I click to this fast food categories, now e dot name will help us to get this text which is like fast food, and we are going to just check that once we press to this respective category and the category name is equals to e dot name, I mean the selected category, and the category name is true, then we are going to make is selected to true. I think so you're getting what I'm trying to explain, and we are going to just change the name to e dot name, something like this. Okay, so this is what that we have done, and we have just changed that to list. Right now what I'm going to do, I'm going to click to this and let's see the execution works or not. So here you can see that once I click to this, now the fruit is in the normal form and fast food has been changed to the selected form, and we need to do same for the vegetables and drinks. So it is working brilliantly as you can see over here, and we can select any type of respective category that we want. Okay, so this is the thing that we have learned. Okay, now you will say that Shivam, from the right side it has been simply cut, it doesn't look good. So what I need to do is that I need to pass, or we need to remove this margin from a right position, and we can directly pass this something over here. I need to pass edge insert dot only from the right, which will be like 20.0. Now you can see that we can just see this, and it doesn't look bad right now, and it looks really great, right? So this is how you can just pass a list view, right? Move, and now the next thing that I need to create is like popular fruits, right? So I need to just display a popular fruits. You can see that it has been written a popular fruits, and we are going to show the popular fruits over here. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is that you can see that this is the one text widget, and this is the another text widget that we need to show, right? It is completely in the horizontal position, and as I've told you that once you need to simply show all the widgets in a horizontal direction, you need to use a row widget, right? So directly you can just move over here. I'm giving you up to like 1 minute just to write a row. I think so 1 minute is enough for to just write a row and adding a 2 widgets in that row. So you can just add the 2 widgets in the row. I'm waiting for the 1 minute and we'll get back in 1 minute, right? Okay, I think so you have written that, right? So now let me show you that how we can do that. So I just need to pass a row children. I need to just pass a text widget, and the text which is like popular fruits, I need to just write popular fruits. Okay, something like this. So popular fruits, and then I need to pass in styling and app widget class dot, we can use bold text style, we can just pass colors dot black. Okay, and then I need to just maintain the size of this text which will be like up to 18.0. So this is the text you can see. I need to pass the spacing, so I'm going to use the size box. Let's pass the height up to 20.0, right? I'm going to increase the font size of this text, so I need to just pass up to 20. Right now, popular fruits, and I need to show this text which is like she all. It is just in a medium form, so I need to just pass a text widget, and then I need to just write see all. Okay, so I need to write see all styling and app widget class dot medium text style. We can use colors dot black, but we are not going to use an exact black color, as you have noticed that. So I'm going to just maintain the size as well, so I need to pass up to 16.0. We are going to use a different shade of a black color, maybe up to this, or we can just pass up to this. As I've told you that if you want to pass a maximum space between two widgets in a row widget, you need to just move to the row widget, and rather than passing a size box, as I've told you that you can just use a main. As I've told you, in the row the main works from the horizontal direction and the cross works from the vertical direction, right? So now here I need to pass a main axis alignment dot space between, just to provide a maximum space. Now you can see that this text has been stuck to the right side, so for that you can just wrap up this with a padding, and we can just pass dot only. I'm passing dot only because I need a padding just from the right side. I can just pass like 20.0. So this is how we can just show this thing, right? Now once we do this, now we are ready to show all the fruits in our popular fruits section. As you can simply notice that there are lot many fruits has been displayed over in the home page in a grid position, right? You can see that there is two fruits that has been shown in a row position, and there are the multiple fruits that can be shown in the column position once the user scroll the screen, right? So this is basically how it's going to simply displayed in the form of grid. You can see that from the cross axis there are the two fruits that we need to display, and from the main axis we are going to display as many fruits as we want, right? So now what I'm going to do is that just to display all the fruits in the form of grid, I'm going to use a important widget which is like in GridView. Okay, I have told you that once you need to display the items in the form of list, you can use a ListView, and if you want to display the items in the form of grid, as you can notice over here, we can use a GridView. So that's a basic difference between a ListView and a GridView. I think so it's much clear. Like once you want to display something in the form of list, use a ListView, and something if you want to display in the form of grid, use a GridView. Okay, that's a simple difference. Now I'm going to simply first create one container, and then I'm going to use this container in our grid view, right? Simply notice that I have just added some image in our images folder. In our chapter 2, I have taught you that how you can simply get the image from your asset where you have saved. So now I'm going to create this container as I've told you, right? So now I'm going to just do one thing. Like first I need to just write a container, right? Because we need a container. I just need to pass a decoration, a box decoration, because we need to pass a color to this container. I will just write gray child, and you can see that all the things have been aligned to with a vertical position. So I need to just use a column widget. I think so now it's very easy for you all to understand that why we are using the column widget and a row widget again and again, right? So column, and now I need to first display the image. So I need to just write image dot asset, because we are getting that from our asset folder, and the folder name is like images, and the file name that I need to use, which is like apple.png. Now make sure that when you are writing the file name, it should be exact that has been written over here, because any mismatch will simply create a problem, right? Now you, for example, if this is like apple.png file and you just write apple.jpg file by mistake, then you are thinking that why I'm facing this error. So make sure that when you are writing the image file name, please make sure that you write that exactly that has been shown over here, right? Now I just need to pass a different shade of a gray color, maybe up to this, or we can just pass this or this, right? I need to maintain the height. I'll just pass up to 90. We'll just pass a width up to 90, and we are going to directly use a feedbox width.cover, right? This is the thing that I need to do. Okay, so this is the thing. Now I need to do one thing. I need to bring all the things to the left side, but I'm going to use a grid view. I'm showing you that how we are going to create this container right now. Okay, so once we add a grid view, we don't need to do anything extra, just to shift all the things to the left side, right? So I need to pass the size box. In the size box I need to pass a spacing, that will be the height 20.0. Now I need to show the text which is like an apple, so which will be in the bold form. So I need to just pass a text widget. In the text widget I need to just write an apple. Okay, I need to pass an styling an app widget class dot bold text style. We are going to just maintain the color which will be black, and we are going to maintain the size up to 18.0. Okay, that's enough. I am thinking that we can just pass the size box height 20.0, that will be enough. Okay, so this is the text. Then we need to show that how much calorie this apple has. So I need to use another text widget, and we just need to write 55 calorie. Then I need to just write style app widget class dot medium text style. Let's pass colors dot black. Then I need to just pass a different shade of black color, maybe up to this. And then I need to pass the size up to 20.0. 20 will be too much, let's decrease it down to 16. Okay, or let's pass up to 15. Okay, that's enough. I need to pass the size box. Let's copy this, let's paste this over here. Let's pass 15. Okay, that's too much, let's pass 5. Okay, 55 calorie, I think so. You can see the text. If not, we can just pass something like this. Okay, now we just need to show this weight like per kg price, and then I need to just show the button, right? You can see that all the things have been shown in a horizontal direction, so we need to use a row widget, right? So inside the column widget I'm going to just write a row widget, right? And then I need to pass the text widget, and in the text widget I need to just, you can see that this text has been shown in a different color and this has been shown in a different color, right? So what I need to do is that I need to first show the pricing, then a per kg thing. So we need to use a two different text widget. We can use a rich text as well, but for now I'm not going to complicate too much by using any other widget. So I'm going to use the two text widget right now just to display this thing, right? So I need to first show the pricing, so I need to write a dollar sign. Now you will say that, Shivam, can we directly write this dollar sign something like this and we can just pass a pricing? You can't do that. It will simply throw the error and it will says that expected an identifier. Okay, so we need to pass some identifier just to indicate or just to use a dollar sign. Okay, so there is a different thing. So if you want to show the dollar currency, you need to just use a slash dollar. Now you can just show this $70 sign something like this, as you can see over here, right? Now if you want to pass something on rupee or any another currency, there is a special identifier that you need to use just to indicate that currency, right? So here, just to display the dollar sign, we need to use slash and a dollar sign. Okay, so just to show the dollar sign, as I told you that it's simply going to throw the error and it will say that please pass some identifier. Okay, so now once we pass this, now we need to pass a styling. Okay, app widget class dot, and we can use bold text style, and now I'm going to use this color. Okay, so for now let's pass colors dot orange. Okay, colors dot orange, maybe up to this. Okay, and we need to pass the size up to 20.0, right? So this is the thing. Now I think so we can just make it really bold. So we can just do one thing. Let's pass maybe up to this. Okay, yeah, I guess that's okay. So this is the thing, and then I need to show per kg. So for the per kg I'm going to copy this and we are going to paste this directly over here, and we are going to just change the text to per kg. Okay, per kg, right? So $70 per kg, right? Now this is the thing. Now we just need to show this button. So for the button I'm going to just write a container, and we just need to pass decoration, box decoration. I have told you in the, I think so in chapter 2, that how you can create a custom button by using color container. So that's a case that we are going to use simply over here. So I'm going to copy the color code, which will be this color code. So let's directly copy this and we are going to just paste this over here, right? Now we just need to use a child icon, and here if you want to display the icons, there are multiple icons that the Flutter has, right? So to use that icons, we need to use a special widget which is like an icon, right? Now once you write an icon, it's going to simply show you that what all thing the icon has. It has a weight, grade, color. You can maintain the size of icon, you can maintain the weight of an icon, you can maintain the color of an icon. Okay, so now to use the icon, we just need to write icons and we need to write dot. Okay, now once you write a dot, it's going to show you the complete list that this icons has. Okay, basically Flutter has some inbuilt icons that you can simply use in your app. So for example, I need this add icon, so I'm going to just write add. So you can see that it simply shows me that there is an add icon available, so I'm going to use, and you can notice that this is how your icon will look alike. It's going to simply show on the left side, right? Now I just need to change the color of this icon because the default color will be simply black. I need to just change the color, and we just need to pass colors.white, something like this. So now it look good. If you want to increase the size of this icon, you can just pass size, and you can pass up to 25.0, right? Or you can just pass 30 as well, right? So this is the thing. Now what I'm going to do is that now you can see that once we use a row widget, then this container we're going to use a complete width of the screen, because so the row widget will simply going to use how much space is there, so it's going to act as a flexible widget. Now you will say that what is flexible widget? So don't need to worry, I'm going to teach you about a flexible widget as well. So now if you want that the row to use only that much space that has been provided over here, as I have told you that we need to pass from the main axis, so I need to pass main axis size dot minimum. There are the two things, like if you want to allow the row to use a minimum spacing, you can use main axis size dot min, and if you want the row to use a maximum space, you can use a main axis size dot max. I will just pass main axis size dot min, and you can see that it's going to use a minimum space. Right now I'm going to directly pass a width, and we are going to use a media query. Okay, so now I think so I've explained about a media query, but I'm going to give you a quick recap like what really media query is, right? So when we are passing a width to the container, as I've told you that we need to think about a responsiveness, because so the app is something that need to be very highly responsive, so that once the user tests the app on the multiple devices, they don't see any errors, right? So rather than passing a fixed width to the container, I will just use a media query. So I'm going to just write media query dot of context dot size dot width, right? And just pass divide by 2, so that it can use a complete, not a complete, a half of the screen, because we have just passed divide by 2. So it's going to calculate a complete width of the screen, and it's going to simply divide by 2, or it will be just, and we are going to just use a half of the screen, right? So this is the thing. Now I need to pass the spacing from the top, so I need to use the size box, and we'll just pass 20.0, right? And we need to pass from the bottom as well, so I need to copy the size box, and let's directly pass this over here. Okay, so this is the thing. Now you will see that Shivam, all the things haven't been aligned to the left side, so you know that what we need to do, we can just use a cross over here and cross axis alignment dot start, because in the column widget the cross going to work from the horizontal direction, and we need to align all the things to the horizontal direction, I mean to the left side. So we just need to pass cross axis alignment dot start. So here it is. I need this image at the center, so I'm going to pass center. I need to pass a padding because I need the spacing from inside a container, so I'm going to directly use a padding edge insert dot all, and will just pass up to 10, right? So this is the thing you can see. If you're thinking that we already pass a spacing, then why need to pass this? You can just decrease it down, right? So this is the thing, right? Now you will see that there is a maximum space that has been provided over here. Now you can use a size box as well, but I will just tell you about another responsive widget that will just help us to make a responsive app. So there is a thing like which is a spacer, right? Now what is this spacer? It is, right? So when you need to pass a maximum space between any widgets, here you can just pass a spacer. Now the spacer will just give a maximum space between the two widgets. So you can see that this is the space that has been given between this text widget and this container or a button, right? So this is the maximum space, and if the container size will shrink, I mean this container size will shrink, then the spacer will manage the spacing accordingly, right? So it don't need to pass a fixed width, otherwise it will show an overflow pixel error, right? So now this is the thing. Now here I need to pass a border radius, and we just need to pass border radius dot circular. We can just pass up to 10, or we can maintain it up to 8, right? So this is the button that we have created, and we need to pass this to the complete container as well. So here I will just move, and here I need to pass border radius dot circular, and we can just pass 20. Okay, something like this. So this is what you can see. Okay, now I need to show all the fruits in the form of grid view, so that we can just display all the fruits that we needed, right? So here what I need to do is that again we need to create a model, right? So here we need to move to the model, and we are going to create a new file which will be like in fruits model dot dart. Okay, so this is the thing. Now here I need to create a class name which will be like in fruit. Okay, now in this class fruit name I'm going to create a final, and we just need to pass a string name. Okay, so here you can see that what all things that we needed. We need basically a one thing which is like in fruit name, then a image, then a calorie, then a price. Okay, so these are all the things that we need to display. So what I need to do is that I need to first write a string, and in the string I need the first thing which is a name, then I need a final, again I need to write final string, then I need a image. Okay, we are passing the image in string, because as you know that once we pass an folder name and the file name, it is like in the double inverted comma, right? So that going to act as a string, right? So we just need to pass a file string name image, then I need to write final string calories. Okay, so I need to write calories, then I need to write final string, then I need to pass like a price. Okay, we are also passing the price not in the form of integer right now, we are passing in the form of string. Okay, so later we are going to just manage that, right? So I need to just pass a fruit, and we are going to call all the things. So I need to just pass this dot name, okay, this dot calories, this dot image, and this dot price. Okay, so this dot price. Okay, let's do one thing, let's pass this in double. Okay, and we can just do this thing, and we can just pass name calories, and we can just pass the calories in the form of integer. Okay, so double is something, as I've told you, that if you want to pass something in the form of point like 10.0, 10.2, 3.2, you can just use double. And if you want to pass something in integer like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you can use integer. String is something that simply indicated in double inverted comma. So that's the difference between a string, int, and double, right? So now I need to pass an image, and same for the price, right? Now once we do this, now let's create a function that we need, I mean the list that we need. So we need to move to our home page, and in the home page, the list that we have created for our categories, just below this I'm going to create a list of fruits. So I'm going to just write a list, and then I need to just pass our model name, which is like a fruit. Okay, now once we pass this, we are going to just pass our list name, which is like in fruits, and inside this I'm going to store them. So I'm going to just call a fruit, and then I need to pass our first fruit name, which is like an apple. Calories, we can just pass like up to 55 calorie. You don't need to pass on double inverted comma, as I've told you that we have just passed integer, that's why, right? Then image, so I need to pass images folder name and the file name, which is like an apple.png. So I need to write apple.png, right? Then I need to pass a price. Price is in double form, so make sure that you pass on double. So you can just pass like 70.0, right? So this is the thing that we can just pass. So which is like a fruit. Now we just need to add 3 more fruits that we need, right? So this is how we can just create a list, and you can see that I've added all other 3 fruits that we need, which is like an orange, capsicum, and dragon fruit, right? So now once we do this, now here what I'm going to do is that I'm going to show you that how we are going to create a grid view. Okay, so we are going to just move over here, and here I'm going to just write a grid view. So I need to just write, not over here, outside this column widget, right, container widget, I'm going to just write grid view dot builder. Okay, so grid view, and we just need to write dot builder, something like this. And once we pass this, we need to pass one argument that is very needed, which is like an item builder, right? Now here, what is a grid delegate? Okay, so grid delegate is something like we are going to just show that how much items we need to show in the cross axis count, how much spacing that we need to pass on cross axis. By cross I mean something like this in a horizontal direction, and by the main I mean in the vertical direction, right? So in grid delegate we are going to just keep a count like how much items we are going to pass in cross axis and how much spacing that I need in the main axis, right? So here I'm going to just pass like in the cross, but before that let's write silver grid delegate with fixed cross axis count, and we need a cross axis count up to 2 because I need to show the 2 items in a horizontal direction, right? So I need to pass up to 2. If you want to show 3, we can just pass 3, right? Now I need to pass a cross axis spacing. So how much spacing that I need to show in a cross axis? So I need to just pass a cross axis spacing, which will be like an up to 16, and then I need to pass a main axis spacing, main axis spacing, that will be like up to 16, and then I need to pass a child aspect ratio. Basically it's going to adjust the height by using a child aspect ratio. I'm going to just pass 0.7. right? Now we need to write a important code for our item builder. Okay, so once we pass this, as I've told you about index and all the things remain same that we know about a list view. Okay, so we just need to pass return, and in the return I'm going to create a widget. So rather than writing all the things again in the grid view, there will be lots of code that we need to write over here. Just to make our work easy, I'm going to use a widget method, right? So I'm going to just create a widget, and here I'm going to just write a widget and a function name, which is like a fruit card. Okay, fruit card, and we just need to pass like a fruit, and then I need to just pass a fruit, something like this. Then I need to return, and in the return I need to return this respective container. I'm going to explain you that how really this function will work, so don't need to worry, right? So I'm going to just cut this complete container from here. Let's cut it down from here. Let's paste this directly over here, right? So this is the thing. Now I need to display few things, like I need the image, so I'm going to just write fruit dot image. Okay, so let me explain you like how it's going to work. Basically in return I'm going to just pass this function, which is this function. I'm going to just write a fruit card, and then I need to pass a fruits index. Okay, something like this. Okay, now let me explain you that how it's going to work. We have just called our fruit card, and this is our function which is like a fruit card, and we are going to pass a index. For example, as I've told you that index of a list going to starts from 0. So for example, if it is 0, then the first element that we are going to read, right? So that will be simply passed to this widget, and once we got our first item from our fruits list, then we can just pass the image and all, right? So I need to pass a fruit, and we need to pass a name. Okay, then I need to show the calorie, so I'm going to just write, so you can see that cal will remain as it is. I just need to change the value. Okay, so what I need to do is that here I need to just write fruit dot, I need a calories. I need to add these two things, so I need to just pass a plus sign, something like this. Okay, now you will see that there will be an error, and the error will be simply tell that the argument type num can't be assigned to parameter type string, because in the text widget you can just only pass a string, you can't pass a integer. Now you will see that Shivam, if we want to show the integer, then how we can do that? So we just need to pass one function, like I need to change this integer to string so that we can store that in a text widget. So here I'm going to pass dot, and I will just tell that to convert this to a string, something like this. So now you will see that this is how it's going to work, and we are going to just change the value that we are getting in the form of integer to string, right? Now here once we have done this, now we just need to show the price. I'm going to add plus again, and then I need to pass fruit dot, and then I need to show the price. It is in the form of double, we need to change it to the string, so I need to pass that function again, and now it's going to work, right? So this is the thing, and you will see the error again. As I've told you that why we are going to face this error, it is very clear that if you are using the GridView builder, then make sure that you need to tell that how much space that the GridView should use, same as a ListView, right? So I need to just wrap up this GridView builder with a widget that will be our another responsive widget, which is like an expanded widget. So let me explain you that what really the expanded widget is. Now we can see all these things, right? So what really the expanded widget will do over here? So expanded widget will just tell the grid view to use as much space is there. Okay, so grid view will going to use as much space that has been there. So it's going to expand completely in the column widget, right? You can see that it has been simply been expanded to a complete column widget, right? Now here you can see that this is the error that has been shown over here. Now there is a thing that I want to tell you that, for example, if you forgot to pass an item count to a grid view or a list view, the error will be shown something like this. It will say that I am finding the fourth element. I am not getting a fourth element because, as I told you, that it's going to start from 0. So 0, 1, 2, 3, and it's trying to read a fourth element. You can see that it's saying that I don't have a fourth element, fifth element, because he doesn't know that how much this size of list is. So I need to just pass an item count to the grid view and tell him that there are only the 4 elements in our, or there are only the 4 fruits in our fruits list. So we just need to show only that 4 things. So I just need to pass like fruits dot length, okay, something like this. Now you will see that error has been gone, and we have told that list grid view that there is only a 4 things that we need to display over here, right? Now you will see that there is some unknown padding that has been given over here. Now this is the default padding that has been given by a grid view side. If you don't need this, I just need to pass padding edge inset dot, I just need to write edge insets dot all, and we'll just remove the all, and we'll just replace the all to 0, and we'll just tell the grid view I don't need any padding from your side. So this is how you can just remove the unknown padding that has been given from a grid view side, right? Now this is the thing that we have done. Now you will say that there is a lot many space that has been left. So as I've told you that you can maintain the height of this container directly from here. You can just maintain it something like this, like you can just pass like 5. Okay, that's too much. Let's pass 8. Okay, so I think so 8 is enough, or you can just pass 7, 5 as well. Okay, sorry, 8, 5, not 7, 5. Yeah, 8, 5. Yeah. So you are seeing that it simply shows that bottom overflowed by 9.4 pixel because there is not enough space has been left to display all the things. So I think so 0.8 is enough, right? So this is how we can just show all the elements. We need to pass the spacing from the right side. So what I need to do is that I need to just wrap up this grid view with a padding widget, and again I need to just pass dot only from the right position. Let's pass 20.0, right? So this is the thing. Let's pass up to 10. I guess 20 is enough, and we are going to just increase the size of this container, maybe 7 or 7.5, right? 7.5 is okay, just to display all the things. And now if you want to pass some more spacing and all between these items that has been displayed over here, there is a cross axis spacing and a main axis spacing. So this is all the things that we have learned in the grid view. Now we are going to just learn about a bottom navigation bar, right? To create a bottom navigation bar at the bottom, as you can see over here, I need to create a different pages. Now what will be the different pages all about? So the different pages that we need to create, which will be like an order page, my cart page, and we are going to create a profile page rather than a more page, right? So we need to create all these 3 pages, though we already have a home page, but we need to create these 3 pages first, right? So what I'm going to do is that here I will move to the pages folder, and we are going to create a new file name which will like an order.dart. Okay, so this is the second page, and here I'm going to first import the package again by using material.dart, and we'll keep it empty, right? So we'll just pass a stateful widget, and we just need to pass an order, something like this. Now we are doing this because we need to add these 4 things in our bottom navigation bar. So we just have a home page, we don't have other 3. So we need to create another 3 in our bottom navigation bar, so that once the user click to any of the icon, we can just navigate to that screen, right? So we are just created an order page. Now we need to create a 2 more, which will be a cart page. So I need to write cart.dart, and again I'm going to import the package by using material.dart, and let's pass a stateful widget or a page name which will like in cart. Okay, Now this is the third one. Now the fourth one, as I've told you, which need a profile page. So I need to write profile.dart, again import the package by using material.dart. Let's pass a stateful widget or a page name which will like a profile, something like this. Okay, so now we have created another three. Let's first save all the file. Now once we do all these things, now let's move and let's create the bottom navigation bar. So here for that I will move to the pages folder and we are going to create a new file name which will be like in bottom nav.dart. Okay, now here I'm going to import the package again by using material.dart, and we need to pass a stateful widget, and we just need to pass a page name which is like in bottom name. Right, now once we do this, now here what I'm going to do is that first I'm going to pass int and will keep a selected index. We'll write selected index is equals to 0, something like this. Right, now we have done this because as I've told you that when we are storing something in the list, it starts from 0. So we need to show our default screen which will be in a home page once the user land to the or move. So once the user move inside the app, so we just need to show the home screen. So we need to just keep a selected value to 0, and once the user click to the first icon, we are going to change, I mean the second icon, we are going to just change the 0 to 1. Right, so this is how the list works. So I need to just write final, and here I need to pass list. In the list I'm going to store a widget, so I need to pass a widget. If you want to pass like store a string, you need to pass a string in this brackets, and we just need to write a screen's name. So I need to just write screens, something like this. Okay, now here to indicate a list we need to use a square bracket. Now here this is the thing that we have done. Let's call our home page, then we need an order page, so let's write order page. Then we need a cart one, so I need to write cart page. Then we need what, a fourth one which is like a profile page. Okay, so these are all the 4 things that we need to add in our screens list. Okay, now what I need to do is that here I need to pass a void, and in the void I'm going to just pass like a function name which is like an on item tapped. So as I've told you that once we tap to any of the item, by item in the icons, we need to just update the index of a selected index so that we can just show that screen. I think so you're getting what I'm trying to explain. Okay, so I need to just pass a set state, and we just need to keep a selected index, and we just need to write selected index is equals to index, something like this. Right, so what I need to do is that, for example, if I click to this order icon, I need to update the selected index value to 1 just to show the order page. Right, so the same we need to do for the cart one and for this one. Right, so this is how we can just update the value of a selected index. I told the use of a set state, like set state will help us to refresh the screen. So now in the bottom nav.dart file, first I need to write a scaffold. You know that scaffold is very important. Now once we write a scaffold, now we need to pass a body. In the body I need to show like which screen has been selected, like which icon has been selected from here. I need to display that screen. So I need to just call our screens list, and we need to just pass a selected index. It's very easy. Right, now once we do this, now let's create a bottom navigation bar. As I've told you that the scaffold widget itself has a bottom navigation bar, so I need to just write a bottom navigation bar, and then I need to just write a container because we need to display the container over here. So I need to write a container, and in the container I need to pass a decoration, right, a box decoration, and here I need to pass a gradient. Now as I've told you that when you need to create a mixture of 2 to 3 colors together, you need to use a linear gradient. So I need to pass a linear gradient, and we need to pass a color. So colors, we need to use a square bracket. We'll write a custom color code. So as I've told you that when you need to pass any custom color code, just write a color, and then we need to start with 0xff. If you will just pass a color code with some hashtag, it's not going to work. It will simply throw the error. So make sure that you just use 0xff, something like this. It's not necessary that it will be a small or capital letter. You can just use a capital letter as well. It's going to read the code, but don't use a hashtag. Otherwise, it's not going to read a color code. So make sure that when you're writing a color code, you start with 0xff. Now I just need to write a color code like 0D, 0D, 1B, and 2A. So this is the color code that we are going to use, and now it's going to read my color code, and we just need to use the another color because I need to create a mixture of two colors over here. So I need to again write 0xff, which is like 1B 263B 263B, something like this. So this is the color of mixture of two colors. Now here I need to use a child again, and in the child I'm going to just not here child, and we just need to write on bottom navigation bar. Okay, now it simply tell me that what all items that you want to use in a bottom navigation bar. So in the items basically mean this, like what all things you want to display in our bottom navigation bar. So in the items I'm going to pass a list, and we need to just pass a bottom navigation bar item, and in this bottom navigation bar item we can just pass an icon, which is like icons. We can just write icons dot home. So we need a home icon, so I just need to write icons dot home, something like this. I need to pass a label as well, basically the name, so the label of this icon which is in a home. So I need to just pass a label. In the label I will just use a string, so I need to use a double inverted comma, and then I need to just write home, right? So this is the thing, we can just pass a first item. Now let's pass other three items, which are like in bottom navigation bar item icon, and then it need to use icon shopping bag something like this. Okay, sorry, icons dot, it's not, yeah, icons dot shopping bag. Okay, so this is the thing. Now we just need to pass a label. In the label I need to just write order, something like this. Now we need a bottom navigation bar item again, and then I need to use an icons dot, I need for a shopping cart as well, just to display the cart. So I need to write shopping cart. Okay, then again I need to pass a label which will be like in cart, and as I told you the last one is a profile page. So I'm going to just write bottom navigation bar item, and then I need to write icons dot profile. Okay, not profile, we have a person icon, I think, so that's much clear to indicate a profile. So I need to write label, and let's maintain it profile, right? So this is the thing that we need to do, right? Now the things doesn't end at here, because we need to add lot many things in our bottom navigation bar item. Not bottom navigation bar item, we need to add in bottom navigation bar. So here I need to just maintain the current index, so that we can just update the current index, and we can show that items that has been selected. For example, you can see that once we select any type of icon, like for example if I select the order icon, I need to change the color to white that has been shown to the home page, and we need to bring the home page to the normal one. So I need to just update that. So for that I need to pass a selected index, and then I need to pass in the on tab, like once I tap to any type of icon, I need to call this on item tab function, so that we can update that. So I need to pass on item tab. Okay, now this is the thing. Now we just need to pass a background color. As I told you that you can just hover this to the bottom navigation bar, and you can see that all the things that the bottom navigation bar has, you don't need to learn or keep reminding all the things. You can just see, and once you get an idea like what all things the widget has, then you can use them directly, right? So I need to keep the color which will be like transparent color. Okay, and then I need to use the elevation which will be like 0. I don't need any elevation. I want the type which will be like in bottom navigation bar type dot fixed. Okay, navigation bar type dot fixed. Okay, something like this. So now here I need to pass a selected item color. Like I told you that once the item has been selected, I need to just keep it colors dot white, and then I need to pass like unselected item. So you can see that there are a lot many things like unselected font size. You can just change the item color, label style. So there are a lot many things. You can just use that accordingly. So I need to just pass colors dot white 54. Okay, I think so that's much clear. Basically I'm not going to create this type of bottom navigation bar, because this will be something really advanced for you to understand. This is the first time that you are learning how to add a bottom navigation bar, and if I'll just make it too advanced for you, then it will really difficult for you to understand. So I'm going to create a simple bottom navigation bar right now. There are a lot many bottom navigation bar that you can use on Flutter, like a curved bottom navigation bar. You can add lot many animations in a bottom navigation bar. We are going to cover all these things in our coming chapters, right? So now let's call our bottom navigation bar so that I can show you basically how it's looking. So I need to just write bottom nav and we'll just do this. Now you can see that how this is a bottom navigation bar look alike, and you can see that once we tap to the any type of icon, we will just navigate to that page. The order page is empty, the card page, the profile page, and back to the home page, right? So this is how you can see that once we tap to any type of icons, the color changes to white and it's going to simply show the page that you have selected. So this is how we can just create a bottom navigation bar in our Flutter app. So this is the end of our chapter 3 from this course. Now in our chapter 4, I am going to teach you how we can just add a backend to our app, right? I'm going to create a login and sign up page UI. Then I'm going to show you that how we are going to connect this with a Firebase. Okay, so now again I'm going to use the image. So this is the image that I'm going to pass as a background image, and we have just added a fonts. You can find all the things like about an image that I'm adding over here in our asset folder that I'm simply going to provide you in this course. Right now we'll just move, and here I'm going to create a leaf folder, and in the leaf folder I'm going to create a new folder name like pages, and inside the pages folder I'm going to create a new file name which is like login page. So I'm going to first create a login page, or let's create a sign up page, then we are going to create a login page. So I'm going to write signup.dart, and first I'm going to import the package by using material.dart, and we need to pass a stateful widget or a page name which will be like just an sign up, right? Now once we do this, now let's pass a scaffold, a body, and we need to use a stack widget. As I've told you that we need to overlap two widgets one over the another, so we need to use a stack widget. And here I need to just write container. Let's first pass the children. Container will just use a width, and we'll use media query dot of context dot size dot width. Okay, then I need to just pass a child image dot asset images folder name, and then I need to just write bg.png. Okay, so this is the image that I need to use. I will just navigate to the sign up page, something like this. Okay, over here I need to use remove this debug banner, so we'll just pass up to false. Okay, now once we do this, now here I need to just pass a column widget, children, text widget back again, and here I need to just pass create an account text. Okay, just pass the styling text style color, let's pass colors dot white, let's pass the font size which will like 20.0, and we'll pass a font family which will be like an Poppins bold. Okay, so Poppins bold. Okay, so this is what that we have done, right? So now once we do this, now let's move, and we are going to use a class method so that we don't need to write the styling again and again. So here we'll move, and we're going to create a new folder named services. Inside the services folder, let's create a new file name which will be like support widget dot. We are going to create a class name app widget. Okay, I've told about all the things like why we are doing in our chapter 3, I guess, right? So now I need to pass static text style, then I need to pass headline text style. Okay, let's pass the double first, we'll maintain the size, let's raise the size, then I need to just pass the styling, and let's cut this text style from here, let's paste this directly, return, let's paste this, let's call colors dot white. We are going to maintain the color as well, so let's maintain the color as well, color, and we'll just write color. Let's pass the color over here and just maintain the size as well. Okay, so let's write a size. Okay, so this is the thing. Now we have just passed this. Now here I can just pass the styling by using app-widget class dot headline. Let's pass 18.0. Color, we are going to just maintain the color which will like colors dot white. Okay, now we need to increase the font size up to 20.0, and we need to use /n so that we can change the line. we are going to center this, so I'll just wrap up with a center widget. Need to pass the spacing, so I'll write size box height, will just pass 90.0 so that it will be at the center. Spacing is size is too less, let's pass up to 30. Okay, we'll center this, so we'll write text align dot center so that it will be at the complete center, something like this. Okay, so now once we do this, now I'm going to create a curve container, something like this. So again, in the stack widget, I'm going to just write a inside a column widget, I'm going to just write container, we'll write a width, we'll use a media query dot of context dot size dot width. Then I need to pass a decoration, and we need to pass a colors dot white. Okay, now here I need to pass the border radius dot only. I need this from the top left, so I need to pass radius dot circular 30, and from the top right radius dot circular, which will be like 30, something like this. Now you can't see this because we haven't passed anything, so I'll just pass a size box first. We'll just maintain the height of 30.0. Now here I need to pass child, a column column children, and now you can see that, but let's write a text widget, and let's first write an email styling and app widget class dot we'll use a medium, so I'm going to create another function for medium text style. Let's paste this over here, let's write medium text style, and we are going to just change this to medium. Okay, wait a second, medium, yeah, it's done. So we can just write dot medium text style 18.0. color, we can just pass colors dot black. Okay, now you can see this. So basically what I need to do is that I need this container to use a complete height of the screen. Now if you are going to use a height, it's not going to be very responsive, so I've told you about that expanded widget. So I'm going to just wrap up this with expanded widget, and I'll just tell the container to use a complete height of the screen, something like this, right? I need to pass a spacing from the top, so let's pass 20.0. okay, I need to move all the text to the left side, so you know what we need to do. We need to just use a cross axis alignment dot start, something like this. Let's pass padding as well, so just write padding edge insert dot only from the left 20.0, right? And then I need to show the text field. So for the text field, I'm going to just write a container. Basically a text field is something where the user can enter their email. I haven't told about a text field before, so this is the first time we are using the text field in this series. So the text field is something where the user will going to type a text through the keyboard, right? So now I'm going to just pass a child, and we just need to write a text field, something like this. Now I need to create a custom text field with a color, so I need to pass box decoration color. Let's pass colors dot gray, something like this. Okay, now I need to use a width. I think so we don't, because it going to use a complete width of the screen automatically. I just need to maintain the color, something like this, or maybe up to this. Okay, I guess that's enough. Let's copy the size box, let's paste this over here, let's write up to 10, but let's pass padding from the right 20.0. basically you can see this is the line. I don't need this line, so what I need to do, I just need to write decoration input decoration border input border dot none. I'm telling that I don't need any line from a text field side, so I'm telling that I need a none borders from the text field side. Okay, so it will remove a border from here, right? I need to provide the border radius, so here I need to pass border radius dot circular, will just pass up to 60, something like this, right? Now this is the email. Now if you want to show the email icon, you can just move to the input decoration and you can pass a suffix icon. Okay, and in the suffix icon we can just write icon, which will like icons dot email, something like this. Sorry, not suffix, it's like prefix. Sorry, prefix icon. Yeah, so this is the icon that you can display over here. If you want, you can change the color of this icon. Maybe you can just keep colors dot orange. Yeah, or let's keep it black only, right? Let's keep it black. Yeah, so black. So email, so user will going to simply type the email, something like this, and you can see that how it will going to look. Okay, rather than suffix prefix icon, I'll recommend that use directly an icon. that will be much better, okay, because you can get that at the complete center. And we can just pass a padding as inside dot only from the left 10.0, okay. Let's pass 20.0. Yeah, so now you can see this, we can get at the complete center. So you know that we are creating a sign up page. So in our sign up process, we are going to add three things, which is like a name, email and password. So we are going to allow the user to authenticate in the app by using a name, email and the password, right? So this is the first one. I'm going to just copy this size box back again, and I'll just paste this over here, because just above this I want to show like a name. So I'm going to just write name, and we are going to just change the icon as well. So here I'm going to just change the icon, which will be like a person icon. So I'll just write person, something like this, name, email, and the third one that we need, which will be like a password. So I'm going to just change this to a password, something like this, and we are going to just change the icons dot password, right? So this is how you can just pass name, email and password. And once you create this, now we are going to just create one button, which will like a create account button, so that once the user fill all the text field, we are going to allow them to authenticate in the app, right, by using a email authentication. We are going to cover all the email authentication, Google authentication in coming chapters, right? So now what I'm going to do is that here I'm going to just create a custom button, container, decoration, a box decoration, color. Let's pass colors dot black. Then I need this container to use a complete width of the screen, so I'll write media query dot of context dot size dot width. I'll just pass a child text widget. In the text widget I can just pass a text, which is like in create account, okay. Let's pass the styling and app widget class dot, and we can use like headline text style 18.0, and let's maintain the color, which will like colors dot white, okay. So now you can see this. Now we can just center this with help of center widget. Let's pass margin as insert dot only from the left 20 and from the right 20, okay. Now let's pass the size box height. Let's pass 30.0, okay. Now we can just maintain the height. Let's pass up to 50, or let's pass up to 60, okay. Let's now pass border radius dot circular, which will like up to 60. Okay, that's perfect. You can see that this is the button that we have created, okay. Now once the user want to sign up in the app by using an email authentication, they can fill all the text field and click to this create account button, right? Now for example, if they don't want to do this and they want to use a Google authentication, then we need to show the sign in with Google, right? We need to use a text widget, and in the text widget I need to just pass, or let's pass the styling by using an app widget class dot medium text style. Let's pass the font size up to 18, and we are going to just maintain the color, which will like colors dot black, and we are going to use a different shade of an black color, maybe up to this, okay, or let's pass up to this. Yeah, I guess that's okay. And we are going to increase the font size to 20. I am going to directly center this with help of center widget, something like this. Now I'm going to just pass the spacing by using size box. Let's pass 20.0. Now once we do this, now here I need to just write a container. Let's write a child row children, then image.asset, images folder name, and then I need to just pass Google 3.png, which is our another image I need to show. So it's too big, so I need to maintain the height and width. Let's pass up to 40. Let's pass the width 40, and we'll just pass a fit box fit dot cover, something like this. Now this is the image that you can see. Now here I need to pass the another text widget. In the text widget I need to just write like sign in with Google, okay, sign in with Google. Let's pass the styling and app widget class dot headline text style 18.0, and we are going to just maintain the color, which is like colors dot black again, right? So this is the thing. I'm going to increase the font size to 20, okay. Now I just need to pass the size box. We'll just need to pass the width up to 10.0, something like this, or let's pass up to 20.0, right? Now here I need to do one thing, like I need to just provide the border to this button that we have created. So for that I just need to write decoration, a box decoration. We just need to pass a border, and in the border I need to write border dot all. something like this. So here you can see this. I need to pass a different shade of a black color. Maybe I can just pass colors dot black and we can just maintain the color code. Okay, something like this. Okay, so I need to do this and then I need to just pass the width. Let's pass the width up to 1.5 and then I need to pass the border radius. I need to pass border radius dot circular. I'll just pass 60 so that it can pass a complete circular thing. Okay, now I just need to make this at the center. So you know that when you have used a row widget, you can just pass main axis alignment dot center so that you can get at the complete center, but still we need to maintain the height. Let's pass up to 40.0. okay, that will be too less. Let's pass 60. okay, that's much better. And if you are thinking that to pass the margin, you can also do that. Margin as insert dot only. From the left, let's pass 10.0 and from the right, let's pass 10.0. okay, something like this. So this is what that you can see. Let's pass 20 and 20. I guess that will be better. Yeah, so sign in with Google. Now once we do this, now let's copy the size box. Let's paste this something over here, and this is the thing, like sign in with Google. And once we do this, now we are just ready to add the authentication on this page. Right now, to add a authentication for our sign up page, what I'm going to do is that first I'm going to show you that how you can connect the app with a Firebase, and then we are going to just add the email authentication and as well as a Google authentication in the app. I'm going to show you for both the device, which will be like for Android and iOS, right? Okay, so you can just move to the official website of Firebase, which is like firebase.google.com. you can just search that and you can just enter your project name, right? So we just need to create one project inside the Firebase. So basically we are going to connect the Firebase as a backend for our Flutter app. So I need to just pass a project name. So I'm going to just write notes app. You can pass any project name, it's up to your choice. Now we click to this continue button and we are going to click to the continue again. Click to the continue again. We can use a default account for Firebase. Click on create project. So as you can see that Firebase is preparing our project. So we need to just wait for a few seconds until it is completely been loaded, right? Yeah, it's done. It simply says that your project is ready. Now we'll click to this continue button and we'll just land to the Firebase console. Okay. Now this is the Firebase console you can see over here. Now there are many things that the Firebase has. I'm not going to tell you about all the things right now because that will be really difficult for you to understand. So I'm going to cover each things one by one in coming chapters and in these chapters as well, right? So here what I need to do is that you can see that this is a product categories that you can see and it has been provided by a Firebase. So in this you can see a database and storage. There is a Firestore real-time database. Now I'm going to tell you about all the things, like a Firestore is something where we are going to store our data and we are going to get the data by using a Firestore, right? Now here you can see a storage. So for example, if you want to store any assets in the server, I mean in the Firebase, then you can use a storage where you can store anything like an image, a video file, audio file, PDF file, anything, right? So here this is the storage. Now what I'm going to do is that first I'm going to click to this add app button and let's first connect the app with a Firebase. So first I'm going to do for an Apple, and here we need a Apple bundle ID. Now this is the unique bundle ID that we usually provide to the each project so that the server can get to know to which app that they need to connect, right? So this is a unique bundle ID that we usually give to the each projects, right? So what I need to do is that I need to pass some unique bundle ID. I can't use any old bundle ID over here, otherwise it will simply show that the bundle ID is already registered, right? So as I've told you that you need to use something unique bundle ID to keep your app connected with this Firebase project, right? So I need to move to the app, and here I need to just move to the iOS folder and we can just open an Xcode. So in the Xcode, we are going to manage all the features related to our app. So here we'll just move to the runner, and here I need to move to the signing and capabilities. And once you move to the signing and capabilities, you can see that there is a bundle identifier. Yeah, so this is the bundle identifier that has been given by a Xcode. You can simply change this, it's up to your choice. Now make sure that once you simply upload this app to the app store. You don't need to use like com.example.notes app. You can just pass your company name or any name, like you can just write notes as well. It's going to take this, but make sure that don't write com.example.notes app, or you can just pass your company name or anything in place of example, right? So once we create this bundle identifier, now we just need to copy this and we need to just paste this in the Apple bundle ID. Now we'll click to this register app button and we'll just wait. Okay, so here you can see that we have successfully registered this bundle ID. Now here we got one file which is like a Google service-info.plist file. Now simply download this file from here and make sure that its name should be exactly what has been shown over there, right? So I mean that the name of this file should be like Google service-info.plist file. If you have any older file with the same name, you can just remove that and then you can use this file. So I have the old file, so I'm going to just remove this old file from here and we need to just rename this file. So I'm going to just rename the file and here it is. Now I am ready to use this file. Okay, now I need to just paste this below the info in the runner section, and once it is done, I'm going to close this, click on finish. Okay, now we'll just need to do next, 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 and continue to the console. So here you can see that we have just connected the iOS app. It just take I think so 15 to 20 seconds to do that, and we can just close the Xcode now. Okay, so we have just connected the iOS app. Now let's move for the Android. Now for the Android, again it's going to ask me an Android package name. This is also an unique ID, just like an Apple. So we need to get this ID. So we need to move to the Android folder, app, build.gradle.kts, and again I need to copy this respective application ID from here and we need to paste this something over here. Now click on register app. Okay, it's done. Now we need to download this google-services.json file from here, and again we need to remove the old file. If we have, we can just remove that old file and we need to rename this with an exact name that has been shown over there. No spacing or nothing, it should be an exact file name, right? Now we need to paste this in Android app folder. Okay, here it is, right? Now once we do this, now click on next. Now here we need to add some plugins. So let's copy this plugin from here and we need to directly move to the setting.gradle.kts and directly paste this in a plugin section, right? Now this is the first thing. Now the second thing is we need to add this plugin which is like a Google GMS Google Services plugin. So I need to copy this and here we need to move to the Android app build.gradle.kts and here in the plugin section just paste this something over here. Okay, now click on next, continue to the console. So here you can see that we have just connected the Android app and an iOS app. Now you will see that Shivam, thus we have successfully connected our app with Firebase. We have connected the app with a Firebase, but this is just a 50% of the work has been done because we need to add some of the packages. Now what these packages are? So packages are something that has been pre-built code that has been written by another developer that we can just use directly in our app. So that saves our lots of time. We don't need to like write a lot of code. There is something inbuilt package that has been provided by a Flutter so that we can use them in the Pub.ml file and can connect the app successfully with a Firebase, right? So to get that, we need to move to the Google and we can just search Pub.dev. Okay, so once you do this, you will land something over here and you will just see an official website of Pub.dev, and this is supported by the Google, as you can see over here, and it has some important packages. As I've told you, the package is something where the pre-written code has been written by some other developer and we can just use that directly, right? So one thing I need this, which is like a Firebase core package. You can just search this package. Now this is the package which is like in Firebase core, just to use a core functionality of an Firebase in our app, right? So this is the important package. Now let's copy this package directly from here and you need to move to the Pub.ml file, and in the Pub.ml file you will see a section which is like in dependencies. Now we need to paste all the packages in our dependencies section, something like this. So you just need to copy that from there and you need to paste this something over here. Now if you are facing any version error or something, you can just remove this version error and you can just save this file. So that going to work. But if you want to show the version, you can also do that, right? Now I'm going to just save this file by using command plus s, and you can use control plus s if you are using a Windows laptop, right? Now we are going to just save this, and this package has been simply run in our Flutter app, right? So let's first save all the file, okay? And once we do this, now here we'll move to the main.dart file, and here I need to just write async widgets flutter binding dot ensure initialized, right? I need to write await Firebase, and you can see that now it's going to use a Firebase core package. So now I can use a Firebase core package, and we can pass Firebase dot initialize app. So these two commands will just activate the Firebase in our Flutter app. And please do not forget to add these two lines, otherwise you will get a problem. Now our app is successfully connected with an Firebase. Now we can just upload or handle the server in our way, right? Now this is the part, it is done. Now we'll just move, and we need to add the authentication in our app, right? So I'm going to first tell you that how we are going to use our email authentication, right? So here I just need to move to the security, and in the security you will see the authentication. So this is the thing. Now we'll just move to the authentication, click on get started button, and we'll just wait. And you can see that it has a lot many authentications that we can use in our app, like email, password, phone, Google authentication that we are going to use, Facebook, GitHub, Yahoo, Apple, Twitter, Microsoft. So there are a lot many authentication that we can use. So I'm going to use email and password, and we are going to just enable this. Now click on save, and our email and password has been successfully been enabled. Now you will say that Shivam, can we now directly use authentication? No, again we need to add the package, because we need some code in our app, so we need some inbuilt code or a pre-built code in our Flutter, so that we can just handle the email authentication. So for that I'm going to just move over here, and we can just search like Firebase auth. Okay, so this is another package just to handle the authentication in our app. So we'll move to the installing. Let's copy this package, and we need to just paste this again in the pub.ml file, and just below this you can paste this. Now make sure that once you add a package, please do not move back to the file. You just need to run this file. You need to just save this file. So you can just use command plus s as I've told you, or control plus s. And once you do this, this package has been successfully been run in our Flutter app, right? Now we are ready to use an email authentication in our app. I'm going to just pass a text editing controller. Okay, so I'm going to just write a text editing controller, and we just need to pass a name controller is equals to new text editing controller, something like this. Okay, so this is the thing that we can pass. Now you will say that Shivam, why we have passed this? So once the user write their name over here, so for example if I'll type my name is like Shivam Gupta over here, and I need to get the text from here. Okay, so I need to get this text from the name text field. So just to read the text from the respective text field, we need a text editing controller, so that we can control the text that the user is trying to enter on that respective text field. I hope it's very clear, right? Now this is the first one. Now we need 3 because there are 3 text fields. So I'm going to just paste this over here. So I'm going to just do like this, and we just need to write email controller, and the third one which is like a password controller. I hope it's clear, right? So name controller, email controller, and the password controller, right? Now once we write this 3 text field, now what I need to do is that we need to pass that to the respective text field. Now to control that, I need to just pass a controller. Okay, now we need to pass a name controller. Okay, again controller, which is like an email controller, and the third one which is for the password controller. I think it's very easy to understand all these things, right? Now you can see that we can just now control the text that has been going to enter by the user, right? Now when the user enter the text, I need to basically create a 3 strings. Now basically this three strings would be like, I'm going to store the name and email and the password individually to the each of the string. Now here I need to just create a registration function so that we can call a registration function once the user fill all the text field and they click to this create account button. Now I'm going to just create a registration function. So I'll write registration something like this, and we just need to pass this, and we need to pass an async. Now you will say that Shivam, you are using async and await again and again. You haven't told me about anything this before. So what is async and await? So basically, once you simply pass async and await, you tell the function to wait until he moves to the next line. I think so getting what I'm trying to explain. I'll show you what I'm trying to explain. So I'll just first write a try and catch. Basically we are going to pass a try and catch function. Now try and catch function is something that we are going to first try with some specific function, like we are going to allow the user to first authenticate with some function, and if there will be any errors, I'm going to catch that error. So basically the try and catch is something like we are going to try something, and if it is not working, then we are going to catch that error. I think so it's very clear, right? I need to pass user credential, and we need to write user credential is equals to, and now here I'm going to just write await. Now I'll just write Firebase auth dot instance dot, and we need to simply call the function which is like in create user with email and password, right? Now we can just pass the email and password. So for that I need to get the text that the user going to enter in this respective text field. So I need to just write email controller. Now to get the text I need to write dot text. Okay, I think so it's clear. Now we need to do same thing for password controller dot text. Okay, it's clear, right? Now why we have wrote async await, now I will tell you. So I just wrote async and await, and I will just tell the function to wait until this complete function is being called. So basically if you will just remove a, it simply says wait. Okay, so we are going to wait until this complete function has been called. So that's a basic use of an await. Now if you don't pass async and await, it's going to simply not wait for this function to be called, and it will just move further, right? So that will just not be a special case. So we need to tell that to wait until this function is being called, and once it is called, then we can move further. I think so it's much clear, right? Now once that function has been called successfully, then we are going to just navigate the user to our home page. Okay, so let's create a home page for now. So I'm going to create a new file name home.dart, and then I need to import the package by using material.dart, and we need to write a stateful widget or a page name which will be like in home, something like this, right? Now once the user has successfully authenticate or create an account with the email and password, we are going to navigate them. So for that I just need to write navigator.push. There are many things you can pass once you navigate the user. You can just pass .push replacement .pop.push. Now push is something like once you push the user from sign up page to the home page, then they can successfully move back, right, by tapping to that back button. Now if you don't want that the user like simply authenticate from sign up page to the home page, and you don't want that the user to move back to the sign up page again, because you notice in the apps, like once you authenticate through the Google and you try to move back, the app simply closes. So that's a thing we need to use. We need to use a push replacement, that I don't want that the user to move back to the sign up page once they sign up in the app, right? So here it simply says that please pass your new route. So for the new route I'm going to just write material page route. So I'm going to just write context. So I have explained about a context, like I need to move from this page to the another page, so I need to just pass context, and we need to move to the home page. So it's very clear, right? It's very easy to understand. Now this is how I'm going to try this function, and if it doesn't work, then I'm going to catch the errors, right? So I'm going to just check that if there is any errors. So I'm going to just pass Firebase auth exception, and we are going to catch the error. So I'm going to just pass catch. We'll just pass E, and this is the sync. Okay, now I'm going to just check that if e dot code is equals to, like I'm going to first check that the password entered by the user is weak. So we are going to check this first one, like weak password entered by the user is true, then we are going to show the toast message or a snack bar saying that password provided is too weak, just to indicate the user that they have entered the password which is too weak. So I'm going to just write a snack bar over here, and then I need to just pass a background color. So let's first write scaffold messenger dot of context dot show snack bar. Okay, now we need to show the snack bar over here, so I need to just write a snack bar, and then I need to show the content in our snack bar. I'm going to use a text widget. In the text widget I'm going to just write password provided is too weak. Password provided is too weak. Okay, something like this. Okay, we can just pass the styling and app widget class dot, and we can just pass, I guess, headline text style 18.0, and we can just pass colors dot white. Okay, colors dot white. So this is how you can just create a snack bar. Okay, let's pass 18, I guess is enough, right? And we can make this color to red just to indicate that this is an error. So not over here, inside the snack bar. Let's pass background color, which will be like colors dot red, just to indicate that this is the first error that the user is facing. Right now, for example, if the password is okay, then we are going to check that the another case, like for example, if the user trying to enter the email that is already been used. So I just need to check that if e dot code is equals to email already in use. Okay, so this is the thing, like I'm going to check that if the email entered by the user over here is already been used, I'm going to just copy the snack bar from here, and we need to just paste this something over here, and we need to show the another error which is like account already exists. Account already exists. Account already exists. Something like this. Okay, so this is how we can just maintain this. Now we need to copy the snack bar again, because once the user have been successfully registered, we are going to just show the text which is like in registered successfully. Registered. Okay, spelling is wrong, sorry for that. Registered successfully. Yeah, I guess now it's correct. This is not a error, so we just need to change to a green color. Okay, this is a green light that we are giving to the user that everything is okay, they can just move into the app, right? And this is a red light, we are showing the user a red light that there is something error that they are facing. Okay, with a text message that we are going to show. Right now, this is the registration function that we have created. Now let's call this. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just, like, I need to pass some execution. As I've told you that once you need to pass any execution, you need to just wrap up that container with a gesture detector, and in the on-tap method you can just pass like a registration function, something like this. Okay, it's done. So here is something that you need to handle the case, like if the user is trying to like not enter their name, they try to enter the email and the password and click to this button, right? So that will be the case that will not going to work over here. So what I'm going to do is that we just need to check that if all the three text field is filled or not. So I'm going to check that if name controller.text is not equals to empty, okay, it is not empty, then we need to check for the email one as well. Okay, is not equals to empty, and then and password controller.text is not equals to empty. If all the conditions are true, then only we are going to call our registration function, something like this. Okay, now if this any of the condition is not true, then we are going to show the else case, and in the else case I'm going to show the snack bar, that what a red light, right, just to indicate that they have forgot to enter the one text field. So I'm going to just pass like provide complete details. Okay, provide complete details. Okay, so this is how we can just pass the another text. Now let's check this, like how our registration function is working. Now we have just connected the app with the Firebase. We have just added all the packages and all. So now to run the package successfully, if you are trying to hot reload or hot restart the app, that's not going to work, because we need that package to successfully load in our Flutter app. So you need to relaunch the complete app completely. You need to stop the app from here. If you are running in debug mode, so you just need to stop this, and then you need to relaunch the complete app from the starting. Okay, so let me do that and we'll get back in few seconds. Yeah. So I have relaunched the complete app successfully. Now I'm going to show you that how our authentication page is working. Now one thing I want to tell you, that if you are running the app for the first time in the iOS device, please move to the pod file and make sure that you pass an perfect iOS version. I'm using 15. You can use 15 and 16 as well, right? This is just for the someone who are running the app in their iOS device, I mean MacBook or something, right? So this is just not for the Windows or who want to run the app on the Android device, right? Now once we do this, now let's test this how our authentication page is working. So I'm going to just pass my name like Shivam Gupta. Okay, now I'm going to just pass random email shivam123@gmail.com, right? Now they are telling me to enter the password, so I'm going to enter the password. Now you will see the password is not in a dotted form. Just to make it more secure, we'll just move to the text field and we make this secure by off secure text to true. Okay, now you can see that the password will be simply been highlighted in a dotted form, right? Now I'm going to click to this create account button and let's see what happens, right? Okay, so you can see that we have registered successfully and directly move to the home page. It is totally black because it is a container, so we can just pass a scaffold. I'm going to just hot restart this again, and I'm going to just pass another name like Ayush Gupta, ayush123@gmail.com. Then I'm going to pass a random password, click to this create account button. Okay, so you can see that this is how the snack bar has been seen, which is like registered successfully, and we have directly moved inside the home page of our app. So our email authentication is working perfectly that we are looking for, right? Now here we'll just move to the Firebase, and we move to the Firebase, and I'm going to show you that how all the users been seen once they sign up in the app. So we just need to move to the users section, and you can see that these are the two emails that I have just used to authenticate or sign up in the app. So you can see that it also shows the email that has been used at which date and his specific or a user ID, right? Now these are the thing that we have done, and we have created the sign up page of our app. Now we are going to create the login page. What I need to do is that I need to first create the UI for our login page. So I'll move to the pages folder, and we are going to create a new file name which will like login.dart, and I'm going to import the package by using material.dart, and we need to use a stateful widget or a page name which will be like just a login, right? Something like this. Now what I need to do is that login page will like a sign up page. We just need a 2 text field rather than a 3 text field. Okay, so what I need to do is that I will just change a create an account to the text which will like welcome back, and I'll just remove the name text field because we don't need that in our login page. We need that once the user create an account, right? So just to write the code again and again, I will do one thing. I'll just do a copy paste work. So I'm going to copy this complete scaffold widget, and we are going to just paste this directly over here. Okay, something like this. Now we just need to call our app widget class first, and we just need to change the text as I've told you to welcome back. I just need to pass welcome, and we need to just pass welcome back, something like this, right? Now here I need to again pass a text editing controller so that we can handle the text. So I need to just pass a text editing controller which will be like an email controller is equals to new text editing controller, something like this, right? Now this is the first text editing controller. Now we need for the second one, which is like in password controller. Okay, so these are the 2 text editing controller that we need. Now we just need to remove the name text field because we don't need that, as I've told you. So here I need to pass email and the password, and then I need to remove this as well. Okay, and we just need to check that if both the text field is filled or not, which is like an email and password, and if it is filled, then only we are going to call the function, right? I'll write the function, don't worry about, so no worries about that. Now I just need to change the create an account text to a login, something like this. Okay, let's write login, and I'm going to switch to the login page so that I can show you basically what all code I'm writing in the login page, right? So let's call a login page something like this. Now this is the welcome back text. As I've told you that there will be a two text field, which is like email and password, and the user can click to this button, which is like a login button, and can log in the app, right? Also they can just log in with Google as well. Okay, so I can just change this text to login with Google, right? So both the options are available for the users, right? Log in with Google. Yeah, so log in with Google, right? Now email and the password. We are going to now write a function for our login page, which will like an user login function, right? Now to write a user login function, I'm going to just write future, and we just need to pass like a void. In the void, I'm going to pass a user login, or you can just keep it user login as well if you don't want to write this. Now I just need to write user login, something like this, and then I need to just again pass async. I have told you the usage of async and await. Now I'm going to just pass a try and catch here as well. We'll just write await Firebase auth dot instance dot, and we just need to pass a function name, which is like an sign in with email and password, because we are going to allow the user to log in. So for that I'm going to just pass the email, something like this. Okay, sorry, yeah, email controller dot text, so that we can get the text from the email text field. Now we need to do same for the password, like password controller dot text, and once we pass this, now here what I need to do is that I need to just pass a catch function. So I need to write on Firebase auth exception. We just need to catch the error, so I'm going to just pass catch, and then I need to just pass a snack bar. Okay, so why to write a code again and again? Let's copy this scaffold messenger from here, I mean the snack bar code, and let's paste this directly over here. Okay, so we are going to just show the error that the user have entered the invalid email or a password. Okay, so I just need to pass like invalid email or password, something like this. Okay, so it's done, and we have just created a user login function. But once the user successfully log in the app, we are going to just need to push the user. So I'm going to use a push replacement, and we need to pass a new route, and in the new route I'm going to just write like material page route, and we just need to pass a context, and in the context I'm going to just push the user to which page, which will like a home page, something like this. So this is how we have just created a user login function. I think so it's very easy to understand, and we are just going to call our user login function, something like this. Okay, so I guess it's done. Now we are going to just hot restart the app, and we'll just see how it's working, right? And also we need to pass the text at the bottom so that they can easily switch to the sign up page and back to the login page, right? So here what I need to do is that I'm going to just pass the row children, and we need to just pass a text which will be like don't have an account, they can switch to the sign up page. So I just need to write don't have an account question mark. I just need to pass the styling and app widget class dot medium text style. Let's pass 18.0. We are going to keep the color, which will be like colors dot black, something like this. Okay, so you can see that this is the text. I think so we can just pass a different shade of black color, maybe not up to this. I think so that's much okay. I'm going to decrease the font size to 16, and then I need to pass the another text that will be the button, or you can say a text that the user can simply press and can switch to the sign up page. Okay, so I just need to pass like sign up, and we can just pass a styling and app widget class dot headline text style. Let's write 18.0. I guess that will be enough, and let's pass the color, which will like colors dot black. Okay, something like this. I guess that's much enough, and we can just, as I've told you that once the user click to this, they can move to the sign up page. So we need to add some actions. As I've told you that you need to just wrap this with a gesture detector when you need to pass any action, and we can just pass on the tab. I'm going to push the user, so navigator dot push, and we need to pass a root, which will be like material page root. We just need to pass context, and in the context I need to just move to the sign up page, something like this. I think so that's much better. I need this at the center, so you know that you can just pass main axis alignment dot center, so that it will be at the complete center. Now I need this at the bottom. Now what I need to do is that I need to pass a maximum space between this button and the text, so I need to just pass a spacer. So as I've explained you about a spacer, that spacer will help us to pass a maximum space between two widgets, so we can just pass a maximum space between this button and the text. But you can see that it has been stuck to the lower side of that screen. I don't need this, so I need to pass some spacing from the bottom. So I just need to pass the size box. Let's pass 10.0. okay, 10 will be too less, let's pass 30. okay, something like this. So now we'll click to this and can directly switch to the sign up page, right? Now what I need to do, as I click to this, I will just land to the sign up page. Now I need to move back to the login page, right? So I need to copy this directly, and we need to just paste this in our sign up page, something like this. okay, I need to just paste this. Now here you can see that this is the text, but we need to just change the line like already have an account, they can just switch to the login page. So I just need to write login, something like this. okay, so we are going to also navigate the user to a login page, something like this. I guess that's much correct, and they can switch to the login page and back to the sign up page. Right, now we have just added a login page and a user login function. Now let's see how our login page is working. So I need to first create an account through our sign up page, then I'm going to show you that how our login page is working. So I'm going to pass my name like Shivam Gupta, okay, something over here, and we just need to pass the email Shivam. I'll just write Shivam900@gmail.com, and then I need to pass the password Shivam900, right? We'll click to this create account button, and we just need to wait, and we have just registered successfully and directly move to the home page, right? Now I'm going to use the same email and the password just to check that how our login page is working. I'm going to just write Shivam900@gmail.com, and we just need to write Shivam900. okay, now we'll click to this login button, and we just need to wait, and let's see how our login page is working. okay, so we have just moved to the home page of the app, and you can see that how our login page is also working successfully. So we have just added a complete email authentication to our app, and you have just learned how to add a complete email authentication to your app or a Flutter app, right? Now we are going to just learn how we can add a Google authentication to our app. And let's add a Google authentication to our app. So we need again a package just to enable all the inbuilt or pre-built code for the Google authentication. So we just need to move to the Pub.dev, and we just need to search like Google signing. okay, so this is the package, and we just need to use this package. Move to the installing. Let's directly copy this package from here, move to the perspec.ml file, and just paste this something over here. okay, so this is the thing that we need to do just to add a package. Now we need to also enable a Google authentication in our app, but before that let's write a code. We'll do all that things later, right? So now I'm going to just move to the service folder, and we are going to create a new file name which is like an auth.dart. And once we write this, now let's create a class name which is like an auth methods. okay, so in our auth methods class, we are going to just write a sign in with Google function, so that we can directly call our auth class method and can call our function, the same thing that we have done in our support widget, right? So I just need to call right auth methods, and then I need to just write final Firebase auth is equals to Firebase auth dot instance. So we are just handling a Firebase authentication, so that we need to add this line, and then I need to just write a static final Google signing. okay, so we are adding a Google signing, so we just need to write Google sign in. okay, and you can see that it's going to automatically going to catch that package that we have added, and we just need to pass Google signing is equals to Google signing dot instance. okay, Google signing dot instance, right? Now once we pass this, now here we just need to pass a static back again, and we just need to pass a boolean character over here, and the boolean character I just need to check that if the user have initialized their server client ID or not. So this is a unique server client ID that has been given by a Firebase site just to add or just to handle a Google authentication from exact Firebase account that you are using, right? So I'm going to check that whether the server client ID, basically a server ID, has been initialized or not, right? So I'm going to just check that. So I'm going to pass like is initialized is equals to false, okay, and we just need to pass like static. In the static I'm going to just write future. In the future I need to just pass a void, okay. Now in the void I need to just pass like a function name. It's like an init sign in, okay. So init sign in, and then I need to just write async, and then I need to check that if it is initialized or not. If it doesn't, then I'm going to do that, right? So I'm going to pass this, okay. This means that if it is false, then only we are going to move, right? So I'm going to just pass this like await, and in the await I'm going to pass Google signing dot initialize, and in the initialize I'm going to pass a server client ID. I'm going to show you that how we are going to get this server client ID, so no worries about that. Then I need to just pass over here like is initialized to true, okay, once it has been initialized successfully, right? So this is how we can just do this. Now we are going to write a sign in with Google function. Though sign in with Google function has lot many things in that function, so we don't need to remind all the code in our sign in with Google function. I'm going to provide you the complete code in this course, so don't need to worry that how I'm going to just write the complete code. So you can simply copy that code and paste this over here, because sign in with Google has a lots of code. You don't need to remind that code or don't need to understand that code. Once you like when you need a sign in with Google authentication, you can simply paste that code and can use that, right? So this is the thing. I'm going to give you some idea like what really that sign in with Google function it is and what we have added, but I'm not going to go in brief, right? So yeah, so this is the sign in with Google function that you can simply add, and this is all the code that we have written for sign in with Google. So this is how we are going to just initialize a Google with a Google signing dot initialize function, and then I need to just pass a Google signing dot authenticate, and we are going to check that if the user have cancelled the signing, then we can just show the some things in a snack bar that authentication has been cancelled or something, right? Now we are going to just pass a ID token, then we are going to pass the email and the profile. So for example, if the user will click to this login with Google button, they are going to see all the emails that they have already in their device. If they have multiple emails, that they are going to see a multiple emails. So they are going to select a specific email that they want to sign in with Google, and once they do that, we are going to just pass a ID token and access token, and we are going to check that if the user is not equals to null. It means that once the user try to authenticate with any ID and it has been successfully authenticated with that email that they have choose, then we are going to check that if the user is not equals to null, it means that they have successfully authenticated in the app, then only we are going to push the user to the home page, right? If it is not, then we are going to check that what errors we are going to see. So I'm going to use a try and catch just to try with specific function, and then we are going to catch the error. So again we have just passed a try catch method, and you can see that this is all that we have written for a sign in with Google. Now let's move to the Firebase, and in the Firebase let's move to the authentication section, and in the signing method, as I've told you that we need to enable a Google authentication. You can use some support or default email, and we can just click on save. And it's going to take a few seconds. So you can see that the Google has been enabled. Now we are going to see that basically, as I've told you that once you simply enable a Google authentication, there will be some changes in the packages, right? So let me show you what all changes will be there in the packages. So I need here a server client ID, right? Now once I move to the Google service.json file that we have simply pasted from the Firebase, the OAuth client is totally empty. Because we have just added this file before enabling a Google authentication. So once you enable a Google authentication in the Firebase, you are going to get a OAuth client over here. So what I need to do is that we just need to move to the Firebase back again, and in the Firebase what I need to do is that I am going to download this Google service.json file again. And once I download this file again and I have the old file, then I will remove the old file and we are going to just rename this, and we are going to replace with the old file that we have saved, right? So we are going to just place this exactly at the same folder and we are going to just replace this. And once we replace this, now here you can see that we have got a OAuth client, and in the OAuth client we have got a client ID, right? Now we need to just copy this client ID from here, and you know that where to paste this. We need to just paste this something over here. Okay, so this is how we can get a server client ID. So this was the important step. Like if you skip this process, then you can't see the server client ID. Now here, this is what that we have done for the Android side, right? Now for the iOS side, what I need to do is that here I need to directly open the Xcode. Okay, so let's launch the Xcode first. And once you launch an Xcode, once you move to the Google service info.plist file, you are going to see a reverse client ID over here. But again, you can't see this ID because we need to download this file again, which will be this file, and we need to paste this again, right? So let's download this file and let's paste this file. Okay, let's remove the old file and we just need to rename this with the exact name. Okay, and we need to remove this file as well because this is also an old file. So I'm going to delete this, move to trash. Okay, now let's paste this new file below the info. Okay, click on finish. Okay, now here you can see that this is the reverse client ID I was talking about. So this is the client ID that we need to copy from here, move to the runner, click on info, move to the URL types, click on plus, and just add this in URL schemes. Okay, so once you do this, now the app is totally ready to run the Google authentication in the iOS device, right? Now one more thing I want to tell you that once you are running the app in our Android device, please make sure that you add a fingerprint, right? Now this is the unique fingerprint for the each device where you run this app, right? So we need to add a SHA1 code. Basically this is a certificate fingerprint, and you know that fingerprint is really unique for the each device. So you need to use a SHA1 fingerprint, and once you use this fingerprint, then you can handle the Google authentication in the Android device, right? So once we add all these things, now our app is totally ready to handle a Google authentication. So what I need to do is that let's move to the sign up page, and we are going to just wrap the button with a gesture detector because we need to pass some execution. And in the onTap method, I need to first call our class name, which is like an auth methods dot, and we need to, it will show me all the functions. So I need to call sign in with Google, something like this. Let hot restart the app. I think so hot restart will not work over here because we have just added a Google signing package. So make sure that when you add some package to your Perspec.ml file, don't hot reload or hot restart the app. Otherwise it's going to show you one error, which is like a missing plugin error. Okay, you are going to see the error once the package successfully wouldn't be run in your Flutter app. So we need to close this app completely and rerun the complete app again. So we'll do that and we'll get back in few seconds. Yeah, I'm going to show you that how our Google authentication is working. So I'll move to the sign up page and I'm going to click to this button, which is like sign in with Google, right? Now once I press to this button, so here it is, and we are going to click to this continue button, and we just need to sign up with one of our Google account. You already have the Google account in your device, then you don't need to. You just need to select the respective account, but you haven't signed in before with any of the Google account in this device, then you need to do that. So let me do that first. Now let me enter the password. I'm not going to show you the password, okay? So let me do that first. Okay, it's done, and we are going to save the password for now. and then I need to just tap to yes. Okay, it's done. Click on continue button, back again, and now we just move to the home page. Okay, so as you can see that our Google authentication is working brilliantly, and we have just authenticate by the help of Google. Right now let's move to the Firebase and let's check what email ID I have just used to authenticate in the app. Right, so here I'll just move to the Firebase and we'll move to the authentication section, and here you can see that I have just authenticate by the help of this Google ID, and you can see that provider is Google and the date at which I have just authenticate by the help of Google. Right, so you can see that how beautifully our Google authentication is working. Now what I need to do is that I'm going to first create the UI for our home page, then I'm going to show you that a crude method of a Firebase. Right, and now I'm going to create a notes page UI. Okay, so here you can see that this is how I'm going to create a notes page UI. So you can just create by own, because I think so you got a lots of knowledge about how you can use a widgets and how you can just use a widgets to create an awesome design. Right, but I'm going to show you that what all things I'm going to do, but I'm not going to tell you on much detail because I've already done this before. So here we can see that we just need to first pass a background color to this screen. Right, so what I need to do is that first I need to pass a background color. So I need to just pass colors dot black. As I've told you that scaffold is an house structure, so just to provide a complete color to your house, I mean pass a complete color to this screen, you can just pass colors dot black, something like this. Okay, so once you do this, now what I need to do, so here we have just passed a background color black. Now let's move. Now here I need to just do one thing. Basically you can notice that there is an image at over here. You can see that there is an image, the text and the button. Okay, so we need to directly use a row widget to display all these things, because all the things have been aligned horizontally. So I need to pass a row. Now you can't pass a row directly, you can just write body container, then I need to just write child, and then I need to pass a row, something like this, children. Then I need to use image.asset, images folder name, and then I need to pass an exact file name like boy1.jpg. Okay, now let's pass the height. Let's pass the height up to 40. We'll just pass the width 40, and we'll use a fit box fit dot cover, something like this. Okay, now here you can see that this is the image. As I've just passed the container, so that we can just pass a margin as in set dot only. From the top let's pass 40.0, and from the left let's pass like 20.0. I'm going to increase the height, let's pass up to 60, and let's pass the width 60. Okay, now you can see that the image is completely in the circular form. As I've told you what you need to do, you need to just wrap up with a clip react widget. We need to pass border radius dot circular, we can just pass up to 60, something like this. Right, now let's show this text, hi Shivam. Okay, so I need to just pass the text widget. In the text widget I need to just pass the text like hi, and we need to just write Shivam. Then I need to pass a styling, an app widget class dot headline text style 18.0, and we are going to just pass color, which will be like colors dot white, something like this. Okay, so let's pass the white. Now once we do this, now let's pass the size box width, let's pass 20.0, that will be enough. Okay, I'm going to increase the font size to 20, maybe that's enough. So now let's move, and now I need to display this button. Right, so I need to first write a container, okay, again, and then I need to just pass decoration, a box decoration color, and in the color I'm going to use a custom color code. As I've told you that when you are pasting a custom color code, just start with 0xff rather than using a hashtag, because just to read that respective color code you need to start with 0xff. Right, now once you do this, now let's move back and let me get the color code first. Okay, so this is the color code that we are going to use. Now I just need to pass a child, and then I need to just pass an icon. In the icon I need to just write icons dot add. Okay, now we just need to pass the color, which will be colors dot white. Now this is the icon that you can see. Now here I'm going to just pass padding as insert dot all up to 10. I guess 10 will be too much, let's pass up to 8, and directly we are going to increase the size. So I'm going to just write the size up to 30.0. Right, now I need to provide a complete circular structure, so I need to write border radius border radius dot circular, we just need to pass up to 60. So here it is. Okay, now you can just pass the spacing if you want. I think so that's enough. And as I've told you that when you want to pass a maximum space between the two widgets, you can directly use a spacer rather than passing a fixed width, right? So this is the thing. Now I need to pass from the right position as well, I mean the spacing or the margin. So here it is. Now here it is done. Now as I've told you that we need to store all the widgets completely in the vertical direction, right? This is for the horizontal one, and once we do this, now I need to store all the widgets in the horizontal direction. So I need to wrap up the row with our column widget, something like this. And once you do this, now here you need to do one thing, like here I need to pass a text. In the text I need to just pass like my notes, okay, my notes, something like this. Let's pass the styling and our widget class dot, let's pass headline text style. We'll directly use 20.0 and color which will be like colors.white. Okay, that will be enough. No, that's not enough. I need to increase it to 30. And as I've told you that we need to align this to the left side, so we need to pass cross axis alignment dot start, something like this. Okay, I need to use the size box so that there will be enough spacing. Maybe we can use up to 30.0. I guess that will be enough. Okay, and okay, that's more than enough. I just need to pass up to 40. Let's see. Okay, now it's better. Now I'm going to create some of the containers just to display the headline of our nodes and then the text on that node with a delete icon. Okay, so what I need to do is that here I'm going to just directly write a container, and here I need to pass decoration, box decoration, color. Okay, again I'm going to use a custom color code, so I need to write color 0xff, then I need to paste the color code, right? So let's pass this, let's pass the child column, and then I need to pass children text widget, then I need to pass the text which will be like buy honey 100% original, right? So I need to write buy 100% or buy honey, okay, sorry, so buy honey 100% original. Okay, now we just need to show this in a headline text because this is our headline of our notes, and then I need to use like 18.0, and we can directly pass color which will like colors dot black. Okay, something like this. Now once we do this, now let's pass the text widget. Now just to show the text, I need to just write this, which is like a buy the new brand honey for my family. Okay, and then I need to just write buy the new brand honey for my family, right? I need to pass a styling again. Let's use an app widget class dot medium text style. Let's pass 18, I guess is enough. I think so. We need to lower down the text because headline is already on 18, and we can just pass colors dot black. Maybe we need to use a different shade of a black color, not maybe up to this. Okay, now you can see that all the text had been aligned to the left side. So again we need to do the same thing, which is like in cross, and we can use a cross axis alignment dot start, something like this. Let's directly pass the size box. So let's copy the size box, let's paste this over here, and then I need to just pass a 10. We'll just use a width. Again I need to use media query dot of context dot size dot width, right? I need to pass padding edge insert dot all, maybe up to 10. Okay, that's enough. Okay, if you're thinking that text size is too much, you can just pass up to 16, and you can lower down this text to 14, right? So this is what that you can do. Now I need to show two things, basically a delete icon and a icon to edit. You can't see this icon like icon to edit, but we need also an option to edit the respective notes, because I am teaching you a crude method. So we need to handle all the things like create, read, update and delete. So we need to handle all these 4 things by using this app, right? So here I need to pass an edit so that we can just update the notes, right? So what I need to do is that here I need to just pass a row widget, and we need to just wrap up with a row widget, and we need to pass the icon. Okay, now in the icon I need to just write icons dot edit. something like this. Let's pass the color, which will like colors dot red, and then I need to just pass the icon, which will like icons dot delete. Okay, something like this. Then again I need to just pass the color, which will like colors dot red. Okay, so this is what that you can see. If you want, you can just pass the outline text as well. Okay, it's up to your choice. You can do here this as well. Okay, so this is what that you can see. If you want to increase the size, we can just pass 30, and let's pass the size, which will be like up to 30, something like this. Okay, so once we do this, now let's pass the spacer so that there will be a maximum spacing, and then I need to use the size box here as well so that there will be a maximum space 10.0. That will be enough, right? Now once we have shown the edit and a delete button or an icon, then I need to just pass the border radius. So I'll just pass the border radius dot circular. You can directly pass up to 20, something like this. So this is how we can just show this. If you are thinking that the padding is too less, let's pass 20, or let's pass up to 10. Okay, or you can use dot only as well if you want some custom padding from left side, like up to 20. From the top you can just pass tab, from the right you can just pass 10, and from the bottom you can just pass like 20. Okay, something like this. So now it's look much better, I guess. You can just pass from right more up to 20, and maybe up to from top let's pass 20. Yeah, so I guess that's much better, and we can use some spacing over here, maybe size box. Let's pass the height up to 10.0. Okay, so this is the thing, and we have just passed the headline and the text, right? So I think so that's look much better. As I told you that if you want to pass a different shade of a black color, you can also do that. Maybe you can just bring to this, or let's do this. This is enough, right? So buy honey 100% original. Okay, buy the new brand honey for my family, right? So now I'm going to execute this crude method that I've told you. So first I'm going to just write a code or handle a function which is like and create of our crude method, right? So first I'm going to allow the user to click to this plus icon so that they can just add a notes. So for that I'm going to display a dialog box over here from where they can just enter two things, basically the headline of the notes and the text they want to pass on that respective notes, right? So I need to create a dialog box first. For the dialog box, what I need to do is that I need to create a function so that we can directly call that, right? So here I just need to move down over here inside the our stateful widget. I'm going to just pass this, right? So what I need to do is that here I'm going to just write the function name is like a void show add node dialog. Okay, so I need to just write dialog, something like this. And once we do this, now let's write build context, and we just need to write context, something like this. Okay, so once we do this, now here what I need to do is that I need to just pass a show dialog function, right? Now once we pass a show dialog function, it's going to simply show me the dialog box, and we can just maintain all the things directly in a show dialog function. So I need to first pass a context over here where I need to show this dialog box. Then I need to return, and in the return I'm going to pass the alert dialog widget that we have, right? Once we have an alert dialog widget, now first we can just pass a background color, and here I need to just write color. We need to pass 0xff, then I need to pass 1e and 1e. So this is the code that I can pass over here. Now I need to pass a shape, and we are going to just keep the shape which will be like up to the rectangular border. I need a rounded rectangular border and with a border radius, and we need to pass border radius dot circular, which will be like up to 16. Okay, so once we do this, now this is how we have just passed these things. Now we need to show the title of our dialog box. So for that I need to just pass a text, and in the text I need to just pass a text which is like an add note. So this is just a, you can say a headline, or you can just see a title of our dialog box, and we can pass a styling an app widget class dot headline text style. Let's pass 18.0, and we are going to just keep the color which will be like colors dot white. I think so I passed a background color which will be like black. Now I think so if I'll pass a background color, I can't see this over here. So let's do one thing. Let's change this with a color white, and let's see how it will look. So I'm going to just pass colors.white, and we are going to just change the text color to black. Okay, so this is the thing. Now once we do this, now here I need to show the content in our dialog box. I need to write content, then I need to pass column, children, and I need to just keep the size of this dialog box minimum. I will show you that why I'm saying this, but before that let's pass a text field over here. So I need to just directly write a text field. So let's write a text field, and we need a two text field, which is for one for the headline and the notes that they want to write. Okay, so I need to first pass a styling. In the styling I'll just say text style, and we are going to just keep the color, which will like colors dot black. Okay, or we are going to change this to gray. Okay, so let's see that how it will look first. So I'm going to just keep it colors dot black, and then I need to pass a decoration, which will be like an input decoration, and then I need to pass the hint text that I need to display, and in the hint text I need to just pass like enter headline. Okay, enter headline, and then I need to pass a hint style. Okay, then I need to use a text style, a color, and we can just pass like colors dot gray dot shade, and we just need a shade up to 400, right? So this is how we can just pass a shade. We'll just keep the field to true. Okay, and then I need to pass a fill color, which will be like colors dot black. Okay, something like this. Then I need to just pass the border color, and maybe I can just pass the border color, which will like border outline input border, and we can just pass the border radius, which will like border radius dot circular, and we can just pass up to 10. Then I need to pass the border side, which is like border side. I don't need border side, so border side dot none. Okay, so this is how I've just wrote a text field. Now I'm going to show you that how a dialog box is looking. Then I'm going to write a further code in our dialog box, right? So I'm going to wrap up this container with a gesture detector, and in the onTap method I'm going to just pass the function name, which is like, what is a function name? Like show add node, right? So show add node dialog, and we just need to pass context. Now I'll click to this. Okay, so here you can see that this is how the dialog box will look alike, and I think so what I can do is that rather than passing colors dot black, I can just may use colors dot gray and different shade of a gray color, maybe up to this. I guess that's much perfect. Now I'll click to this. Okay, nothing happens. Okay, I made a mistake. I just need to paste this something over here. Yeah, it's done. Now I'll click to this, and here you can see how it looks, and we are going to change this text style to this colors dot black. Okay, I guess that's much perfect. And now we'll click to this. Okay, I can't see this text clearly, so let's pass the hint style not too gray, maybe let's use black. Okay, so this is what that you can see. Enter headline, we have just passed this text field. Now we need another text field, so let's copy this directly. Let's paste this over here, and the another text field is all about where the user will going to enter their nodes. So I'm going to just write enter node. Okay, and we just need to dot dot dot. Okay, so here we can just pass this, and let's pass the spacing because all the things have been stuck together. So let's pass 20.0, something like this. Yeah, now you can see that once they write a node, the chances will be that it won't be in the single line, right? So I need to just pass the max lines, and I'll just tell that maximum line that they can just enter in their node will be up to like 4. So I need to just write maximum lines will be like up to 4, and you can see that the text field size will be just increased, right? Now once we do this, now here what I need to do, once we show this text field, for the note and the headline, we need to create a button. But you can see that there are a lot many space still have been left. So that's the usage of main axis mean that I've told you. So I just tell that to use a minimum space, don't use a maximum space. So here it is, and it's going to just use only that much space that we need, right? So this is the thing. Now here I need to just write an elevated button, and in the onPress method I'm going to pass the function, okay? But before that, let's pass a text, and in the text I'm going to just write a save, okay, something like this. So now I'll click to this again, and here you can see that this is the save button that we have shown, right? And here I can just, if you want to just change this background color of this elevated button, you can do that as well. You can just use elevated button dot style from, and in the style from you can see that there are a lot many styling that you can just pass to this elevated button, and that's why we can just pass a background color. Let's write a background color which will like colors dot blue, okay? If you want to create a custom button also by using a container, you can do that. It's up to your choice, right? So this is the thing. Now I'm going to also just change the text style so that all the things might look good. So I'm going to just pass app-widget dot headline text style. Let's pass 18.0, and we are going to just change the color of this text to white, something like this, okay? So here it is, okay? Now let's pass the spacing first. So I'm going to just use a size box. Let's write 20.0, okay? So I guess here it is, right? So this is how we can just create a complete dialog box, and I have shown you that it is very easy to create a dialog box using an alert dialog widget, right? Now once we do this, now let's use our create method to create a note in this app, right? So now I'm going to use the Firestore. As I've told you many times, the usage of an Firestore, basically I'm going to now store some data. I mean, I need to store the notes in the server, okay? So here comes the usage of an Firestore to store our data in the Firebase, and we can use them in the app, okay? So it's simply opening. So this is the Firestore, you can see, and once it has been launched, we can just create a database, right? Now what is a database? So once you need to simply store some data, you need a database, okay, that has been provided by a Firebase in the form of Firestore, right? So now I'm going to just click on next, and you can just pass the location or keep the location up to this. Now click on next and click on create button. I'm just starting in the production mode, not in a test mode, okay? So this is the thing, and now we'll click to this, and it's going to just set up some security rules for our cloud Firestore. And once we do this, we are ready to upload our data to the cloud Firestore, right? So here it's done, and I think so now we have just landed to this database, and here we just need to move to the rules section. And in the rules section, please do not forget to change the rules from false to true, okay? Otherwise it will create a problem for you to upload a data to the cloud Firestore, right? Now once we do this, now it's done. Please do not need to worry about this condition. Your security rules are defined as public, as anyone can steal or modify, delete your data in a database. No one will going to steal your data or something. It's like Firebase is giving some alert before doing this, but no one going to steal your data because we have just added all the authentication and all, right? So we'll just move to the data back again, and here you can see the complete setup from where we are going to manage all the data that will be uploaded to the server, right? So I'm going to tell you about each and everything right now, like how you can just upload a first data to the cloud Firestore, right? Now for that, I'm going to do one thing. Basically we need to handle or we need to use a two text editing controller. As I've told you that there are two text fields, so I need to just write a text editing controller. First one is for the headline controller. I need to just write headline controller is equals to new text editing controller, okay? So this is just for the first one. Now we need for the second one, which is for the notes. I need to just write notes controller. Now we need to pass the controller to the each text field. So I need to pass controller. This is for the headline one, so I need to just write headline, and this is for the controller, and which is for the notes one. So I need to write a notes controller, right? Now once we do this, now we are ready to upload a data. So I'm going to just write if method, and we are going to check that if both the text field is filled or not. If it is filled, then only we are going to allow the user to upload a data to the Cloudflare store. I hope it's read. You are getting what I'm trying to explain. So I'm going to just write dot text. It should not be empty, and one more text field should not be empty, which is our nodes controller dot text should not be empty. If this both the condition is true, we have just passed and method. I think so you're getting what I have passed, like and. So and will just check that if both the conditions are true or not. There are some more conditions like or. If any of the one condition is true, then we are going to just move inside the if case. So this is how you can just pass or, basically this condition or this condition. So if any of the one condition will be true, then we can execute this if case. But here I need an and case because I need this both text field to be filled. So both the conditions are true, then only we are going to just move inside the if case. That's a big difference between and the or, and how you can use that, right? Now once we do this, now here I'm going to write a function that will help us to upload our data to the Cloudflare store. So here I'll move to the service folder, and again I'm going to create a new class which will be like a database.dart file. So let's first create a dart file, and then I need to just create a class name like a database methods, and I'm going to just write all the functions in our database methods class so that we can use that functions accordingly. We don't need to write all the codes in the single page. Okay, so I need to just pass a future, and in the future first let's pass the function name, which is like add nodes. Okay, so I'm keeping just a function name, really simple. Now what I need to do is that first I need to pass a map. So I'll just pass a map with a combination of string and a dynamic, and we just need to pass like nodes data, which is a map name, right? I'm going to explain about a map now. So once we upload a data to the Cloudflare store, I'm going to explain about really the map is. Okay, so I'm going to just pass a string ID, right? Okay, this is the ID, and then I need to just write async, and then we need to write await, and we need to return this. So we'll just need to write return await Firebase Firestore. Okay, we are using Firebase, so we need to pass Firebase Firestore. Now one more thing, there is some inbuilt or pre-built code we need to handle a Cloudflare store. Okay, so to get a pre-built code, we need to move to the Pub.dev, right? So let's move to the Pub.dev first, and once we move to the Pub.dev, we need to handle a Cloudflare store. So we need a Cloudflare store package. Okay, so this is the package, and we'll move to the installing. Let's copy this package from here, and let's directly paste this in the pub.xml file, something like this. Now simply run this file. Now we are ready to use the Cloudflare store, right? Now here I'm going to just write Firebase Firestore dot instance dot collection. Okay, now what is a collection? What is a document? What are the fields? These are the very important things in the Firestore. Okay, so I'm going to just pass a collection name which will like nodes, and inside the nodes collection I'm going to pass a unique ID to the nodes, and then I need to pass dot collection and a map name which is like a nodes data. We just need to write dot set method, right? And now I need to just pass a map name. This is like a nodes data. Now if you are seeing this for the first time, then you will say that I can't really get that what Shivam is writing over here. I know that it's really hard for you to understand, but I'm going to make these things really easy. I'm just writing the code right now. I'm going to tell you about each things, like what is collection, what is a doc, why we have used a set method and all. Just keep some patience, right? So once we do this, now here we'll just move back to the home page, and in the home page now we are going to upload a data. So I'm going to just create a map. Now let me explain you what is a map. So map is a combination of key and a value pair. Now the key that we want to pass is in the form of string, so I'm directly writing a string. Now as I've told you that something that has been indicated in a double inverted comma, it's going to act as a string, and something there will be a case that you can see the string has been passed in a single inverted comma. It is also a string, so don't think that it's not a string. So you can say the text that has been passed in a single inverted comma, double inverted comma, and that going to act as a string, right? Now here I need to just pass a value pair. So I need to just, as I told you, that the map is a combination of key and value pair. The key will be in the form of string and the value that we can pass in the form of dynamic. Now let me explain you about a dynamic. In the dynamic you can pass anything like a string, integer, boolean character, a number, a double. So dynamic can be, you can use a dynamic if you want to pass anything, right? I need to just write an add nodes. Okay, so this is just a function name, right? Now not a function name, basically a map name, so I just need to write nodes. Okay, I'm keeping the map name really simple right now, and then I need to do one thing, like inside the map I need to create a combination. So basically I'm going to first get a headline, so I'm writing a headline. I need to write in double inverted comma because this is a key and we have passed a string. Now in the dynamic I can just get a text, so I need to just write headline controller.text. Then I need to just pass a nodes, so I just need to write a nodes, and in the nodes I'm going to just write nodes controller.text. So this is the thing. Now as I pass the ID, so we can just pass a unique ID to the each nodes that we are uploading. So just to create a unique ID, I need to create a unique ID. So for that I'm going to use the another package from our Pub.dev, which is like an random string. Okay, so here I'll just move and we are going to just search for the package which is like a random string, so that we can provide the unique ID to that respective nodes. So I'll move to the installing. Let's copy this respective package from here. Let's directly paste this in the perspec.ml file, something like this. Okay, so once we do this, now let's move back to the home page, and in the home page I'm going to just create a ID, string ID. Now you will see that, Shivam, why we are creating the ID? So that's a very good question. I'm going to explain you this. So we are going to just write random alphanumeric and we are going to create a unique 10 ID up to 10, and then I need to just pass the ID over here, and we'll just need to pass the ID. Okay, now once we do this, this is how we have just created a map. Now we need to upload our data. So to upload our data, I'm going to first write async, and I'll just tell to wait until this function is completely called. I need to pass database dot methods, which is our class name, dot, and we need to call add nodes, our map, our function name, right? And we need to just pass a map name, which is like a nodes, and this is how we can just pass an ID. So this is how we are going to upload our data to the cloud Firestore. Okay, so let's test this. So I'm going to simply hot restart the app, and I'll click to this, and we are going to just pass the headline. So for example, I'll just pass like Flutter course. Okay, so let's write Flutter course, and today we will cover crude method, right? Okay, so this is what that we have done. Now I'll click to this save button. Okay, I just click to the save, and we just need to wait, and once we upload our data, we'll just move to here, and we just need to refresh this page, and we'll just check that if any data has been uploaded to the cloud Firestore or not. Okay, and we are just waiting for that. Okay, so we are facing one thing, so the data hasn't been shown over here. We have just added now a package which is like a cloud Firestore and a random string. As I've told you that once you add any new package to the perspec.ml file, please do not hot restart or hot reload the app. As I've told you that, so I've shown you that if you hot reload or hot restart, the data won't be uploaded to the cloud Firestore. So this was the error that I need to show you, because I know that many of you will just make this mistake and you will say that, Shivam, we can't get our data to the cloud Firestore. So that's a small mistake that you can do. So let me close this app completely and rerun the app complete from the starting, right? How we can successfully upload our data to a Firebase Firestore, right? Now we'll click to this add button, and just I'm going to write the headline like I will teach a new course. The course will be on Flutter. Okay, so I'm going to upload this, and I will click to this save button, and let's see how it's going to happen. So now we'll just move to the Firebase, we'll just move to the Firestore, and let's see if we get a data over here or not, right? So it's loading. Yeah, Yeah, so here you can see that our data has been simply been uploaded to the cloud Firestore, and you can see that it has simply created a collection notes, a document ID, and the headline that I have added, like I will teach a new course, and notes that we have added, like the course will be on Flutter, right? So now let me explain you that what really the collection is, what is a document, and what are all the fields, because these are the much more important things in the cloud Firestore. So you need to know about all the things just to handle all the data in the Firestore. Right now what we have done is that we'll move to the database.dat file, and here you can see that I've told that Firebase Firestore to create a collection which will be like a nodes collection. Now this is a nodes collection, and in this nodes collection we are going to add all the documents in the respective collection. Okay, so this is the collection, and in this collection there will be all the documents. Right now here I have just wrote a collection name which is like nodes, and then we have passed a doc id. In this doc id I have told that to pass a specific document id, so that's why we have passed a string id. You know that I have used a random alphanumeric 10 just to create a unique ID, and once we pass that we get the unique ID, or we pass the unique ID to this specific node. Okay, so this is a collection, all the collection will be displayed over here. This is a document. Now if you don't pass a specific document ID, the Firestore will give a document ID from their side, right? So this is how you can just pass a notes. So this is how you can just store all the collections over here. You can store all the documents, and all the fields will be displayed over here. Right now these are the fields, like this field is specifically being given to this document. Right now this is how we can just pass a set method, and there is a two thing, like if you don't pass a document id you need to pass dot add method, and if you are passing a document id you need to set the fields, so you need to use a set method. So that's a two thing, right? If you are getting confused right now, so don't need to worry. In our coming chapters we are going to use some more set and add methods so that you can get more clarity like how to use them. Right now once we do this, and this is how we got our data in the Firestore, and now I can simply get our data in our app as well. Right now we'll just move to the home page, and in the home page I want that once this data has been like added, we just need to close this dialog box. Okay, so I'm going to just pass like navigator dot pop context, so that it can simply pop out from this dialog box, and we can directly move back to the home page. Right now one more thing I need to do is that in the set state I need to make this to text field empty, so that once the user want to add a second node they can successfully do that. Right, so to do that I just need to pass headline controller.text, and we need to make it empty. This is how we need to do. We need to write nodes controller.text, and we just need to make it empty. So we will do this thing. Right now this is how we can just make this to text field empty, so that the user can enter the second nodes. Right now once we do this, now this is how we can just use a create method. Right, so this is how we can just use a create method. So I'm going to just write over here that this is a create method. Now I'm going to use a second thing which is like in read. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is that first I'm going to create a function. So first I need to again write a future. Right now in the future what I need to use, it is a stream. Okay, now let me give you a idea. Like what we are going to do is that we are going to get all the documents from our nodes collection over here. Okay, by using a stream builder. I'm saying that again, like I'm going to call a nodes collection, and in the nodes collection I'm going to get all the documents from our nodes collection by using a stream builder. Okay, now what is a stream builder? So for example, if I want to simply update a specific document, for example if I want to change the headline of this specific nodes, I can simply do that by using a update method, but that should be highlighted in my app in just a few seconds. Right now that's a better use of a stream builder. So stream builder will help us to update a specific field in just a seconds, so that it will be better for us to get that data
highlighted in our app, right? So I will just tell you that once you want to display all the documents or all the data from a respective collection, use a stream builder method, right? So I'm going to just write a stream over here, and then I need to write a query snapshot, right? Now I'm going to explain all these things. So we'll just write get nodes. So this is our function name, and then I need to just write async, and we need to return, and we need to wait. Okay, what we need to wait for? We need to wait for like Firebase Firestore dot instance dot collection. Now here we have just passed a collection name. So what collection we need to call, which is like a nodes collection. So let's paste this nodes collection over here, and we need to use dot snapshot. Now snapshot will help us to read all the documents that this respective collection has, right? Now that's a use of a snapshot, right? So now this is the thing we have done. Now here I'll move back to the home page, and in the home page I'm going to create a function, and which is like a widget, and we need to write all nodes. So this is just a function name, right? Now once we do this, now we just need to return, and in the return I'm going to call our stream builder as I've told you. So we need to pass a stream method over here. So I need to just write a stream. Okay, now in the stream we can just keep a stream name, which is like a nodes stream. Okay, something like this. Now once we do this, let's pass a null check, and then I need to call a function name. So I need to write get on the load. So as soon as this page loads, I mean that as soon as the user lands to this home page, I want that nodes to be displayed from our nodes collection, right? Now to do that, I need to simply call all the data from our nodes collection and directly store them in our stream. Okay, so I need to just write a node stream is equals to await. So let's first write async await, and then I need to just write our function name that we have wrote. So that database methods class dot, and we need to get a nodes. This is the thing, and we can use a set state. Okay, and now in the init state, I have told you the usage of an init state. So I need to write get on the load, something like this. Now once we do this, now simply call our nodes stream, then we need to call our builder. Okay, now in the builder I need to call from this page. So I need to write context, then async snapshot. As I've told you that snapshot will help us to read all the documents, so I need a snapshot as well. So I need to write a snapshot, something like this. And once we do this, now here I need to return the again, and what I need to return is that I need to first check that if the collection is empty or not. So if the data is there in the respective collection, we are going to show that by using a list view. Okay, I've told you about a list view. Okay, so I need to just check that if snapshot dot has data. So we are going to check that if the respective collection has any documents available or not. If it is there, then we are going to just show them by using a list view dot builder. It is very easy to understand, it's not very complex. Okay, so now what I need to do is that I need to just pass an item count, and as I told you, we need a snapshot. So in snapshot dot data dot docs dot length. Okay, now this is the thing. Now in the item builder, I need to just write context, and we need to read each document one by one. So that's why I need to pass an index. Now if there is a data available, we are going to show them by using a list view, and if the data is not available, we are going to just display the container. Okay, so this is the command that we need to pass. Okay, now once we do this, now here inside this I need to write like document snapshot ds is equals to snapshot dot data dot docs, and we need to read each index, not each index, we need to read each document one by one, and we need to get the field from that respective document, right? So I need to write docs, and we need to pass an index, something like this. I think so, it's very easy, and we just need to return, right? Now in the return, I'm going to pass this thing that we have created just for the UI. I'm going to cut this directly from here, and we need to just paste this over here. Okay, I think so, it's much clear. And once we do this, now I need to pass a scroll direction, but you don't need to, because the scroll direction has been automatically been fixed in a vertical direction that we need, so we don't need that, right? So now what I need to do is that I need to read these fields like headline field, id, and a notes field for the all the documents that we have over here, right? Now to do that, I need to just do one thing. I need to write ds that going to read our document field and what field name that I need to read. So this is the field name that I need to read, which is like a headline. Okay, then I need to write ds back again, and what field I need to read, which is like a notes field. So let's copy this, let's paste this over here. Okay, now once we do this, now let's call our all nodes ListView. Okay, now let's simply hot restart the app. Okay, now we are going to simply see the error. Now I've told you that why we are going to face this error. If you are using the list view, I've told that make sure that you need to wrap up this with an expanded widget so that you can tell the list view that how much space he should use. So here you can see that this is how we got a document from our Firestore, and it has simply read our headline, which is like I will teach a new course, which you can see over here, and the notes, the course will be on Flutter. So you can see that we have successfully read a document from our Firestore by using a string builder. Now as I've told you that there is some space over here, and as I've told you that there is some space automatically been given by a list view side, so I need to remove this. So I need to write padding edge inset dot only, and will change the only to 0. Okay, I don't need any padding from a list view side. So here it is, and we can simply see this over here. Okay, now let's add one more thing. Now let's add a second node. So I'll just write I will play cricket. I need to do this at 4 p.m. right? p.m. Okay, now I'll click to this, and you can see that it just take a few seconds to add this field and update this over here. Now you can see that this things has been stuck together, so I need to pass the margin edge insert dot only from the bottom 10.0, or let's pass like 20.0. So this is how you can add as much nodes on the app, and it will be simply been shown in our app in just a few seconds, not a few seconds, I think so it's milliseconds. So that's a good use of an stream builder that I've taught to you, right? So this was our second thing, which is like an read method. Now we are going to just head to our third thing, which is like an update. Okay, so now what I need to do is that when I click to this, I'm going to open the dialog box again, and once we open the dialog box, we are going to allow the user to update the headline and the notes that they want, right? So what I need to do is that here I'm going to directly copy this function and will just paste this over here. Okay, let's write that again. So let's write an update function. Okay, update, something like this. Yeah, now let's write future. In the future, I'm going to just write update notes. Okay, update notes. This is our field name. Now we need to move to the specific document ID just to update the headline and the notes. Otherwise we can't update that field, right? So I need to get the document ID. So I'm writing a doc ID over here, and then we need to return, and let's first pass a sync await, and then I need to just write Firebase Firestore dot instance dot collection. Okay, so what collection we need to move? We need to move to the nodes collection. Okay, then what ID we need to update? So I need to write doc, and we need to pass a doc ID. We need to update, so I need to pass update, something like this. Okay, now here what I need to do is that I need to update a headline or a notes field. Okay, so just to update this two field, I need to first get a data. So I'm going to just write a string. So I need to get a updated headline, and then I need to pass string and updated notes. Okay, something like this. Now I need to update that two field, so I need to just write an exact field name. Now make sure that when you're writing the field name, it should be exact. So that's why I'm doing a copy paste work rather than writing a field name directly over here, because if you do any mistake like small letter, capital letter, if you miss any spacing and all, it will simply throw the error. So you make sure that when you pass in field name, it should be exact, right? Now we just need to pass the headline, something like this. So I'm going to just write headline, and then I need to pass our second field name which is like a nodes. Let's pass a nodes. Okay, I think so it's very clear, right? Now this is how we are going to pass our update function. Now let's handle this case. So we'll move back to the home page, and in the home page I'm going to just do one thing. Like here I'm going to just pass a bool update. Okay, so we are going to just check that whether we are going to update or we are going to add a note, because we are going to just handle this. So like user going to press this, so same dialog box will appear just to add that note, and once we click to this, the same dialog box will appear to update, right? So from one dialog box we are going to handle that two things, right? So that's why I'm going to show you how we are going to do that, right? So now what I'm going to do is that let's move over here, and we are going to not update this. So I'm going passing this false over here, and what I need to do is that over here, once the user click to this pencil icon, I need to just pass a execution. So let's write gesture detector, and in the on tap method I'm going to just write show what was the function name, let me see again. Okay, add note, right? Show add note dialogues, and yes, it is an update function, so I'm going to just write true, not false. Okay, and we need to store these two things over here. So in the set state, what I'm going to do is that let's write headline controller.text is equals to, and we are going to just store the ds headline. So let's copy this and we'll directly paste this over here. Okay, this is for headline. We just need to write nodes controller.text is equals to ds, and let's call our nodes field. Okay, so this is how we need to do this. So once we store that, then we are going to call this, right? Now once we do this, now let's see how it's going to appear. So now we'll click to this plus button. Okay, so you can see that once I click to this plus button, it will simply show me the headline and the notes, right? Now if you are thinking that once I click to this, so once you click to this again, it's going to show me the headline and the notes, so I can simply edit them, right? So now what I need to do is that I'm going to first check that if both the fields are filled or not. Okay, so this is the thing, and here if the update method is true, if the update method is true, then I'm going to just pass like await database methods dot update nodes, and then I need to pass a doc id. So for the doc id, what I'm going to do is that here I'm going to just write a string over here, and in the string I'm going to just pass a doc id, something like this. Okay, so doc id, we don't need a doc id once we create a node, but we need this over here. So I'm going to pass ds, and this is why I have wrote a id over here. So I just need to paste this a document id, and we don't need any id over here, so I'm going to keep it blank, right? So this is how we need to handle this. And in the update nodes, I'm going to just pass the document id, something like this. We need to pass an headline, so I need to write headline controller dot text, and then a updated node, so I need to write nodes controller dot text. Okay, something like this. Okay, so once we do this, now in the set state I'm going to make that empty. So I'm going to just write headline controller dot text and make that empty, and then I need to just write nodes controller dot text and make that empty, right? So this is the thing. If update is true, then we are going to update this. If it is not, then we are going to just use a else case, and in the else case I'm going to paste this something over here. Okay, so let's first pop out this as well. Okay, something like this. So by single dialog box I can just handle our two case, which is like an add method and update method, right? So let's hot restart the app and let's see how it's going to work. So I'm going to click to this, and I'll just update this headline. So I'll just write I will eat good food, right? I will eat a good food, and I'll just write I will eat some vegetables, etc. Right? So this is how I've just pasted this. This is our headline, and I've wrote a note. Now we click to the save button, and let's see how it's going to work. Okay, and you can see that it just take a few seconds to update this note. I will eat a good food, I will eat some vegetable, etc. Right, now let's see that whether the field has been updated to the Firebase or not. Okay, so we just move over here and you can see that it was before a different headline, but it has been changed to this and the notes through this. Okay, so you can see that how beautifully our update method is working, and we can just update any notes that we want. Okay, now we can just add a headline like new notes as well. So I just write new headline and then I'm going to just write new notes. Okay, so this is the thing. Now click to the save button and you can see that it can just add the another notes as well. So we have just done our third method, which is update. Now let's move to the our fourth method, which is like an delete. Okay, so I'm going to cover a delete right now. So I'm going to just write delete, and in the delete I'm going to delete this respective node that we don't want, right? So I'm going to just write future, and in the future I'm going to just write delete nodes. Okay, and then I need to just pass a string. Again I need a doc id, because what I need that I move to the nodes collection and I simply remove a specific document from here just to delete that node, right? So what I need to do is that here I need to write async, we need to write return, and in the await I'm going to just write database sorry, not a database, I need to write Firebase firestore dot instance dot collection, and let's pass the collection name like a nodes collection dot doc, which document I need to delete. So I need to pass doc id dot simple, a delete method, right? So this is how you can just delete a respective nodes, right? So now let's move back to the home page, and in the home page what I need to do is that here yeah, so over here in the delete icon I need to just wrap up with a gesture detector, and in the on tap method I'm going to just write async await database methods dot delete nodes. Let's pass ds dot id, or you can pass ds id as well. Okay, so in the both the way you can get a document id, so don't need to worry about that. So let's write this way. Okay, and this is how we can delete our respective nodes. So let's see, let's hot restart this again, and we'll click to this, and you can see that it just take a few milliseconds to delete that node. I will delete this as well. Okay, now there is only a single node has been seen over here, so there will be only a single document in the nodes collection. So let's check to the Firebase. So in the nodes collection you can see there is only a single document has been available, which is like I will play cricket, that has been shown in our nodes page. Okay, so this is how I have just taught you that how you can use a crude method in the Firebase just to create a document, just to read a document, just to update a document, or just to delete a document. So this is a basic and I think so most important functionality that you need to simply know in the Firebase just to handle the Firebase Firestore in the easiest way as possible, right? So this is what that we have covered in this chapter, right? You can see that this is how I just created the UI for our object detector app by using an AI, right? So this is the home page that I've created, and I think so now you got to know like how to use a different widgets to create an awesome UI in Flutter, right? So I'm going to give you a quick recap of what I have done so that you can just get to know like how I can use this widgets, though you already have an idea, but I'm going to give you a quick recap, right? So you can simply get the image from the asset folder, the link I've simply provided you. Okay, now here first I need to just pass the background color to this image, and then I use a app bar. You can see that this is an app bar, and you can use an app bar inside a scaffold widget, right? So just write an app bar, and you need to pass a background color to the app bar as well, right? Now we need to pass some text to the app bar, so that's why I use a title, and in the text I've just passed like AI object detector, and we have just passed the styling and all the same thing that we have done before, right? Now we have just write a column widget over here, and then I need to display this image, the text that I have written like a snap a photo to identify an object, take a photo of anything you want to identify, and our AI will provide you more information about it, right? So this is all that I've created, and I've simply created a custom button by using a container. I think so these are the simple things, right? Now I'm going to show you that how I'm going to use a chat GPT or open AI API to simply read the image and give me the detail about the image that I'm going to click. Right now what I need, that when I click to this button, or once the user click to this button, I need to simply open my phone camera so that I can simply click the picture, and the picture will be uploaded to an open AI API, and then it can simply give me the details about that image, right? So this is the process that we are going to follow right now. Okay, so we need some pre-built code to just handle this execution. So you know that to get a pre-built code, we need to move to the Pub.dev, and we need to copy some important packages from there, and we need to paste that in our Flutter app, right? So here we land to the Pub.dev website, and as I told you that we need the package which is like an image picker, so that we can pick the image. So we need an image picker package. So move to the installing, let's copy this package from here, and we need to just paste this in our perspec.ml file, okay, in our dependencies section, something like this. So this is the first one. Now as I've told you that we are going to use an API. Now API is usually starts from a HTTP link, so we need an HTTP package as well. Just to handle a HTTP link, we need a HTTP package, right? So we'll move to the installing, and let's copy this package from here, and let's paste this in our dependencies section. So once you simply paste this to package, now we are going to just write a function so that the user can simply click the image from their camera. So I move to the home page, and in the home page I'm going to just first write a file, and we are going to just write an image. Now the reason is very clear, so let's first call this, and we just need to pass null check. Now why I've just passed a file in the image? Now the reason is very clear, that once you simply click the image from your phone camera, that will be stored in the form of file. Okay, so we need to get that file, I mean the image file, and we need to store that in this image file that we have created, right? Now once we do this, now let's create a function so that we can allow the user to pick the image or to click the image. So I need to just write pick image, and then I need to just write an async, and then I need to write final picker is equals to image picker, okay, something like this, right? Now once we do this, now here I need to write final, and we need to pass picked file is equals to await picker dot pick image. I need to pick the image. You can see that the picker has lot many things. Once you pass dot over here, you can just pick the image. You can pick a media, you can pick a multi-image, you can pick a multi-video, multimedia, pick a video as well. So there are lot many things you can use by using an image picker package. It doesn't mean that image picker will just help us to pick the image. It has a lot many things that you can simply pick from a phone gallery or directly from the camera, right? So I need to just write pick image, and it's simply asking me the source, from which source you want to get that image. So I'm going to just write image source dot, and there are the two things. I need to pick the image from the camera or in gallery. I need to pick the image from camera, so I need to pass a camera, right? Now when it is picked, I need to store that in our image file. So I need to just write picked file should not be equals to null. It means that the image should be picked successfully, and when it has been picked, I just need to store that in our image file. We need to just pass picked file dot path, okay, something like this. Now once we do this, now let's use a set state. I think so it's very clear that what we have done over here, and this is how we have just done this thing, right? Now once the image has been picked successfully, if you are thinking that we can just send this image directly to an open AI API and tell them to give the detail about that image, then you are totally wrong, because the picked image is totally now in the form of file. Now once you simply send any image in the form of file to any API, it's not going to simply read that, because we need to change that image into the form of text, and once we send that in the form of text, then only that API can read that image. I think so it's very clear. Like, you can't directly send the image in the form of file, you need to change or convert that in the form of text so that the API can simply read that image. Now you will say that how I'm going to change that to a text, how the image can be changed to a text. So there is a basically a base 64 is a encode that simply help us to change the image to a specific text, right? So the base 64 write a text in that way so that it can simply highlight that image. So that's a very unique thing. So what I need to do is that I need to change the image to a base 64, basically a text form that will be handled by a base 64, right? So I need to first write a future, and in the future I need to just pass a string, right? Now I need to just write a function name like convert image to base 64, right? Something like this. And then I need to pass the file, because our image is in the form of file, so I need to just write like this. Okay, I need to write a sync, and we need to write a list. In the list I'm going to just pass integer, and we just need to write image bytes. Okay, image bytes, and we just need to write await image dot read as byte. Okay, so it's going to simply change that image to a text, so I'm going to just write return, and we just need to write base 64 encode image bytes. Okay, so you can see that this is a function that we have written just to change that image file to a byte, right, by using a base 64. Okay, now we are ready to send this image. So what I need to do over here, I need to just write a function name which is like an analyze image, right? So this is the function where we are going to use an open AI API, right? So what I need to do is that first I need to just write a future, and then I need to just write a string. Okay, now once we write a string, now let's write the function name is like an analyze image. Okay, I hope spelling is correct. Yeah, I just need to pass file, and then we just need to write image, and let's write async, and again I need to write string base 64 image. Okay, now let's call this function first so that we can get the image in the form of text first, so that we can successfully pass that. So let's pass this image. Okay, and once we do this, what I need to do is that I need to just write an API. Now what is an API? So let me give you an idea like what I need to do over here. So we need to pass some HTTP link. So API is something like, just think that if you want to call some person, you need a specific phone number to call that person, right? Now if you don't have a specific phone number of that person, you can't call that person, right? So now this is the thing that the API does over here. No, it doesn't call any person, it simply call a specific URL that we need to display in our app, right? Now here I need to call an AI. Now to call an AI, we need a specific API URL. Okay, so if you need to call any server, if you need to call any data from respective server, you need a specific URL which is called as an API. I think so it's much clear, right? Now here what I'm going to do is that here I'll just write final response, and in the response I'm going to just wait. So I'm going to just write await, and as I've told you that we need to use an HTTP link, so we need to use an HTTP package. So I need to write HTTP dot post. Okay, something like this. Now we just need to call our HTTP package something like this, and once we do this, now here I just need to use post method. So there are a lot many things that the API has, like post, get method. I'm going to explain all the things in the coming chapters, because I'm going to create an app by using an API as well, right? So now this is the thing. Now here what I need to do, let's first pass URI dot parse. So I'm going to just parse that HTTP link. So I'm going to just write URI dot parse, and we need to just write a respective HTTP link. So let's write HTTPS, and we need to call an open AI API. So I need to write API dot open AI dot com, right? Now we just need to write a version. So I'm going to just write v1, which is a version. Then I need to just pass a chat and a completion. Okay, so this is the respective URL link that I need to simply call a open AI API. I mean the ChatGPT API, right? Now we need to pass some header. Like in the header, we need to pass a respective API key. Now API key is the unique key that have been given to the each user who are trying to just get the data from a server, right? So I just need to write a headers, and in the headers I'm going to just write authorization. So I'm going to just write an authorization, and in the authorization I need to first pass our API key. So I just need to write bearer, and then I need to just write API key. So I'm going to just write your API key. So I'm going to get this API key, so don't need to worry. And then I need to just write a content type. So these are all the headers that we need to pass. And then I need to write application slash JSON. So application slash JSON. Okay, so that's the thing. Now I just need to write a body, and in the body I'm going to write like JSON encode. Okay, so JSON encode. So if you're not getting about these things really well, because I'm not going to go too much deep right now on the API, so I'm going to teach you about API in our coming chapters. Okay, so don't need to worry that what I'm writing over here. Just think that how the API works, and once you get a knowledge, then we can get more deep on the API and other things that the API has, right? So I just need to pass this, and we just need to write JSON encode, and then we need to pass the model version that I want to use. So I just need to write GPT 4o. So there are a lot many versions that the ChatGPT has, right? GPT 4o mini, they have GPT 5 as well. So there are a lot many things. I'm going to use GPT 4o for now, and then I need to just pass a messages. Okay, now in the messages I just need to check that the role. So first I need to write a role, and in the role I'm going to write role as an user. So here I'm writing the role as an user, and then I need to just pass a content. So I need to write a content, and in the content I'm going to write like what type of content I need to show. So I need to show that content type, and in the type I just need the text. So I need to write a text, and then I need to just tell the ChatGPT API that tell me the object what it is, right? So what is going to happen over here, basically once we get that image, once the user try to click the image, and once we pass that image to the ChatGPT, they are going to change that image to the text as I've told you, and we are going to recognize that text. So I need to just tell that ChatGPT to recognize that text and explain me briefly. So I'm going to just write a text, and in the text I'm going to just ask the API like what is this object, explain briefly, explain briefly. Okay, sorry, yeah, so briefly. And once we do this, now here I need to also pass the image, because without passing the image nothing going to work. So let's pass the image. So again I need to write a type, and in the type I need to just write image URL. Okay, image URL, and we just need to write image. In image URL I need to just pass the image that we have. So here I need to just write URL, and let's write the data, then the image, and it is in the form JPEG. So let's write JPEG,
and then it is in the base 64, so I need to write base 64 comma, and let's get that image, so I need to just write base 64 image. I think so it's very clear, right? Now I need to just tell that ChatGPT, if they are, for example, I click an picture of an book, right? Now it trying to give me the knowledge about that, what all things that the book has, right? Now there will be a chance that their ChatGPT will going to provide me lot many details about that book. So I don't want that too much detail about that book. Maybe I need some things in 200 words. So what I need to do is that I'm going to just tell the ChatGPT API that I need a max token of or max words of just 200. So I'll just pass this. Okay, so this will just give me the brief of that respective product or an object in just a 200 words, right? Now once we do this, now here I need to just pass the content. So for that, so if response dot status code is equals to 200, okay, then we need to just write like final data is equals to JSON decode, and we just need to decode the response dot body, okay, and we need to decode that, and we need to return, and in the return I need to just pass a data. In the data I'm going to write like choices, so I need to write choices, something like this. So let's write choices, then I need to get that data, so let's write 0, which is an index. I need to get the message that we get from an API and a content as well, so I need to write content, something like this, okay. So this is the thing, and if we are facing some error, then we just need to pass like it is that if we get a response from the ChatGPT successful, so we are going to check that the successful, basically it's like we need to check that if the response that we get is in the form of 200 code, which is that we are getting all the things successfully, then we are going to match that 200 is equals to 200. So don't think that why I've just passed a 200 over here. Now 200 just mean that the success, so it's going to just indicate the success, right? Now 200 is a success, 400 is a bad request, 401 is unauthorized or a wrong API key, and 500 is a server error. So this is how usually we get a response from a server in the status code, so that we can know that what it really means in the code. So this is something that you need to understand, right? Now once we do this, now in the else case I need to check that what error I'm getting. So in the else case I need to just print, and in the print I'm going to just write response dot body, okay, something like this, and then I need to return, and we just need to pass like there is an error in analyzing the image, okay. So we'll write analyzing image, something like this, okay. So this is what that we can pass. So this is how we have just wrote a complete analyze image function, where we have just used a open AI API, right? Now here I need to write another function which will simply call this analyze image function. So here I'm going to just write void, and we need to process the image, so I need to just write process the image, and let's write first async, and if the image, like if the image we are getting is not null, like it has been successfully been picked, then I need to just return. Now here I need to just write if image is equals to null. It means that the image that we have tried to pick or tried to click from the camera and we didn't get any image, I'm going to just return, and will just tell that there is not any image that has been selected. Now for example, if the image has been selected, we are going to get a result. So I'm going to just write result. So for the result I'm going to first create a string, okay. So let's write a string, and we just need to write result because we need to get a result in the form of text. So I need to just write result. So I need to write result, and we need to write result is equals to, and here I'm going to just write analyzing, just we can show this analyzing dot dot dot, okay, something like this, and we'll just use a set state once the we analyze this, right? And we just need to write string response is equals to await analyze image, and we just need to write an image, okay, something like this. So in the result we are going to just pass this like it's analyzing, and once we get that we are going to store that. So I'm going to just write result is equals to response. I think so it's very easy to understand, and we'll just use a set state, right? So this is what that we have done in our void process image. Okay, now once we do this, now let's do one thing. Now we just need to wrap up our button container with a gesture detector, because we need to pass some execution. So let's write on tab, and we just need to pass a function which will help us to pick the image from our phone camera. So I need to just write a pick image function, something like this. I think so it's clear, right? Now once I click to this, now phone camera will simply get open, and we just need to click the image, and we need to analyze that image. Right now it's not going to work on the emulator, because in the emulator you can't use a camera, you already know that. So you need to run this app on a real device. So you can just connect your Android device, or if you have an iOS device, then you just need to run that by connecting your iPhone, and you can just run that through the Xcode as well in your real and iPhone device if you have. So let me connect my Android device, and I'm going to show you that how first the camera is working, right? Basically I need to show one dialog box as well. So for example, if I'll click to this, and once I pick the image, I need to show the dialog box just to indicate that this image has been selected, and the user can simply click to a start analyzing button and can analyze the image. Like the AI will going to analyze the image, right? Now if they don't want that image, like it hasn't been clicked successfully, or it doesn't look good with an image that the user have clicked, they can just cancel that as well. Okay, so I'm going to create a dialog box. So I'm going to just write void. I have already show you that how you can create a dialog box, so I'm not going to explain about each thing in the dialog box. So I'm going to just write build context, and we just need to write a context, something like this, and we just need to write file, and we need to write an image. Okay, so we are going to get the image first. So let's write image, and then we need to just write show dialog, and then I need to write builder, which will like in context, and inside the context I need to just write return dialog. Okay, then I need to just write a shape, which will be like a rounded rectangular border, and border radius will be simply like border radius dot circular. We just need to pass up to 20. Okay, something like this. I've already shown you that how to create a dialog box, so you already have an idea like how to create all the things or add all the things in the dialog box. I'm going to just write padding, and then I need to write edge insert dot all, and we just need to write, we need up to 6. Okay, now here I need to just write a child inside a padding, and then I need to first write a column children, then I need to pass a text. In the text I'm going to just write like this, is like image has been selected, so I need to write image selected. Okay, then I need to pass a styling, an app widget class. Cut कर देना भाई. We'll just need to write text style color. We'll just need to keep colors dot black. Though black is also a default color, so if you don't pass the color, then it's also going to work. So let's write font family. In the font family, I'm going to just write Poppins. So let's copy this. Let's directly paste this over here, and let's pass the font size 20.0. Okay, I think so it's clear. Now once we do this, once the image has been selected, then like once we show the text image selected, then I need to use a size box height. Let's use 15 directly, and then I need to just write or show the image. So let's write image.file, and let's use the image, and let's keep the height up to 200, and we'll just use width double dot infinity. Okay, so it's going to just use a complete width, and then we need to use a fit box fit dot cover. You can use media query as well, it's nothing new. You just need to pass, you can also pass media query as well, it's up to your choice. And we just need to write box fit dot cover. Okay, I think so that's clear. Now once we do this, I can just use the size box and we can just pass the height up to 20, something like this. Now we need to wrap the image file with a clip react widget. As I've told you that when you want to pass the border radius to the image, use a clip react widget. So I need to write border radius dot circular, and we are going to just pass up to 50. I think so it's clear, right? Now we just need to show the elevated button. So I'm going to just write elevated button. In the on press method, I'm going to just write navigator dot pop context, so that we can simply pop this page like navigator dot pop context, and then we need to just write process image, which is our function. Right now in the elevated button we need to just pass first styling. I'm going to just write style. In the style I'm going to first write elevated button dot style from, and then I need to write background color, which will be like background color, which will like colors dot blue, something like this. Then I need to pass a minimum size, so let's write minimum size of that button will be like size double dot infinity, and let's pass the height that I need, which will be like up to 50, and let's pass the shape as well. So let's write the shape, and I needed that in a rounded rectangular, so let's write border radius dot circular, which will like up to 12. I think so it's much clear, right? Now we have just passed on press. Now we just need to pass the text, and in the text I need to just write start analyzing. Okay, analyzing. Yeah, let's pass the styling, text style. Color, let's use colors dot white. Font family, let's use Poppins, and the font size, let's use 20.0. I think so it's clear, right? I think so 20 is too much. Let's use 16. And then I can do one thing. Let's use the size box, height 10.0. okay, now let's use the text button. Now in the text button I'm going to pass on press. You can use a text widget as well, and you can use a gesture detector. Okay, let's write a text, and we can use a cancel, so that the user can simply cancel that image that they don't need. And let's use a text style, font family, and we can directly use Poppins. Okay, I think so it's clear. And in the on press method I'm going to just write navigator dot pop context, so that we can simply pop out from the dialog box. I think so this is a easy thing that I've told you. And let's show you the dialog box first. I think so dialog box will not be appear over here because we won't get any image. So let's do one thing. Let's simply call a pick image function, and in the pick image function I have just used image source dot gallery. Now if you want to just run this app on the emulator, you don't want to run on the real device, you can use image source dot gallery as well, just to pick the image from the gallery and allow the API or the AI to just read that image. So I'm going to do the same process. Now if you want to click from the camera, you can use image source dot camera. If you want to pick from the gallery, you can write image source dot gallery. It's up to your choice, right? Now we click to this take a photo button, and let's see. So I'm going to click to this, and it simply open my phone gallery. Now I'm going to just read this football image. So I'm going to click to this, and the image has been simply been picked from our phone gallery. Okay, now I'm going to just show you that show image dialog, and let's write show image dialog, and this is the image. Okay, now I'm going to just click to this, and this is what that you can see, like the image that has been picked, you can see over here. Now you have seen that if you don't pass main axis size dot min in the column widget, it's going to use a complete height of the screen. Okay, now it won't. You can see that it simply shows the image over here, image selected. Now if you want to pass some spacing and all, you can do that, like 10.0 a spacing from the top. And if you want to just you want to use fill, you can use fill as well. Okay, like fill will work something like this. It's going to just squeeze the image and going to fit that image according to the height and the width that we have passed. And if you don't want to just make this, you can use contain is a better thing, like it's going to fit the image accordingly you have, right? So I'm going to use contain just to display the image. So I'm going to write image dot selected, and this is the button start analyzing and a cancel button. For example, if I click to this cancel button, this dialog box will be simply disappear from here. Okay, now if I click to the start analyzing button, it's going to analyze the image. Okay, so what I need to do is that once we simply pick the image, so let's write pick image, and I need to show the dialog box. So for the dialog box, I'm going to move over here, and we just need to write show dialog box, not show about dialog, show. Okay, what was the function name? Show image dialog, show image dialog, and let's pass the image, something like this. Okay, so now I'm going to simply work. Okay, so this is what that we have done. That I just need to add an API key just to start this API call. Right now, one more thing I want to tell you, that to get an API key, you can just move to an open AI website, and once you move to an open AI website, from there you can just log in and can get an API key, and you can simply use the API key over here. Right, it is very easy to get an API key from there. And make sure that once you are getting the API key, you just need to add some billing account. You don't need to pay anything over there. You just need to add a card, because ChatGPT is free but an API is not free. Okay, so you need to simply connect your card with a ChatGPT or an open AI platform, and once you connect a card, then you can just test the app. It's not going to cost you very high, so don't need to worry. It's going to cost you less than $1, so don't need to worry about that, right? So that's a proper testing that you need to do. Like without a testing, how you can just add an API to this app, right? Now what I need to do is that I need to add an API key. So for that, I move to the leaf folder, and we are going to just write service page dot. Okay, now here I'm going to paste the API key rather than pasting that over here. So I need to write string, and I'll just write API, and we write key, and simply paste your API key over here. And once you paste that API key, then you can directly use this over here. Okay, you can use a $sign, and you can write an API key, something like this. So it's going to simply recognize the API that you are going to simply save over here. Okay, so this is how you can just pass an API key, and let's see what result we get once we pass that, right? So here I'm going to create a new file. So for example, once I simply click to the take a photo button, and we start analyzing the image, and once the image has been analyzed successfully, we need to navigate the user to the next page where they can just see the image that they have clicked, and on the bottom they can see the description of that image that has been given by an API, right? So I need to create a page for that. So I need to first write a file name. It's like object detector dot. Okay, so this is just a file name. I'm going to just import the package by using material dot, and let's pass a stateful widget or a page name which will be like an object detector. Okay, something like this. Now here I need to just write a scaffold, and let's pass the background color and the same color that we have just passed in our home page. So let's copy this and let's paste this something over here, and here I need back to move over here, and let's copy this app bar. So let's copy this app bar from here, and we need to just paste this over here. Okay, so we are going to first display the image at the top that the user have clicked, and on the bottom they can see the description about that image, and then one more button at the bottom which will just tell that to retake a photo, right? So what I need to do is that first I need to get the image that the user have clicked. So for that I need to get that from our last page. Okay, so you know that in our home page, once we click to take a photo button, it simply opens a phone gallery. We are going to select the image, and the image that we are selected will be simply displayed over here. Right now what I need that once I click to the start analyzing button, the AI will simply process the image, and once the
image has been processed successfully, we need to show the result in this app, right? Now what I need to do is that we need to navigate to the second page, which is like an object detector, right? So once we navigate to an second page, which is like an object detector, then we need to first display the image at the top. So I need to get the image from our home page to an object detector page. So once we need to transfer the image from one page to the another page, here I'm going to use a command which will be like an file, and in the file, because as you know that our image that has been stored now is in the form of file, so I'm going to write file, I'm going to get an image, then we are going to write object detector. So once we navigate to a second page, is like an object detector, we need to simply pass our image file. If you don't pass, then we can't navigate to that page, right? So it's very necessary that we need this image, so I'm going to pass this dot image. So let's first call a file, okay, and this is what that we need to do. Now here you can see that we just need to pass a required function that I need the image to be shown in this page. Without this, I can't navigate to this page. So that's how we can just transfer the image from one page to the second page. I hope it's very clear, right? Now once we do this, now here I need to get the detail about that image as well. So I'm going to just write detail, and I'm going to just write this dot detail, not in the file, I'm going to just write in the string. So I'm going to write string, okay, let's pass semicolon and this, okay, and we'll write this dot detail, and let's pass a required function. Okay, so once we get an image, the detail about that image, we need to just display this in, we just need to display on this page. Okay, so for that I need to first write a body, and inside the body I need to first write a column widget. Okay, and let's write children image dot file, because our image is in the form of file, so I need to use this. Now what I need to do is that I need to read the image that we have got from the another page. Now you can't directly write a image over here just to read the image, it's not going to work. So I need to read the widget first. So I'm going to write widget, and inside the widget, which is like our object detector widget, we need to read our image file. So first I need to pass the widget where our image file is, and then I need to write dot, and it's going to show me all the files or all the strings that the object detector has, right? So I need to read the image file, so I'm going to just write like this. I think so it's very easy, right? Now I need to write a text widget. In the text widget I need to pass like widget dot detail. It's clear? Let's pass style, and let's use a text style, colors dot black, and we can just pass font family, which will be like a Poppins, and then I need to pass, I think so it's Poppins, right? Yeah, it's Poppins. And okay, so let's pass the font size, which will be like up to 20.0, okay, something like this. I think so it's very easy for you to understand, right? So now we'll move back to the home page, and we are going to navigate to the second page once we have a data. So I'm going to just write navigator. I'm writing navigation function over here because once we get a result successfully, I'm going to navigate the user to that page. So I'm going to write navigator dot push. You can use a push replacement as well, so I'm going to use push right now. So we'll write push, and then I need to write a context. We need to pass a material page root, and let's write context, and then I need to write at which page I need to navigate. So I need to navigate to an object detector page, something like this. Okay, so this is the thing, and it simply asks me that if you want to move to an object detector page, give me two things, and once you give me these two things, we can just move to that page. Okay, so we need to pass an image. So our image has been stored in the image file, so I'm going to pass like null check first because it's totally done, and then I need to pass the result, that is our detail about that image, and we need to pass in the detail section. Okay, so once we pass these two things, now we can just directly navigate to that page. Okay, so let me test this and let's see how it works, right? So I'm going to simply hot restart the app. Now we click to the take photo, and we are going to select the image from our gallery. Now we click to the start analyzing button, and let's see. Okay, now press to this. We'll just wait for a few seconds and we just successfully navigate to this page. Now we need to change the color and all. Okay, so don't need to worry about that, and we are going to just change the color to white, and this is what that you can see. Now here you can see the description about that image that has been given by an API. It's like, this is a soccer ball, commonly known as a football in the most countries outside the United States. It is a spherical object used in the sport of a soccer. So you can see that it simply give you the complete detail about that image that you have passed to the AI. So you can see that how brilliantly our AI is working, and it going to simply read the image that we are going to pass, and we can successfully get the detail about that image. I think so it's clear, right? Now we need to simply fix some of the things over here. I'm going to manage the height and width of this image. So let's first pass the height up to 300. We'll just pass the width 300, and we are going to use a fit box fit dot cover. We can use cover, I think so, not contain. So let's write cover. Okay, right? So this is what that you can see. I'm going to just also provide the border radius so that it will look good. So let's write border radius dot circular, and we can just pass up to 20. Okay, so this is the image that you can see. Now let's pass some spacing. So let's write the size box height 20.0. Okay, now this is the thing. I'm going to lower down the text size maybe up to 18, and then I need to pass the padding and all. So let's wrap up this with a padding widget, and we'll write dot only. From the left side I'm going to just write 20.0, and from the right side let's pass 20.0. So here you can see that this is how we can just display the detail about that image. Okay, so now I'm going to create one button as well. So let's, why to write the thing again and again? So let's do one thing. Let's copy this design that we have created for this image, for this button, and then I'm going to handle this, right? Not over here. Okay, over here. So let's copy this gesture detector, and let's paste this over here. Okay, retake a photo, and we are going to just pop out from this page. So let's write navigator dot pop context. Okay, yeah, so this is what that you can see. I will just pass a spacer over here. Okay, and let's pass the spacing from bottom as well, so that the button won't stick to the bottom of the screen, something like this. Okay, so this is the button that you can see. We are going to click to this, and we'll move back to this page. Okay, from where the user can take a photo again, right? So this is how our AI is working, and now I'm going to test this by some more images from our phone gallery. Okay, so let's click to this take a photo again, and let's use this image. Okay, so this is the image. Now we'll click to this start analyzing. Okay, so here you can see that it simply give me the detail about this image. This image shows a peak squee waterfall with a cascading water creating mist as it falls over a cliff into a body of water below. So you can see that it's the AI give me the detail about that image that we have passed over here. So this is the thing. Now let's do one thing. Let's know about this flower. Let's see if AI give me the detail about this flower as well. Okay, so this is the image of a field of a brightly colored flower, primarily in the shades of pink, purple and yellow. The flowers are likely the species of ice plant, known for their vibrant colors and succulent leaves. So you can see that all the things are working brilliantly, and the AI can just read the image that we are going to pass, and it's going to give me the detail about that image very successfully, right? So this is how I've taught you how you can just add a complete AI to your app. And let's develop this recipe AI app from the scratch, right? Now one thing I want to tell you that you can just create a recipe AI or any folder name where you are going to write all the code that we need for this app, right? Now here in the fonts folder, I'm going to use these two fonts. You already know that from where you need to get this font. You can just add these images. I've already provided you the asset folder. You can get all the images from there.
and can simply paste and can use them, right? Now one more thing, in the perspecaml file, make sure that you simply call this. I have explained about all these things in the last chapters. So this is how, once we are ready, now we are ready to code. So here in the leaf folder, I'm going to create a new folder name like pages, and inside the pages folder, I'm going to first create the home page of our app. So I'm going to first import the package by using material.dart, and let's pass a stateful widget or a page name which will like just a home. Okay, now once we do this, now let's pass a scaffold, a body, container, child, and a column, right? Now here I'm going to first do one thing. Basically, I'm going to pass the image. So I'm going to write image.asset, images folder name, and the image file name. It's like in background.png. Okay, something like this. Now let me switch to the home page so that basically what all code I'm writing I can show you. So this is what that you can see. Now here I'm going to first remove this debug banner. So here I just need to write debug show check mode banner to false. Okay, I think so it's clear. Now once we do this, now here I'm going to increase the height maybe up to media query. I'll write media query dot of context dot size dot height maybe divide by 2. Okay, we'll just use fit box fit dot cover so that it can completely fit the screen. Okay, and this is what you can see, and I'm going to decrease it down to 2.5. Okay, that's much better. Now here I'm going to display the user image. So for that I need to just overlap one widget over the another. Basically we need to just overlap the widgets over this image widget, right? So what I need to do is that here I need to just pass a stack widget. Okay, so we can just pass a stack widget. Maybe we can do one thing, let's remove this column widget and we can write a stack widget, right? Now here I'm going to pass the row first. Maybe let's pass a column children, and then a row children, and then image dot asset, images folder name, and the image file name. It's like in boy 1.jpg. Okay, I've told you many times that when you are writing the image file name, make sure that it should be exact, right? Now let's pass the height up to 50. We'll just pass the width up to 50, and we'll use a fit box fit dot cover, something like this. Okay, so this is the image that you can see. I'm going to increase the height and width maybe up to 80 and 80. Okay, and then I need to just wrap up with a widget which will like in clip react widget. I need to pass the border radius to this image. So I need to write border radius dot circular, and we'll just pass up to 20. Okay, something like this, right? Now I need to pass the padding so that I can see this image clearly. So I just need to wrap up this with the padding widget dot only. From the top let's pass like 40.0, and from the left let's pass 20.0. Okay, let's pass up to 50 from top, maybe this. Okay, so that's much better. And then I need to pass some engaging text over here. Maybe we can decrease it down to 70 and 70. I think so that's look much better. Yeah, now I need to use a text widget, and in the text widget I need to just pass the text which will be this, like tell me your ingredients, I will create a magic, right? So this is the text. Now I just need to pass the styling, and we'll use a text style, and let's pass the color which will be like colors dot white, something like this. We'll use a font family which will be like Poppins bold. Okay, so I'll just keep the family name like Poppins bold, and we'll increase the font size maybe up to 20.0. Okay, something like this. Now I'm going to use a /n so that I can frequently change the line, something like this. Okay, now if you want to increase the font size you can do that as well. Maybe we can just pass up to 22, or let's pass 21, and we'll use a size box width so that there will be the spacing. We'll just pass up to 10.0. Okay, or let's pass like 20.0. Okay, so tell me your ingredients, I will create magic, right? So this is what the text that we have passed over here. What if I just pass in color black? Okay, maybe this looks much better. Maybe we can just yeah. So tell me your ingredients, I will create a magic. Okay, so once we pass this text, I think so size is okay. If you want to decrease it down to 20, you can do that as well. Okay, now once we do this, now here I'm going to show some of the categories like pizza, burger, soup, and I think so the fourth one is salad. Okay, so this is what that I need to show over here. So I'm thinking that let's pass some more spacing from the top. Let's pass up to 70, and I think so it's okay, and we'll just pass 20. Okay, and we are going to decrease down this height because it's too much. I don't need this much, maybe up to 3 or 4. Okay, and let's pass the width. Will pass media query dot of context dot size dot width. Okay, so this is what you can see. Okay, let's pass 3.8 or 3.6. Yeah, so that's much better. Now here I'm going to display the categories. Okay, color that you can just pass to this screen. Now once we pass a background color, I need to display some of the categories as I've told you, right? So what I need to do is that here in the column widget, I just need to pass a row, and we just need to pass children, and then I need to just write a container, right? Decoration, a box decoration. Let's use a color which will like colors dot white, and then I need to just pass a child, a column, and a children, right? Now write image dot asset, images folder name, and the image that I'm going to use will be like pizza 1 dot png. Okay, so this is the image. Now I just need to pass the height and width, maybe up to 50, and just pass a width 50, and we'll use a fitbox fit.cover. I think so it's very clear, right? Now once we pass this, now let's use the size box, and maybe let's pass the height up to 50.0, which will be enough. And then I need to just pass the padding here as well. So that padding as insert dot only from the left, let's pass like 20.0. Okay, so it's done, right? So this is the pizza, you can see. Now I need to pass the text widget back again. Now as I've told you that rather than passing a styling again and again, we can use a class method that I've shown you. So for that I can create a new folder name like services, and inside the services folder I'm going to create a new file name which will be like an support widget dot dot. Okay, support widget dot dot. Let's pass a class name which will be like an app widget class. So now I just need to write a static text style. I'll write text style. We'll just pass a function name which will like headline text style. Then I need to pass the color which will be like color, and write color, and we need to pass a color. Let's pass the double which will be like the size, and we need to return. In the return, let's pass the text style. So let's copy the text style from here, and let's cut it this, and let's paste this something over here. And then I need to just pass the color. Maybe we can just pass the color over here, and we can just pass the size as well. Okay, so this is the thing that we usually do. Now let's call our app widget class dot headline text style. We can pass the color, colors dot black. Okay, let's pass the size as well, 20.0. Okay, I think so you already know that how to do all these things, right? Now we need to pass a different shade of a black color. Maybe we can select up to this or up to this. Yeah, so that's perfect, right? Now just below this I'm going to show the name of this respective category. So let's write pizza styling and app widget class dot headline text style. Let's use colors dot black. Pass the font size. Maybe we can just pass like up to 18.0, something like this. Okay, now let's pass the width, and we'll just pass the width up to 100, and let's maintain the height, and we'll just pass up to 50. Okay, 50 will be very less. Let's pass up to 100, and we are going to center this. So for that I need to write main axis alignment dot center. Okay, now once we do this, let's pass the size box height 20.0. that will be enough, or maybe we can just pass up to 10. Okay, so that's better, you can see this. Now I just need to pass the border radius dot circular. We can just pass up to 20, or let's pass up to 10 maybe. Yeah, 10 is better. And we are going to just pass some elevation to this container. So I'm going to wrap up this with a material widget, and let's pass the elevation up to 3.0, and let's copy this border radius and directly paste this something over here. Okay, so this is what that you can see. Display some other categories. Now to display the categories, what I need to do is that let's copy this complete container from here, and let's just paste this over here. Okay, now let's use the size box, and we'll just pass the width up to 10.0. Okay, let's pass up to like 30.0 maybe. Okay, I think so that's much better. I'm not going to just pass the elevation to this container. The reason is very clear, is because I don't want to simply pass the elevation to the unselected category. Okay, so we are going to show the selected category with some elevation, just to know that this category has been selected by the user. Okay, so now what I need to do is that I need to simply change our image file name, and here I'm going to just use burger.png. okay, and we are going to change the text as well to burger. Okay, so this is the thing. Now let's copy this complete container. We need to paste this. Okay, let's use the size box width, and we are going to just pass like 30.0. okay, that will be too much. Let's pass up to 20. Okay, so burger, so pizza burger. Now I think so we can just pass soup over here. Maybe we can just write soup, and let's write soup, SOUP. Okay, so here pizza burger soup, and the fourth one I need salad. Okay, so I need to simply scroll this, because if I'll just pass a container over here just to display the another category, it will simply show the overflow pixel error, something like this. Okay, so what I need to do is that I need to remove this row widget from here, and in place of row I'm going to use a list view. I think so now you got to know like how to use a list view, and we just need to pass a container, and in the container I need to pass the height to the list view, otherwise it won't going to display over here. Okay, so this is the thing. Okay, sorry for that, I just passed on the wrong position. So here what I need to do is that I need to just wrap up the row widget with a list view, so that the user can simply scroll and can see all the categories. Right now I think so you got to know that how you can use a list view widget. So we are going to just wrap up with a column widget, and we are going to just rename the column to list view, something like this. Okay, as I've told you that once you are passing the list view, make sure that you tell the list view that how much height and all that he should use. Then according to that the list view will show all the items. Right, so I need to just wrap up with a container widget. Let's pass the height up to 80, something like this. I think so that's too less. Let's pass up to 200. Okay, and here one thing I need to do, I need to just pass the scroll direction, which will is like simply like axis dot horizontal. Okay, now I can simply scroll all the categories that the list view has. Now you can see that there is a spacing. I have told you that there some spacing has been given by list view side. You just need to pass edge inset dot 0. I'll just tell that I don't need any padding from a list view side. I think so it's clear, right? So we are going to just pass up to 150, or let's pass up to 120. Okay, now I'm going to pass the size box again. So let's use the size box with 20.0. okay, something like this. So this is what that we have done, like burger, pizza burger soup, and as I've told you the last one will be like salad. So I need to write salad 1. Okay, and we are going to just change this as well to salad. Okay, so this is the categories. So these are all the categories that you can simply see over here. Now I want that once I select any type of category, it's going to simply been shown in elevated form. Right, what I pass some border to this container. Let's see if it look good or not. I think so it will. So let's pass border dot all. Okay, I think so that's look better. We are going to just pass width up to 1.5, or let's pass like 2.0. Yeah, so this is what that you can see. Right, now here as I've told you that once I select to any of the respective category, I need to just show that with a border and the elevation, so that user can get to know that the which category that they have selected. Right, so now what I need to do is that again I'm going to use a class method just to display the items in the list view, because if I am going to just manage all the things manually, that will not make any sense, because you need to write a lots of code for that. Right, so it's better to use a class method. So here I'm going to move to the leaf folder, and in the leaf folder I'm going to create a new folder like service, and inside the services, okay, I've already wrote a services folder. So inside the services folder I'm going to create a new file name, which is like in category model dot dart. Okay, so I'm going to just write category. I've shown you all these things in the last chapters. I think so there wouldn't be any doubt regarding this. So I need to write class category model, and then I need to first pass a string a name and we need to pass an image, right? So I'm going to just write string and then let's pass a image. Okay, I think so it's clear, right? Now we just need to pass a category model and we are going to just write this dot image, this dot name. Let's pass a required function, something like this, and this is what that we need, right? Now let's move to our back to the home page, and in the home page I'm going to create a list, right? So I'll need to write a list. I need to call a class name category model, so category model, and let's pass a list name like categories, and here I'm going to store all the things that I need to display. So I'm write category model is equals to image, and we need to write image js pizza 1.png, and let's pass the name pizza. Okay, so let me add other three. Now here I just need to pass the int selected index. Now why we have used a selected index, the reason is very clear, because once I press to any type of categories from here, I need to store the respective index value just to know that which category that the user have selected. I think so it's clear, right? So I just need to pass a selected index, something like this. We just need to pass up to 0. Okay, now here once we do this, now here we'll just move back to our list view, and I'm going to do one thing. Basically I'm going to write padding again, and in the padding I'm going to just pass edge inset dot only. From the left side I need the padding up to 20.0, something like this. Let's pass the child, and in the child what I need to do is that here in the child I need to write the size box, and I just need to pass the height up to 120. Let's pass the child, we need to write a ListView dot builder. Okay, because now we are using the item builder to track the index, right? So I just need to write a context and we need to track the index. Okay, now once we do this, now I need to pass the item count as well. Please make sure that you write an item count, otherwise it will simply throw the error and it will just say that the length haven't been passed, right? So we need to pass a length of a respective list. Okay, now here I just need to pass a bool, and in the bool I'm going to just check that if respective index has been selected is equals to the selected index, and selected index will be equals to index, right? So this is the command that we have passed, right? So if selected index is equals to index, then we are going to just store that true or false in a boolean character. I mean to say that, for example, if I'll click to this burger category, now as I've told you that in the list it's going to start from 0, not from 1. So 0, 1, 2, 3. So for example, if I select to the burger category, the selected index will be equals to 1, because we are going to store that selected index, and index value is already 1. So once the selected index and the index value simply been matched, we are going to just store is selected will be true. I think so it's clear, right? Now just need to pass a return. In the return I am going to first pass the padding edge inset dot only, edge inset dot only. From the left side I'm going to pass the padding like 20.0. I think so it's clear, right? Now once we do this, now let's write a child, and now I'm going to do one thing. Basically I'm going to first copy our selected item. Okay, how I need to display the selected item. So this is the thing. Now here I need to pass a categories, and in the categories I need to get the image of that selected category, right? So I need to write index dot image, and then we need to pass the name as well. So let's write categories, and we just need to write the index dot name. Okay, something like this. I think so it's clear. Now this is like going to show all the categories in an elevated form. Now as I've told you that if there is any non-selected item, then we need to just show that in a normal form. Okay, so I'm going to just pass like if is selected is true, it means that the category is selected, then we are going to show that category in elevated form. If it didn't, then I'm going to just pass the elevation. I think so it's very easy to understand all these things, right? So here, and let's copy this another container, let's cut this from here and let's directly paste this over here. Okay, I think so it's clear, right? Now let's copy this image, let's paste this over here, let's copy this name as well and let's paste this over here. Okay, I think so it's clear. Now here you can see this, but we need to pass a scroll direction, so which will be like axis dot horizontal, something like this. Now you can see all the categories over here. Okay, so you can just remove this because I don't need any padding from here because we have already passed the padding. Okay, so I'm going to remove this as well that we have just written for the UI. Okay, so now I'm going to select to this, but it's not going to work because we are going to store the selected index value, or we need to update a selected index value. Okay, so what I need to do is that we need to pass some execution. Okay, so here I'm going to just wrap up the container with a gesture detector, and in the onTap method I'm going to just pass a set state. As I told you that set state is something that will frequently refresh your screen, right? So in the set state I need to pass a selected index and we need to store the index value, something like this. I think so it's clear. Now I click to this and you can see that it's going to show the category that we have selected in an elevated form with a border, and that category that haven't been selected will be back in the normal form. So this is what that we need just to display the category that we are looking for. I think so you got to know how we can just create this, right? Is that I need to display the items. So for that I'm going to just write a row children and we need to pass a container. Now for example, if I select a pizza category, I need to show all the recipes related to that. So here I need to first write a row, and in the container I need to first pass a child, a column and a children. We need to write image.asset, images folder name, and then I need to display the image which will like a cheese pizza dot jpg. Okay, so I'm going to use this image just to display a cheese pizza. Okay, so something like this. I need to maintain the height and width. Let's pass up to 150. We'll just pass the width up to 150 and we'll use a feed box fit dot cover. I think so it's clear, right? So I'll write feed box fit dot cover. Yeah, so it's done. And let's pass the spacing. So I'm going to use a size box height 20.0, that will be the spacing from the top. And let's pass the padding as insert dot only. From the left side I need to just use 20.0. Okay, so what I need to do is that I need to display this cheese pizza. So I'm thinking that we can just create a complete height and width. Maybe we can just pass up to 250 and a 250, which will be the height and width. I guess width is too much. Let's decrease it down to 200, and then I need to increase the width up to 280 maybe. Yeah, so that's better. And here I need to provide a border radius to this image. So I'm going to wrap up with a widget which is like React. Then I need to use the border radius which is like border radius dot circular, and we need to directly pass up to 20. Okay, so this is the image that you can see. Now here I need to show the text, so I directly can't show the text. I need to pass some color, maybe black color over this. So here what I need to do is that I will just remove this column widget and we are going to just rename this column to a stack widget, right? Now once we pass this, let's pass the container and let's use the decoration, a box decoration color, and we need to pass colors dot black, something like this. Okay, yeah. Now we need to maintain the height and width, so let's copy the height and width. Let's directly paste this over here, not inside that box decoration. Let's cut this from here and we need to paste this over here. Okay, so we'll just need to do something like this. You can't see the image because it's just behind this container, so I need to pass a different shade of a black color so that I can see that image at least, right? So this is the image that you can see. Okay, now what I need to do is that I'm going to just write a child, and then I need to use a text widget. In the text widget I'm going to just write cheese pizza. Okay, maybe not over here, or not over here because it won't look good. Okay, so we can just write this outside this container, and let's write a child text widget. In the text widget, as I've told you, that we can write a cheese pizza. Let's pass the styling and app widget class dot headline text type write colors dot white, and let's pass the font size to 18.0, right? So now here you can see that this is the text. I need to pass the border radius here as well. So it's written like border radius geometry. You can pass radius dot circular. Okay, and let's pass this first over here, and we need to move this at the bottom. I'm going to just wrap up this with a column widget, and once we wrap up this with a column widget, I can just move at the bottom by using main axis alignment dot end. So it will just remove, or not remove, it will just move the text to the bottom of this container that we need, right? Now here it's simply stuck to the bottom of, so let's pass padding edge insert dot only from the bottom. Let's pass up to 30.0. 30 will be too much, let's pass 20, and I'm going to increase the font size up to 24, okay, or 22. I guess that's much better, and I'm going to increase the shade of in black color. Yeah, so now I can simply say this recipe name. I guess it's much better, right? What I need to do is that I need to show the second food item or the second recipe. So for that I just need to copy this complete container from here, maybe with a stack widget. Okay, so let's copy this complete container from here, and let's directly paste this something inside the row widget. So this is what the second food item or the recipe you can see. I'm going to first pass the size box with 10.0. I guess that will be enough. Okay, now we need to pass the spacing from right position as well. So let's copy the size box and let's directly paste this here as well. Okay, so I'm going to pass this here as well. Okay, now you will see the overflow pixel error. So just to solve this error, what I'm going to do is that here I'm going to use a flexible widget. Right now, rather than passing the height and width, rather than passing the fixed height and width to this container, I will just do one thing. I'll remove this height and width, and then I'm going to do one thing. Let's remove here as well. Okay, then I'm going to just wrap up this container with a widget which will be like a flexible widget. Right now, flexible widget, I've explained you like flexible widget works really great as it helps us to just maintain the size of the container according to the screen size where you are running this app. Okay, so I'm going to just pass like flex fit dot tight. Okay, something like this. Okay, so here it is, and we can remove from here as well. So this is what that you can see, cheese pizza. Now I'm going to first pass the height. Maybe we can just pass up to 300, and let's do one thing. Let's cut this, copy this from here, and let's directly paste this here as well. Okay, so here you can see that this is what we have shown, like cheese pizza. And then I'm going to do one thing, like let's remove the width from here as well. Okay, here as well, and then we just need to wrap up this container with a flexible widget. Let's wrap up this with a flexible widget. Okay, and we'll use a flex fit dot tight. Okay, I think so it's clear, right? It's 280, so I'll just pass 280 over 280, and just pass 280 here as well. Okay, I think so it's correct, right? Now you can see that this is how it has been shown, and we can just pass from padding from the right left position as well. Let's pass 10.0 so that it will be at the complete, not at the center, but it don't stuck to the left side of the screen. And we can just pass from left position as well, and we can pass like up to 10.0, right? So this is what that you can see. Now here you can see that I just wrap up the container with a flexible widget, and this flexible widget will just, as I've told you, that it will just maintain the height width of the container according to the screen size. Now once you pass the flexible widget inside the row widget, then flexible widget will work horizontally, and if you pass a flexible widget inside the column widget, it's going to work horizontally, right? Sorry, vertically. So these are all the things that you need to keep in mind, and you can see that I have wrote like fit flex fit dot tight. Now there is two things, like fit flex fit dot loose
fit flexFit.tight. Now dot loose will just tell the flexible widget to use a minimum space, and dot tight will tell the flexible widget to use a maximum space. So these are the two things that you can use in the flexible widget. I hope it's clear, right? Now here I'm going to just change the image, and we are going to write Margherita. So let's write Margherita pizza.jpg. Okay, and we are going to just change the name here as well, right? Margherita pizza. Okay, so this is what that you can see. So this is the name that we have passed. I hope that Margherita spelling is correct, right? Now once we pass these two things, now once I tap to any type of recipes over here, I need to move to the recipe page, from where I can just show the complete recipe of how to make this respective food item, right? I'm going to pass some more spacing from the top. Let's pass 50, or let's pass 30. Yeah, that's much better. Now we can pass some other items as well over here. So right now I'm going to just copy and paste this over here. Maybe if you want, you can just add some more items below this. Okay, so let's do this, and we can use a size box. Let's use the height 10.0. okay, something like this. Yeah, so this is what that you can see. Now as I've told you that once we press to this, we need to move to the recipe page. So let's first create the UI for the recipe page. So I'm going to create a new file name, which will be like recipe page dot dart. Okay, I'm going to import the package by using material dot dart. Let's pass a stateful widget, and we can just write recipe page. Okay, now here I need to first write a scaffold, a body, container, child, and a column and a children, right? Now once we pass this, now here I'm going to first show the picture of that recipe that the user have selected. So for that I'm going to just write image.asset, images folder name, and then I'm going to call a cheese pizza. Okay, I will write dot jpg, something like this. Now let me move to the recipe page so that I can show you basically what all code I'm writing, right? So let's call a recipe page. This is the image, and I think so its height is too much, so let's use media query, and we write media query dot of context dot size dot height. Let's pass divide by 2, or let's pass like divide by 3. Okay, maybe 2.5 will be enough, and we'll use a width, and we'll tell the image to use a complete width of the screen. So I'll write media query dot of context dot size dot width, and we just need to use fit box fit dot cover, something like this. I think so it's look really great, right? Now here I'm going to just do one thing, right? In the column widget, I'm going to remove this column widget, and we need to just write a stack widget, right? Now here I just need to pass a row children. Let's write a container. In the container, let's pass the height up to 50. Yeah, 50 is enough. Let's pass the width up to 100. Let's pass the child icon. In the icon, I'm going to just pass icons dot arrow back, right? So this is the thing. I'm going to pass a decoration, a box decoration, color, and we just need to pass colors dot white. Okay, now let's pass the margin from the top. Let's pass like 40.0, and from the left let's pass like 20.0. So this is what that you can see. I think so the width is too much, so I'm going to decrease it down to 80, or let's pass up to 50, and then I need to provide a complete circular container. So let's write border radius dot circular. We just need to pass up to 60, right? So this is the back arrow that you can see. Now once I press to this, I need to move back to the home page. So I'm going to just wrap up with a gesture detector, because we need to pass some execution, and then I pass on tap, and we need to pop out from this page. So I'm going to write navigator dot pop context. I hope it's clear, right? Now once we do this, now here inside the stack widget, I'm going to do one thing. Basically I'm going to use a column widget, right? Just to show the recipe name, how much time it's going to take to prepare this recipe. The third thing, I'm going to show the ingredients that we need to prepare this recipe. Now the fourth is a complete process, or the steps that the user need to follow to make this respective food item. So these are the 4 things that I planned to show over here, right? So for that I'm going to use a text widget. In the text widget I'm going to first write a cheese pizza, something like this. Let's pass the styling and app widget class dot headline text style. Let's use the colors dot black, something like this. And then I'm going to pass the font size. Maybe we can just pass 20.0, right? Now here I'm going to pass the padding, because here you can see that this is the text has been shown. I need to show something over here. As I've told you that rather than passing a fixed height from the top, let's use a media query. So I'm going to use a media query. I will write media query. Let's remove this constant first, otherwise it doesn't allow us to pass a media query. So I'm going to just write media query dot of context dot size dot height. Let's pass divide by 2. Okay, that's too much. Let's pass 2.8 maybe, or 2.653. Okay, 3 is okay. Yeah, now let's pass from the left position as well, left 20.0. Okay, let's increase the font size to 28 cheese pizza, or 26 is much better, right? Now once we do this, now here I'm going to just write a row. Children, let's pass the icon. In the icon I'm going to just write icons dot alarm. Okay, so this is what that it will just suggest that how much time it's going to prepare this respective food item, right? Now here I need to move all the things to the left side, so I'm going to just write cross axis alignment dot start. I think so it's much clear. Now I think so you won't have any problem to just code the complete UI, right? Now I just need to pass the height from the top. Let's pass 10.0, and let's pass the color. In the color I'm going to use colors dot green. Okay, right? I'm going to increase the size. Maybe we can just pass 30.0, and then I'm going to pass how much time it's going to take. So let's pass the text, and in the text I'm going to just pass the text like up to 2 hours. So I'm going to just write 2. Okay, we can just pass the timing, something like this. Rather than passing like this, let's do one thing. Let's pass like 160 minutes. Okay, right? Let's pass the styling app widget class dot headline text style. Let's use colors dot black back again, and let's use the size, which will be like up to 16.0, right? 160 minutes. I'm going to use the size box with 10.0, right? So this is what that we have passed, like how much time it's going to take to prepare this recipe. And then as I've told you that we need to show the ingredients. So for that I'm going to use a text widget. In the text widget I'm going to write ingredients. I hope that spelling is correct. Let's pass styling app widget class dot headline text style. Let's write colors dot black, and let's pass the size, which will like 20.0. Okay, I'll use the size box. Let's pass up to 20.0, right? Now I'm thinking that we can also pass a divider as well. That will look much better. Okay, and let's remove this spacing. Let's pass the size box from here. Height 5.0 is enough. Okay, and let's copy this. Let's paste this over here. Okay, so this is what that you can see. I can pass some spacing from right position as well. I'm in the padding, so where we have passed the padding over here, so let's write right 20.0, right? So here I've shown you the ingredients. Now just to display the ingredients, I'm going to use a row widget. Now here I'm just writing the UI for now, but once we get a data from an AI, we are going to show all the ingredients by using the list view. I think so you already know the use of a list view, like how to use a list view to show all the things in the form of list, right? Now here I'm going to just write a text widget. In the text widget I'm going to pass like 1 dot, or let's do one thing. Rather than passing a row, let's directly write a 1 dot, and let's first write a cheese. Okay, we need a cheese. Let's pass the styling and app widget class. Now I'm not thinking to use a bold or headline text style. Let's copy this one. Let's directly paste this over here, and we are going to use a medium, Poppins medium, right? So let's write medium text style,
and then medium and 10th style. Yeah, you just need to pass a camel case. Basically you need to start with a small letter and you can just use a capital letters in between, but you need to start from small letter when you are writing the function name, otherwise it won't show any error. But if I just pass a capital M, then it simply shows the blue line over here and it will just suggest that use a lower camel case style. Okay, so that's why it's telling that pass a small m or any small letter over here. Right, now once we do this, now I just need to pass the font family as well to medium and we can maintain the size and all. Right, now here I'm going to do one thing. Let's write app widget dot medium text style. Let's use the color, it's like colors dot black, colors dot black. Size we are going to just directly use like 20.0, right, or let's use 18.0. Right, now I'm going to use the size box, so let's copy the size box, directly paste this over here. So this one is first one like cheese, and we are going to add some more just for the UI, and later I'm going to call that from the API. Right, cheese. Now what, tomato 3, but I can pass, actually I don't know the ingredients so I'm going to just pass something randomly. Okay, but we can just pass pizza sauce. Right, pizza sauce. Yeah, so that's enough just to show the ingredients. Now let's copy this complete divider and all back again, and then I need to show the complete recipe. So let's paste this over here, and then I need to pass the headline. In the headline I'm going to just write overview. I'll just rename the text to overview. Then I'm going to remove this text widget, and then I need to remove this text as well, and I can just pass the another text. Right, so I can use a lorem ipsum text for now. That will be the random text you can just directly get from a website of an lorem ipsum. That's a normal text that you usually see when the developers create a UI. Let's copy this lorem ipsum text from here. Let's directly paste this. Okay, now this is what that you can see. Let's pass 16 or let's use 15. Yeah, so that's much better. Ingredients overview. Okay, and if you want to pass some tips as well, you can just do that. So let's copy this and let's get some tips as well. Okay, the AI will give us tips as well that we need to follow to make some better recipe. Right, pass this, you can see that we are facing a error. Now this error is like, it simply says that bottom overflowed by a 43 pixel, because once we add a tips section, the text has been overflowed. Now I want that once I simply scroll the screen, I can see all the text. Right, so for scrolling the screen, I'm going to just wrap up this container with a single child scroll view, so that we can just scroll this screen and this error will be simply been disappeared from here. Okay, now let's copy the size box and let's pass from the bottom as well, so that I can see the complete tips, it don't stuck to the bottom of the screen. Right, let's pass 30.0. Right, now I can simply see the complete text. Right, now I think so we have just made the UI. Now I'm going to show you that how we are going to integrate OpenAI API or ChatGPT API to get the recipe of that respective food item. So now here I've just added the ChatGPT API or an OpenAI API over here. I've already shown you that how you are going to add the OpenAI API, but I'm going to give you an idea like what all things I have done to simply get a recipe of that food item. So here you can see that in the services folder, I've just added one file which is like an API service dot. Now once I click to this, you can see that this is the code that I've written. Don't need to worry, I'm going to explain you about each and everything. Right, so first I've used an HTTP package. So move to the perspec.yaml file and just add an HTTP package, and once you do this, now here we can just use an HTTP link of a API that we have used before in our last chapter. Right, now we are going to pass an API key,
and then I have created a function which is like an get recipe. We have used a map. I've explained you what really the map is. Then I pass a string food name. So basically I'm going to pass a food name. For example, if I want to get a cheese pizza recipe, I'm going to pass a cheese pizza over there in the food name, and then this URL will be simply being called by an HTTP link, and then I have passed a prompt. Now what is a prompt over here? Now just think like a prompt is like giving an instruction to a chef, right? Now for example, if you are going to just pass like give me a recipe, then it's going to give you the recipe of any food item. But if you don't pass any perfect prompt, then it won't return you the exact thing that you are looking for. So for example, if you just say that give me a recipe of this cheese pizza, then it's going to give you the exact recipe of a cheese pizza. Okay, so the prompt plays an important role when you want to get a data from an AI, right? If you pass a perfect prompt, you will get a perfect detail. If you won't pass a perfect prompt, you won't get a perfect detail, right? So that's an important thing you need to understand. So in the prompt I have written give me a recipe for a food name that we are going to get in this string and in a strict JSON format only. Now you will say that Shivam, what is JSON over here? Now let me give you a small idea like what really the JSON is, right? So whenever your app talks to an API like an open AI, that data doesn't come randomly. Okay, it comes in a structured manner which is called a JSON, right? Now if you don't get a data in a structured manner, then you get very confused like how we are going to just manage all the things. Now for example, here you can see that I've just also passed like I need to get the recipe on this JSON format only. So this is a JSON format. You can see that it has written name, then it's going to give me the recipe name, then it's going to give me the cooking time, then the cooking time, ingredients and all. Now if you don't pass any JSON format, it's going to show you in the single line. Now if you get all the data in the single line, how you will get to know that which is the name, which is the cooking time, which is the ingredients, what all, and how I'm going to show all the data? So that doesn't make any sense. So you need all the things in a structured form, that thing done by a JSON. I hope it's clear, right? Now you can see that I've just passed a curly braces, and inside the curly braces I've just passed a JSON. Now you might be have some question in your mind that Shivam, you told me that something in the curly braces is a map, and now you are telling me that something in the curly braces is a JSON. So I'm getting confused, like it is a JSON or it is a map. No, JSON and a map is a two different thing. Please hear this correctly because it is very confusing for you all to understand. So let me clear this in the easiest way possible, right? So in the JSON we get a text and a string, and in the map we get a string and a dynamic. So JSON is something that API sent to us, right? That can't be understood by the Flutter. Now to understand what we have passed in Flutter, we need to use a map. So that's why I've used a map over here. You can see that I've passed a map over here because I want that Flutter to understand the JSON data that we get from an API. I think so it's much clear right now, right? So this is what that we have just passed. Do not include any explanation, only return a valid JSON. So I just passed some strict prompt over here. Now I can get a perfect result that I'm looking for. Now here I've just wrote a final response, and I'm going to get a data from an http dot post. Okay, so we are going to post the header, the URL, and then I'm going to get a body, right? So I've explained you about all the things like what is a body, what is a URL, what is a header and all, right? And if all the things are successful, then we are going to just decode the response that we get from an API. Then we can just pass the content and all, right? So these are all the things that I have done on this recipe service class. Now here in the recipe page, I have just do one thing, like first I'm going to pass a string food name, and then we can get the food name, right? Now once we get a food name, I need to pass a map. So that's why I've just passed a map. I've just passed a bool is loading equals to false. Now for example, if I'll click to this cheese pizza, it's going to take just, I think so, few minutes, not a few minutes, I think so few seconds, to simply call the data from an AI and show in our app. So if we want to show the data in our app, I'm going to show that the data is loading. It's truly depend on your internet connection. Like if your internet connection is very slow, then it's going to take a minute. Maybe if your internet speed is very speed, then it can do in few seconds, right? So we are going to just show some circular progress indicator at the center to indicate that the recipe is fetching from an AI. So that's why we have done this thing. Now I've just wrote void fetch recipe, and we are going to check that the food name that we are getting is empty, then we are going to return. We are not going to move further in the function. So in the if case, I'm going to check that if the food name that we are getting is empty, then just return from here. Don't move further inside this function. So that's a use of an return, right? Now in the set state, I've just passed a loading to true. For example, if we have a food name, then we are going to just move inside this function and first make the loading to true, just to indicate that the data has been sent to an AI. Now we are going to fetch that data by using a get recipe function that I've shown you, and we are going to get a recipe data. So here I've just created a map recipe, and we are going to store that in a recipe data. Now you can see that the data that we are getting is in the form of JSON file, but we are storing in the recipe that is in our map. So as I've told you that Flutter only understands a map, not directly a JSON file. So we need to just store that in a map. I think so it's clear, right? Now once we get in data, we are going to make the loading to false, because now we have in data. Now we can simply show them in our app, right? Now I think so it's much clear that what we have added over here. Now for example, if the data is loading, then I'm going to just write is loading is true, then we are going to show circular progress indicator, and this is the thing that I need to do, right? And we are going to just center this by using a center widget. Now here I want that as soon as we land to this page, I get a recipe. Now as I've told you that once you want that any function to be called as soon as you move to that page, you just need to use a init state, and in the init state you can just call a fetch recipe function, something like this. Okay, so once we write a fetch recipe function, we can directly get a data from an AI. Now I'll show you that what data we directly get from an AI, and then I'm going to show them in our app. So I'm going to print that. So I'll just write recipe. Okay, now make sure that you just use an API key. I have told you in the last chapter like how you can get an API key. You can use that exact API key over here. Okay, just move to the home page, and in the home page where we have shown the food name, maybe over here, I'm going to just wrap up this with a gesture detector. Don't use a gesture detector outside this flexible widget, otherwise flexible widget will not going to work. Use the gesture detector inside the flexible widget. I'm going to write on tap, and we are going to push the user. So I'll write navigator dot push. Now don't use a push replacement, because if you use a push replacement and user press the back arrow in the recipe page, they won't get back to the home page. So use a push method, because push works in a stack method, right? So it's better to use a push method. Now let's use a material page route. We are going to just pass a context, and in the context I'm going to just call a recipe page. In the food name I'm going to just write a cheese pizza, something like this. Okay, now let's hot restart this app, and I think so we need to rerun this app again, because we have just added this HTTP package. As I've told you that when you add any package, make sure that you stops the app from here and restart the complete app, because it will just show you the missing plugin error. Okay, so we just need to do that, and we do that, we will get back in few seconds. Yeah, so now let's check that how we are getting the recipe of that food item. Now in the API service I have just changed the prompt as well. Okay, so it's return I'm telling that to please return that only in JSON file. Don't use a markdown. You know that once you I will just recommend that use or try to get a data without a JSON file. You tell that to give you the data without using a JSON file. You will see that they just pass some markdown. They are going to just pass something like this or this. So I'm going to just tell that don't include this all the things. I need a complete data in the JSON file, right? So this is a strict prompt that you need to pass to the AI. That's the main thing. As I've told you that prompt plays a very important role when you are getting a data from an AI, because if you don't pass any strict prompt, that AI will just send you anything, right? So that's a thing that you need to pass some strict prompt if you want to get a perfect result, right? So now let's test this. So I'm going to just hot restart the app and we'll just move back to the home page. Now we'll click to this cheese pizza and let's see what result we get over here. Okay, so we are going to just wait. Okay, so here you can see that we get a result like name is cheese pizza. Let me, okay, and you can see the cooking time is 20 minutes. We get an ingredients like 1 pizza dough, half cup pizza sauce, 1.5 cup of shredded mozzarella cheese, 1/4 cup of grated parmesan, I don't know what is this, pinch of salt, and the steps has been written. Okay, tips for a crisper for a crispier crust, pre-bake the dough for 5 minutes before adding the topping, use fresh mozzarella. Okay, so you can see that how the AI is working very perfectly, and the AI is just helping us to give a recipe of that food item, right? Now let me show the data, because we already have a data in our recipe map. Okay, now I'm going to just get a data. So first I'm going to get the name of that recipe. So I'm going to just write recipe and then I'm going to pass a null check. Let's get the name first. So this is how we just need to write a name. Now make sure that when you are writing the string name that we are getting from a map, it should be exact. Okay, now here you can see that I have wrote name, cook time, ingredients, steps and tips. We are getting the data something like on this manner as I've shown you, right? You can see that we are getting a name, ingredients exactly on the JSON format that we have passed, right? If we are getting the data from this JSON, we need to call an exact key. Okay, so these are the key and this is the value, so we just need to pass an exact key. If we don't pass an exact key, you will face an error. So that's why you make sure that you pass an exact key name. Now this is the thing, right? Now I need to pass a cooking time, so let's write recipe, let's pass null check, then I need to just pass like cook and we'll write time, right? So now you can see that it has been changed to 20 minutes, the data that we get from an AI, right? Now in the ingredients, if we want to show the ingredients, and if you are thinking that I just write the ingredients something like this, that's not going to work, because let me show you first. So if you are thinking that let's directly write the ingredients, okay, yeah, I'm just checking that the capital and small letter, yeah, so it's something like this. I think so spelling is wrong, right? So let's ingredients, let's copy this. Spelling is correct here, spelling is correct, but we are facing that list dynamic is not a subtype of a string. Now we are facing this error, as I have told you that we are going to face this error, because you can see that in the ingredients there is lot many things over here, like pizza dough, 1 pizza dough, it has been separated by comma, then 1 pizza, half cup pizza sauce separated by the comma. So we don't need to show something like this. We need to show maybe in the bullet points, that will be look really great. So for that, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just remove this from here, right? And then I'm going to pass like list dot generate. Okay, and in the list dot generate, I'm going to pass a recipe, and then I'm going to pass the ingredients that we get. So I'm going to just write ingredients ingredients, and then let's pass the question mark. For example, if the ingredients is empty, then we are going to just check that. And first let's pass the length as well. Okay, question mark 0. Okay, now this is the important thing that we need to do. Then I need to pass an index. So for that I'm going to just write index, something like this. And in the index I'm going to first show the text widget, and in the text widget I'm going to pass a bullet point. So I'm going to write dot, and then I'm going to write dollar just to get a recipe. So I'm going to write recipe ingredients. Let's pass a null check, otherwise it will face an error. Okay, then I need to pass the index because we are directly calling a map. So you can see that in this, why we have faced that error. Let me explain you. So this is a, as I've told you, this is a map. Something that has been indicated in a curly braces is a map, right? Now in the ingredients we get a data in the form of list. Now you can't directly call a list inside the text widget. So that's why it is simply telling me that list dynamic is not a subtype of string, that in the text you can pass a string. Now you can't directly pass a list in a string. So that's why we have faced this error. So it's clear. So that's why we have just created a list, and we are going to just call all the things in this ingredients list one by one by using a list method, and that's why we have just passed our index. Now you won't face any error, and you can see all the things will be displayed in a bullet point, right? Now this is the thing. Now if you want to show the index, you can also do that. You can just write an index like this. You can pass a dollar sign, and you can see that it has been started from 0. If you want to pass +1, you can do that, but before that you just need to pass something like this. Okay, now you can see 1 2 3 4 5 6. So this is also the way that you can choose, right? Now I think so this is the best way to show this, right? And now if you want to pass a styling, now you can just pass a styling as well. Let's pass the styling, and our widget class dot medium textile colors dot black, and then I'm going to just use the size, which will like directly 16.0, right? So now you can see that this is what we can see in the ingredients. I think so 16 is enough. So now this is how we can see the ingredients. Now we just need to show the steps. Now you can see that again you can't directly call this because again it is a list. It is not in the form of string. So don't directly call this. Again you will face the error, right? So what I'm going to do, let's copy this from here and let's directly paste this over here. Okay, and then I'm in the ingredients, I'm going to just pass, let me check what I can pass. We can just pass steps. So let's copy the steps, and in the recipe page let's paste these steps, something like this. Let's paste this here as well. Okay, I think so now it's ready to show, right? So you can see that it simply shows the complete step, like preheat oven to 475°F, roll out the pizza dough on a flavored surface to your desired thickness, transfer the dough onto a pizza stone or baking sheet, spread the pizza sauce evenly over the dough, leaving a small border for the crust. Add the grated Parmesan. I don't know what it is. I haven't heard this cheese name ever before. So if I'm pronouncing this really wrong, then sorry for that. So it's like Parmesan. What is Parmesan? I don't know. So Parmesan cheese on the top of the mozzarella. Drizzle olive oil over the pizza and sprinkle oregano, basil, and a pinch of salt. So this is what that we have done. Okay, now the last thing has been left, again a tip, and the tip is again in the form of list, right? So again we need to copy this and let's directly paste this over here just to get a tips. Okay, let me check this again. Okay, it's TIPS. So let's pass TIPS and TIPS. Yeah, it's done. So now we get also a tips over here. Adjust the cheese quantity based on your preference. Add a fresh basil leaves after baking for extra flavor. Use fresh mozzarella for a creamier texture, right? So these are all the things that we have done, and we have just made a recipe page where the user can simply see a complete recipe. Right now let's test for the margherita pizza as well. Okay, so let's do one thing. Okay, where we have passed a gesture detector, maybe over here. Okay, let's copy this. Now again I need to just wrap up this container with a gesture detector, and in the on tap method I'm going to just pass this. Let's paste this, and let's write margherita. I hope spelling is correct. MARGHERIT. Yeah, it's correct. Now let's hot restart the app. Let's click to this and let's see what the AI passed to us as a recipe. Okay, so margherita pizza is also going to take a 20-minute. One pizza dough, half cup tomato sauce, Z8 OZ fresh mozzarella slice. Okay, so it's also passed the overview and the tips. So you can see that you can pass any recipe to this awesome AI or an open AI, and it's going to give you the complete recipe of that food item. Now let's move and let's create the ingredients page, from where the user will going to enter all the ingredients that they have, basically a leftover ingredients that they have in their kitchen. They can just enter the ingredients and the AI will suggest them some recipe according to the ingredients that they are going to enter on the app. Right now here what I need to do is that this is our home page. Now I need to navigate the user to the ingredient page. Now how I am going to navigate that? So I am going to use a floating action button. Now what is a floating action button? I have shown you the bottom navigation bar. Now here comes a floating action button. Now the floating action button will be shown at the bottom right side, something over here. You can see my cursor, like you will see that a icon at the bottom right position. So let's do that. So I'm going to just add a floating action button, and in the on press method I need to navigate the user. So let's first pass a child. In the child I need to add an icon. Let's use icons dot add. Okay, something like this. Right now here you can see this is the floating action button and how it look alike, but I need to first change the color of this icon. Now one more thing I have to tell you, that in the floating action button there are lot many things. As I've told you that you just need to hover to that respective widget and it's going to show you that what all things that the widget has. So it has a for background color, focus color, hover color, splash color, lot many things it has. So first I need to change the background color. So I'm going to use the background color, which is like colors dot black, something like this. Now I can't see that icon, so first change the color of that icon and we just need to pass colors dot white, something like this. Now this button has been simply been created over here. Now if you want to change the color of this icon, up to your choice, you can do that easily. Right now here in the pages folder I'm going to create a new file name, and we are going to just keep the page name ingredients dot dart, and I'm going to import the package by using material dot dart. Let's use a stateful widget which is like an ingredients. Right now as I've told you that we are going to navigate the user, so again we just need to write navigator dot push. I'm going to use a push, not a push replacement, because I want that the user to move back to the home page by clicking to that back arrow. So that's why I'm using a push over here. And then I'm going to just write material page route. So I'm going to route the user to which page, which will be an ingredient page, something like this. I think so it's easy. Now let's move over here. Let's first create the UI, then we are going to add the ingredients. Right, so now let's first create a container. In the main thing has been left body, so body column. First let's write a container child column children. Right Now once we do this, now here I need to just write a container decoration, box decoration. Let's write colors dot white child, and here I'm going to just pass the icons, which will be like an arrow back, right? Now this is the thing that we need to do. Now let's click to this, and here we land to a ingredient page. Now I'm going to first do one thing. Basically, let's pass the margin from the top, and let's pass up to 50.0. right now you can see that this is the arrow. Now here I need to pass from the left position as well. Let's pass 20.0. We'll use the padding edge inside dot all, maybe up to 10, and then I need to use the border radius. I need a complete circular border radius, so I'm going to directly use a 60. Right now I need to provide some elevation because this button can't be seen clearly, so let's pass some elevation. As I've told you that you can pass the elevation by using a material widget, and then I need to copy the border radius from here, and let's directly paste this over here. So this is the thing. Now we can see this button clearly. Now here I need to wrap up this material widget with a gesture detector, and we need to navigate the user back to the home page. So I'm going to just directly write navigator dot pop context. I think so it's much clear. Right now once we do this, let's pass a row children, and then I'm going to use a column children. Let's use a text widget. In the text widget I'm going to just write add ingredients. Okay, now let's pass the styling, and app widget class dot headline text style. Let's keep the color dot black, colors dot black. Then I can use the size up to 40.0 is enough. Okay, that's too much. Let's pass 30, or let's pass 25. 25 is enough, or let's use 26. 26 is better. Right now I need to move all the things to the left side, so you already know that what we need to do. We need to use a cross axis alignment dot start, something like this. Right now let's use the size box, and let's pass the spacing 10.0. right now once we do this, now here I need to pass the another text widget. In the text widget I'm going to pass the text, which is like an add the ingredients. Spelling is correct, yeah. You have and /n, just to change the line. Let AI create a perfect recipe for you. Okay, this is the text styling, and app widget class dot medium text style. Let's use colors dot black, and we'll pass the size up to 16.0. okay, now again I'm going to use the cross axis alignment dot start. Okay, now let's use the size box, the spacing, let's use up to 5.0, something like this, or let's use up to 8.0. right now I can do one thing. Let's pass 15, and if you are thinking that to change the color of this, maybe we can provide some light shade of a black color. I think so that's look better. Now here why I've used a row widget, because I need to show the text widget and the image together, so that's why I've used a row widget. Now here in the image I'm going to just write image.asset, images folder name, and then I'm going to use salad2.png. this is the image. I need to pass the height and width. Let's pass the height 40, let's use the width 40, and we'll use a fit box fit dot cover. That's too less. Let's pass 90 and 90. I guess that will be much better. Right now this is the thing that we have done. I'm going to pass the spacing, so rather than passing a fixed spacing, I'm going to use main axis alignment dot space between. Okay, now it has been stuck to the right side, so let's pass the spacing 10.0. now it's much better. Right now once we do this, now let's create another container. Now this container will be like where the user will enter the ingredients and they can just add it. Right, so what I need to do is that first I'm going to just write a child. We'll use a column widget. Wait a second. We'll use a column widget children. Let's use a text widget. In the text widget I'm going to just write add ingredients. Okay, ingredient. Right, we'll use a style, and app widget class dot medium text style. Let's write colors dot black, maybe, yeah.
and we are going to use like up to 16.0, which will be perfect, right? Now once we do this, now let's use the size box, height 40.0, which will be enough. Now here what I need to do is that first I need to create a text field so that they can enter the ingredients. So for that I'm going to just write a text field, something like this. Okay, now as I've told you that when you are passing the text field inside the row widget, please use an expanded widget, otherwise you will see this error, right? Now I'm going to just tell the text field that use the maximum space that has been available by wrapping it with an expanded widget, right? Now I just need to write a container, and then I need to pass a child decoration. Wait a second, decoration over here, box decoration color, we'll use colors dot green. Okay, now let's use the text widget, not text widget, text widget, and we just need to pass add styling and add widget class dot headline text style colors dot white, and let's pass the size up to 18.0. right? Now you can see that this is the button and all, right? Now here what I need to do is that I'm going to wrap up this text field also with a container, and then I need to use a decoration, a box decoration, and we are going to pass border dot all. Okay, now this is what that you can see. Now there is the two lines, but as I've told you that when you want to remove this line, you just need to use a decoration, not over here, inside the text field decoration, input decoration. I don't need any border from a text field side, so I'll just tell that border input border dot none. I don't need a border from the text field side, so I'm telling the text field I need a none border from your side, right? Now once we do this, now let's pass the color, which is like colors dot black, something like this, and then I'm going to change the color of this to maybe up to this, and we are going to pass the width up to 1.5. okay, that's much better. We are going to move all the things to the left side, so let's use cross xlf dot start. We'll use the size box height 10.0, much better. Okay, we'll use the border radius dot circular, and we'll just pass up to 20, or let's pass up to 10, right? Now this is the thing that we need to do, and we are going to just pass the hint text. In the hint text I'm going to just write enter ingredient. Okay, yeah, now we'll just pass the hint style. So you can see that this is how we can just pass a hint text, and we can just also pass the styling to the hint that we are writing. As I've told you that it's very easy to understand all these things. It's not that you need to learn all these things. You just need to hover this to the respective text field or any widgets, as I've told you, and you are going to see all the functions that the text respective widget has. Okay, now this is a very easy thing. You don't need to remember all these things, so don't need to worry about that. And I'm going to just pass app widget class dot medium text style. We'll use colors dot black, and the size will be directly up to 18.0. okay, let's use a different shade of black color, maybe up to this. I guess that's much better. Let's pass the padding, because as you can see it has been stuck to the left side. Dot only from the left 10.0. enter ingredient, right? Now this is the thing. I think so we can decrease the font size to 16. That's much better. We'll use a size box, and we're going to just pass the width up to 10.0. okay, now that's the thing. I'm going to pass the width up to 100. okay, maybe 90, and let's pass the height up to 80. That's too much. Let's pass 60, and we are going to center this with the help of center widget. Okay, I think so still it is too much. Let's pass 50, and then I need to provide the border radius, which will like border radius dot circular. Will just pass up to 30. I'm trying to make this UI really attractive, because now you have an idea like how to use a widgets on all, right? Now once you got an idea like how to use a widgets and all,
then it's much better that we can increase the quality of our design that we are doing over here, right? So that's why I'm trying to make some complex design. I think so now you might be perfect in adding the widgets and creating a beautiful UI, right? So now what I need to do is that here I'm going to pass decoration, box decoration. Let's pass the border. In the border, I'm going to just write border.all like this, right? Now here, let's first pass the padding as in set.all, maybe up to 10, or let's pass up to 20, right? Now this is the thing. Now let's use the color, which is like colors dot black, and we are going to use a different shade of a black color, maybe up to this, and we are going to just pass the width up to 1.5, right? Now then I need to use the border radius dot circular, and we are going to use maybe up to 10, or let's use 20, and I'm thinking that to pass a very light shade rather than this, maybe up to this or this, yeah, so that's much better. And let's do one thing, I have an idea. Let's use some elevation over here. Let's see how it looks first. Okay, now let's copy the border radius, let's directly paste this over here, right? Now this is what that we have done. I think so that's look much better. One is okay. So this is what that we have added, add ingredient box. Now once the user add the ingredients, we need to display the ingredients, right? Now to display the ingredients, what I need to do is that here I need to again write a text widget, and in the text widget I'm going to show my ingredients that I've added so that I can remove the ingredients according to our need, right? So I just need to write ingredient. Let's pass the styling and app widget class dot medium text style. We'll use the color. Let's use colors dot black, and then pass the size up to 16.0 like this. Let's use the size box that will be the spacing from the top. Let's directly use 20.0. My ingredients, let's increase this font size to 18, something like this. That's much better. Now I need to display the ingredients over here. So for that I'm going to just write a container decoration box decoration colors dot gray. I'm not going to use an exact gray color. I'm going to show you that. Let's use the child row children text widget again. In the text widget I'm going to just write tomato for an example. Let's use the styling and app widget class dot medium text style. We'll use colors dot black. Okay, then we are going to use a size up to 16.0. okay, something like this you can see. Now here I'm going to do one thing. Let's pass the icon, which will like icons dot close. Basically if I don't need these ingredients, I can click to this close button or cross button and we can just remove that ingredient, right? So that's a basic idea that I'm trying to pass over here. We are going to just use colors dot green. Now I'm going to pass a light shade of a gray color, maybe up to this, that's okay. And I'm going to pass the width. Let's use up to 100. I think so it's not really good to pass a width, but once we show the item by using a list view, then we are going to manage all the things, right? So let's first pass the size box height 20.0, right? Now this is the thing. Let's pass the padding as in set dot all, maybe up to 10. Okay, so that's why I'm telling that why I'm not preferring to use a width, fixed width over here. You can see that if for instance if the text size or the word size simply been increased, it's going to show the overflow pixel error. So it doesn't make any sense, right? Because all the text will be not of 6 characters, right? They can be like up to 10 characters, maybe like 8 characters. So passing a fixed width will not solve the problem over here. So I'm going to just manage all the things, right? So let's pass a main axis element dot center first, or let's use main axis element dot space between, right? Now once we do this, now let's pass the border radius dot circular. We'll just pass the circular radius up to 20, okay, something like this, or maybe up to 10, right? So this is what that we have done. Now we need to show the button like generate recipe.
Like once the user add all the ingredients, then we can show the recipe. Not we, basically an AI. So now I'm going to just write a container, a child, a row, children. Then let's use a decoration, a box decoration, color. Let's use colors dot green. So let's write colors dot green, something like this. Then I need to use a text widget. In the text widget, let's write generate recipe. Okay, let's use the styling and app widget class dot headline text style. Let's use colors dot white, and then I need to pass like 18.0. Now this is what that you can see. I'm going to use the arrow as well. So let's write icon equals to icons dot arrow forward. Let's use the color, colors dot white, something like this, right? Now this is what that you can see. Now I'm going to pass the one thing which is like let's use the thing like main axis and dot center, something like this. Let's use the size box with 90.0. okay, now let's write 30.0. then I need to pass the height, which will be like 50 or 60. Then I need to use the border radius dot circular will just pass up to 20, right? Now this is the button that we have created. Now here I'm going to use a spacer. So let's use a size box, height 20.0. okay, that can be the spacing from the bottom. Maybe 40 will be enough. Yeah, that's much better, right? So this is what that we have done. So I think so it's look really great. So this is what that we have done. Now let's add the ingredients in our list and directly show them over here, right? So what I need to do is that first let's write a text editing controller. Okay, so I'm going to write a text editing controller, and we are going to just write controller is equals to new text editing controller. I've told you many times about a text editing controller, right? Now I'm going to create a list. In the list I'm going to store a string. So I'm going to write a string, and this list will be like ingredients, and in this ingredients list we can just store a string, as I've strictly wrote that there will be a string. So I'm going to just write a string. Now for example, if you want to create that type of list where you want to store a string, a number, a boolean character, use a dynamic over here rather than a string. Okay, I think so it's clear, right? Now let's pass this, and we are going to keep it empty right now. Now what I need to do is that here I'm going to create a function name like an add ingredient that will just add the string to this respective ingredient list. Clear? Let's write a void, and in the void I'm going to just write void add ingredient. Okay, not ingredient. And then I'm going to first check that if the controller or the text that the user trying to store in the ingredient list, that this text field should be filled, right? So I'm going to just check that controller dot text dot trim. Now why I have wrote that text dot trim over here? So for example, if I'll write tomato over here, okay, now tomato. Now for example, by mistakenly I given some space over here. Now as I've told you that in the coding world, the space is also count as there is something available. Now you can't see this, but the total character that the device will count will be like up to 7. Though they are only a 6 character, but space is also count as an something is there. Okay, so make sure that when you are passing anything on the text field, use dot trim. Now dot trim will trim out if there is any space you pass mistakenly, right? Now this plays a big role in the email authentication. For example, if the user pass a space while writing an email and they try to log in or sign up, they will simply see the error, right? Because maybe they have just passed the space by mistakenly, but that also count as an character. Okay, so that's the thing I need to clear over here.
Okay, now I'm going to check that if controller.text.trim is empty. We are going to check that if the text field is empty, then just return from here. Don't move further inside this function. If it is there, let's use a set state. In the set state, we'll just write ingredient dot add. Now here I just need to pass the controller dot text dot trim, right? Now this is the thing, and let's make the text field empty so that they can just add the another ingredient. So let's write controller dot clear, and we are going to clear that out, right? Now this is the thing that we have done just to add an ingredient. It's very simple. Now let's do this for removing an ingredient. We'll just write remove ingredient. For example, if I click to this across button, I'm going to just allow the user to remove this ingredient. So that's why I'm creating the function name remove ingredient. So let's write remove ingredient, and we need to pass a string item, because for example, if there are the items like tomato, onion, blah blah blah, yeah, I need to remove an onion. Now if I'll pass the item name, then only I can match that and can remove that from our ingredient list. So that's why we need to pass a string item. Let's use a set state. In the set state, I'm going to just write ingredient dot remove. There are lot many things that you can pass over here, like reduce, remove, remove add, remove last, remove range, remove where. There are lot many things are there. You can just test this, though you already have an idea like how to use a list. So let's write remove, and we need to remove the respective item. So let's pass the item. I think so. It's very easy peasy to understand all these things, right? Now, once we do this, now let's move. Now, the main thing is that controller, and let's pass the controller over here so that we can control the text field first, right? Now, once the user enter the ingredient over here, we need to add that. So let's wrap up this container with a gesture detector, and in the on tab, I'm going to just call the function name like an add ingredient. Okay. Now here I need to show the ingredients that has been added to the list. So what I need to do is that first I'm going to use an expanded widget. As I've told you that use an expanded widget when you need to show the ingredient in the form of map, list or anything, right? So let's use a child. In the child, I'm going to use a wrap widget. Now what this is a widget that I've used over here. Now wrap is something that going to wrap your all the things in a respective spacing and a run spacing. It's clear? Now what is a spacing and run spacing? Now spacing between the items in a horizontal way, and the run spacing, a spacing between the rows in a vertical way. I think so it's clear. So we are going to just wrap the our complete ingredients so that it going to change the line automatically. For example, if there will be a lot many items over here and I want that the items to be change the line over here. Now what, I can't use a slash and again because I don't know that how much ingredients are the user going to enter. So I'm going to wrap up this like this much space is only there to show the ingredients. So I'm going to use a wrap widget over here. This is one of the interesting widget that you can use. Okay, now here I'm going to just write a spacing and we are going to just write 10, and we are going to use a run spacing, and in the run spacing let's use a 10. Okay, clear? Now let's write a children. In the children I need to show that now in the form of map. So I'm going to write ingredient dot map, and we need to get the item one by one. So let's write an item. Clear? Now once we do this, now here I need to return, and in the return I'm going to copy the complete container that we have just wrote for the UI. Let's cut this, let's paste this over here, and then first let's show the name. So let's write a text. In the text I'm going to just directly write an item. I have wrote a text over there. Yeah, so let's write the item so that we can just get an item. And once we do this, now here I need to change that to a list. So I just need to pass to list. Okay, Now this is the thing. Now as I've told you that we need to just wrap up this with a gesture detector, and in the on tap method I'm going to pass a remove ingredient, something like this. I think so it's much clear. Now let's test this, like how it is working. Let's hot restart the app, click to this, we'll land over here. Let's add our first item like tomato, click to this add button, and you can see that it successfully add the ingredient over here. Now let's add onion. Okay, now this is what that you can see, onion. Now the third thing we can add maybe cabbage. Okay, this is the third thing. Now here comes the use of an wrap widget, as I've told you. Now you can see that 3 items has been shown over there. Now the fourth item won't be fed horizontally. Now what I need to do is that we need to shift that another ingredient vertically. So what I need to do is that let's add the another item, right, cheese. Now you can see that this is what the wrap widget does over here, and the spacing and run spacing is live. So let me show you that. Let me first change that spacing and run spacing so that you can get an idea. So for example, if I'm going to decrease this, you can see that how the spacing will be decreased. Let's pass 2. You can see that this is how the spacing works horizontally, right? Now run spacing works vertically. Okay, so this is the thing that we have done. Now once we add all the ingredients, now here we need to click to this generate recipe button and allow the AI to show the recipe, right? We need to get the name, cook time, ingredients, step, and the tips. So these are all the things that I need to display. Okay, so just do one thing, like when we start to that generate recipe, it's going to just use the AI to do this. Okay, so going to calculate all that and we can just show that, right? So this is the thing that we need to do. It's some of the file, don't need to worry, I'm going to tell you about each and everything. So here I've just created a generate recipe.dat file in our services folder. Now let me explain you that what is this all about. So here you can see that I've just wrote a generate recipe, and then I'm going to pass a list ingredients. Now I wrote this code because I've already shown you that how you can use a ChatGPT AI API or an OpenAI API to just call the data, right? So I don't want to just show the complete thing, so I'm going to give you an idea like what all things I've done. So I just pass a list ingredients, and we are going to pass an ingredient list to our generate recipe function. We need to pass an API key, and this is all the thing. Now here comes a main thing, which is a prompt. As I've told you that prompt plays a big role when you need to get an exact data from an AI. So I need to just write create a recipe using the ingredients. I just passed that create a recipe using the ingredients. I've just passed the ingredients dot join and remove the comma, because if you see that here 1 2 3 4 items we have just added in our ingredient list. Now once we print the ingredient list, you will see that all the items in the ingredient list will be separated by a comma in a single list. I think so it's clear, right? Now I need to do one thing. Basically, if I'm passing the ingredients to the AI, I need to just join all the things together and remove the comma from there. And we just need to show a single sentence so that the AI can read that. AI doesn't get confused if you don't pass a comma. It's going to read that completely in a single sentence as well, right? Now this is what that we can do. And then I told that return only a valid JSON in the format, like I need a name, a cooking time, ingredients that we have passed, the steps and the tips. So this is the things that I need to do. This is the code that I've explained you many times, right? Now once we do this, now here I need to move to a category, not a category model, a recipe model, and here I need to pass string name, cook time, list, steps and a string tips, right? Now this is the recipe model that we have written. Now I've wrote that recipe model dot from JSON, because we are getting a JSON file from an AI. So I need to read that JSON file one by one, and we need to pass that to a map. As I told you that Flutter can't read a JSON file, Flutter can read a file that will be in the form of map, basically a key and value pair. So I need to pass that in the form of map, and I need to tell that store the name in get the name from the JSON format of an AI and then store that to the name string that we have passed. Use a cook time, use the ingredients, steps, and the tips. I think so it's clear, right? Now, once we do this, I need to do one thing. Basically, I will move to the not generate, I will move to the ingredients.dart, and here we have created this button. Now, I need to just wrap up this container with a gesture detector, and in the gesture detector, I'm going to just write an onTap method. In the onTap method, I'm going to first write an async, okay? Then I'm going to write final recipe, and then I'm going to just write await generate recipe, the function that we have created, right? And we can just pass the ingredients, something like this. I think so it's clear, right? Now once we do this, now here I'm going to check that if the recipe is not equals to null, then simply print the data so that I can check that what all things I'm getting, right? I'll just write recipe dot name, okay, then print recipe dot cook time, okay, then print recipe dot steps, okay. Now this is the things. Now there are some more things like tips and ingredients, okay, but I am going to get this so I can get the idea that we are getting all the data successfully, right? Now here one thing I need to do is like once I click to this generate recipe button, I need to show the circular progress indicator over here. Otherwise the user will think that I've tapped this button, nothing is working over here, the app is not working, okay. So they are going to come in the conclusion that the app is not working. So just to solve that, let's pass bool, and we are going to just like is loading, and then okay, sorry, yeah, is loading to false, and we are going to just make the is loading to true. So we just need to pass that inside a set state, okay. So let's use is loading, and we are going to just make it true, right? Now once we do this, I need to do one thing over here. I am going to just pass like is loading. If it is true, then just show the circular progress indicator, and let's change the color of this to white so that I can see that clearly at least, right? Now this is the thing that we need to do, right? So this is all the recipe that we have added. Now let's hot restart the app, and let's click to this. Let's add the ingredients. Maybe we can just add like cheese. Let's add the cheese. I have some tomato, okay, I have some onion, I have a bread, okay. What we can pass more, okay. So these are the ingredients that I have, and maybe I have some salt to use, salt, etc, etc, right? So this is the thing. Now I'm going to click to this generate recipe button, okay. Now this is the problem, because we just need to pass the width as well, and that's why it's showing something like this, like media query dot of context dot size dot width, right? And then it won't show something like this. I need to do over the thing over here is that I need to wrap up this with a center widget, right? Now the thing is loading, as you can see. Okay, sorry, I haven't pasted the API key, so you also don't make this mistake. So let me first paste the API key, then I'm going to test that, right? Added the API key. Now I'm going to test that how it is working. So I'm going to click to this, and here first ingredient that I can add which is like in potato. Like for example, if I have potato, now the second thing I have maybe cheese. I have cheese. The third thing I have onion. The fourth I have tomato, and the fifth thing that I have maybe is chili, okay. So these are the ingredients that I'm passing over here, that all the leftover ingredients that I have in my kitchen, so that the AI can suggest me the recipe according to the ingredients that I have in my kitchen, and I can save all the food items rather than wasting them, okay. I think so that's a really great app idea that I've developed, where the user can save all the items that they have in the kitchen, and they can't think that what all things they can just make
by the items they have already in the kitchen. Okay, so I'm going to click to this generate recipe button, and let's see what the AI going to suggest me with all the ingredients that I have passed. Okay, so here you can see that I simply get an item like cheesy spicy potato bake. Okay, it's going to take 45 minutes, and it give me the complete thing that I can make by using these three ingredients. So you can see that that's a really great thing that I expect from an AI. Now here what I need to do is that it's still loading because we haven't pushed that to the recipe page. So for that I'm going to just write like this, like navigator dot push, and in the push I'm going to just push the user to the material page root, and I'm going to just write context, and let's pass this to a recipe page. It's asking me the food name. I already have the food name, so let's copy the recipe dot name and let's directly paste this over here. Okay, let's do one thing, let's paste this inside this if case. Right now once you do this, I think so now it's going to work. Now let hot restart the app and let's see this. Okay, so let's click to this again. I'm going to add the same ingredients. Yeah, now I'll click to this back again and let's see. Okay, we've just moved to this screen and the recipe page is loading. Yeah, so here you can see that I have just got a complete recipe of the item that you can see over here. Now the image, as I've told you that the AI can't give you the image, you just need to use the image, or you can just remove the image as well. Okay, so what I need to do is that I can just remove the image from here, and we can just write like this, like cheesy spicy potato and tomato bake, and it's going to prepare for going to take like up to 1 hour, and these are all the ingredients that needed to prepare this recipe. And overview is like how we are going to prepare this complete food item. The tips is also has been given over here. So you can see that how beautifully the AI works over here, and it can suggest us the recipe according to the food item that has been left in the kitchen, and we don't need to waste that food item. I think so this is the one of the best idea that you have covered by an AI.